Birdlip, September 23, 1944. A further note on personal work. On seeing second force in oneself, we spoke recently of how long it takes to see that difficulties can be taken in a workway, and how we can be what I call tempted without seeing it, simply because we take difficulties as if they should not exist. Now difficulty, that is, the force of resistance, is everywhere present, and runs through the whole texture of life, and also is present in ourselves. Mr. Ouspensky once said, in trying to study second force, "It is best to begin to try to observe it in oneself." Everyone has inner difficulties, but does not recognize them as being due to second force, and takes them merely as handicaps from which they feel perhaps that they suffer unfairly. People say, "If only this," etc. The idea of second force is expressed in one of the laws of motion in Newtonian physics, where it is said that to every force there is an equal and opposite force. The laws that this work formulates as being fundamental, i.e. the law of three and the law of octaves, exist both in nature and in ourselves. It is the law of three that concerns us now, which does not say that to every force there is an equal and opposite force, but that in every manifestation three forces are at work: active force, or the initiating force; passive force, or the force of resistance; and neutralizing force, which connects the two otherwise antagonistic opposite forces, so that something happens, i.e. a manifestation takes place. But for the third force, the other two forces, being equal and opposite, would produce a stationary state of affairs by being interlocked, like the horns of two equally powerful stags. It is the third force that, by making a fulcrum, makes things possible, that brings opposing things into harmony, that makes use of the otherwise irreconcilable opposites. The work teaches that if we begin to see second force in ourselves, we may catch a glimpse of third force, but that first we must see first force. We spoke recently about will being defined in the work as finding a solution, and not as the negation of something. When you see some form of second force operating in your life, something that prevents you from attaining some object, which can be regarded as first or active force, something that keeps standing in your way, the situation demands a solution, and not a denying merely, and it is here that an act of will begins in the reconciling of the situation. You cannot do away with second force by violence, because it will only become stronger, but you may be able to be a peacemaker, and in some way make it cooperate with active force through some new attitude to the situation, as third force. One of the most marvelous experiences is to realize how much useless second force we create in ourselves owing to our attitudes and imagination, and how endless forms of second force arise simply because we do not realize that we possess a number of attitudes and forms of expectancy which we do not observe, and which act in such a way as to complicate every single thing in our lives, by creating unnecessary and blind second force. To separate oneself a little from some of one's attitudes, from some ingrained prejudices, and finally even from the power of some buffers, if this is possible, is to experience a degree of freedom that is very difficult to describe. One realizes that one has been in the power of something that one has never suspected, and notices that one no longer has the same kind of artificial difficulties as formerly. Such an experience makes it possible for one to see one's life in the past more consciously, because when there is a shift of the psychological state through an increase of consciousness, that is, say, of awareness of what one is like, one can see one's life in the past more distinctly from this freed and so more conscious point. One cannot see one's life, which is what has been made by one's level of being, from the same level of being. We are quite unable, for example, to see how extraordinarily foolish we have been in 1,001 things, or how unnecessarily complicated we have made some things, unless a new point of consciousness is born in us, from which to see it. You will not be able to see because you have nothing to see with, that is, no new standpoint. But if something has changed in you, and you have thus so far been freed, say, from some attitude towards yourself or towards others, or towards life, then you will be able to see how this attitude has worked in you throughout your life, and you will know one meaning of the sentence, your level of being attracts your life. It is an interesting experience. Now, to get back to what we were speaking of, that change of attitude, or the freeing of oneself from some attitude, will change the nature of second force in one's life. Will is defined technically in the work as being connected with the power of being conscious in all three forces together. On one occasion it was said, we are not even conscious in one force, still less in two, and never in three. This is partly to do with the fact that we can usually think of only one thing at a time. We find it very difficult to think in terms of two things, and impossible to think in terms of three things. But this is not quite the same as full will, because being conscious in a force is not the same as thinking about it, just as being conscious of the truth of something is not the same as having a conviction about it, or being conscious in the state of self-remembering is not the same as thinking about self-remembering. To be conscious in first force is to know what one wants, to be conscious in second force is to know what difficulties stand in the way, and to be conscious in third force at the same time is to be conscious of how what one wants, and what opposes it, can eventually reach some solution. Each force modifies the other, and indeed so much so that in the final solution the result is never like what you set out to attain, i.e. it is never like the active force with which you started. Nor, on the other hand, are the difficulties the same as you first were able to see them before the necessary third force, or neutralizing force, entered into the conscious sphere of experience, and adjusted the relations of the first and second forces so as to make some manifestation possible. Now I know all this may sound theoretical, but it is not theoretical, it is quite practical, and can be experienced up to a point even now if one knows what to look for, and if one has the patience to do it. We must, first of all, be conscious as far as we can in what corresponds to first force. That is, taking the forces as they act within us, psychologically, one must be conscious in what one wants, what one wishes, or what one expects. By making this force conscious, instead of thinking about it, which one can often do by a process of inner dialogue, as well as self-observation over a considerable period, one becomes aware of the second force that is inevitably called up by the particular quality of the first force that one has, i.e. what one wants. Each active force calls up its own second force. If you are in a hurry, everyone will seem to you to be moving very slowly. If you want to move slowly, everyone else will seem to you to be in a hurry. When you live for a time in the consciousness of what you want, you will at the same time see more and more the second force that it gives rise to, so the more will you become conscious in two forces simultaneously. You will see that you cannot do this, or that, because of that or this. Yes, but you will see why. By not identifying with either and this we practically always do, which spoils the whole experience. You may catch a glimpse of the third force entering by magic, that makes the first and second force come into a possible relationship, so that they are no longer felt as opposing forces, as a conflict of opposites. This is finding a solution, and you will notice that it has to do with will having three aspects in itself, or three forces, and conscious will being therefore consciousness, in all three forces, which leads to an act of full will. While this is beyond us at present, it is possible on a small scale. However, we take a one-sided view of will, and conceive it always as something that cuts away, that divides, that prohibits, that is harsh, intolerant, unyielding, and negating, and sticking to one unvarying course. You must see that will from the work point of view refers to something responding, something flexible and intelligent, that it is not one-sided but three-sided. Will is of course from master or real I in us, and this we cannot expect to know directly. But as long as we are one-sided in every sense, nothing can come from this upper level from which the influences of real I come that give us our real meaning and inner peace. We must at least learn to have double thinking first of all, to see things from different sides, and to externally consider, not only to see the difficulties of other people, by putting ourselves in their place, which is a definite conscious act, but to see the difficulties in ourselves without identifying, and as objectively as possible, because in this way we get a new feeling of ourselves and a new and more flexible sense of what we are, which has a very strange effect on us, and is due to an increase of consciousness or light, and is really the beginning of the action of the work upon us. We so often feel we are up against things. People often live in this state all their lives. It is then necessary, as inner dialogue with oneself, such as, what is it I am up against? Etc., to find out what it is you are up against, because what you feel you are up against is due to what you want. Then perhaps you are full of impossible and vague wishes that create useless second force, and so produce in you the equally vague feelings of resistance, of being up against things. Then you have to begin to become more conscious in first force, in what you want. This sharpens the mind and makes you practical. But do not think it is easy. At the same time, it is not right or good to live always in a vague sense of being lost, of disappointment, of looking back. This eats your force. Where are you? What do you want? What is the matter with you? Such harsh questioning of oneself becomes increasingly necessary in the work. Birdlip, September 30th, 1944. What the work teaches about war. This is an important paper. Many questions are asked about how the work regards war, and particularly this war. People say, what is war? Why should war be? Or they say, does God will war? And if God wills war, can he be a god? In fact, many people who have some magnetic center, some power of seeing differences in the quality of things, some power of spiritual thinking rather than physical thinking, become overwhelmed by the increasing horrors of war. Some people asked at the beginning of this war, why it happened, what was the reason for it, and so on. He said, all of you in this work must try to understand why war exists. He constantly taught that the most powerful force that we can create in ourselves is understanding. He said, this work gives us knowledge about our situation on this earth, and understanding means to understand the knowledge that we are given about our situation on earth. However, most people think that understanding can be gained simply from their ordinary knowledge, and do not realize that, in order to understand, new knowledge is necessary, and that this new knowledge must combine with our being in order to create new understanding. Now the first thing that is said in this connection is that the will of the Absolute does not reach this earth directly. If you like, you can call the Absolute God in the supreme sense, only the work does not use this term. The ray of creation explains how the will of the Absolute, or the Supreme God, passes downwards in successive stages of creation through the action of the law of three forces, continually reduplicating itself. As you know, on this earth, in terms of the particular ray of creation to which we belong, we are under 48 orders of laws. The will of the Absolute, according to this teaching, can only reach us in the form of 48 orders of laws, i.e. the will of the Absolute cannot reach us directly. It was said once at a very early meeting, that if the will of the Absolute intervened, the direct result would be that the whole of creation would be smashed and destroyed. Once talking about this said, it is like a card game. If you alter the rules of the card game, then there is no game. This is the central idea that we must start from in thinking about why war, and all its horrors exist on this planet very low down in the scheme of creation. And here you must remember that the work teaches that we must try to put ourselves under the laws that operate from higher levels in the ray of creation. This is the first point. The second point is that the work teaches that all war is caused by extraterrestrial forces coming most immediately from the movements of the planets. On one occasion O asked G what was the cause of war, and G said, "It is something like this. Two planets approach each other rather closely, and produce a tension which reflects itself on the Earth, and may go on for many years in regard to human time." From this remark of Gizo understood that time was different on different scales, i.e. planetary time may be momentary to the planets, but a long time to humanity on this earth. O then asked G how man could prevent these extraterrestrial tensions from acting on him in the way they did. G said that these tensions affected man, because he was not yet properly developed, not yet fully conscious, and that, if man were conscious, these tensions would produce quite different results, and instead of producing a destructive course of events would produce a quite different course. What would be the result of an increased tension between planets, if it were more consciously taken? This inner tension, whether it be due to planets or things happening on the level of the sun, would act on man working more consciously by increasing his consciousness, and would make him more awake instead of making him more asleep, more violent, more destructive. As you know, the object of this work is to make it possible for our ordinary centers to receive higher centers in the right way. As we are now, if we receive force directly from higher centers, which would be comparable to receiving millions of volts suddenly, we should either go mad, or get very violent, or have epileptic fits, or become 1,000 times more negative, more full of hatred and desire to kill. Because man is asleep, the work teaches that he cannot receive force for his awakening, unless he works on himself for a long time, and so prevents any increase of force that comes to him from turning into more negative states and violence. All esoteric teaching is about this preparation of lower centers, and working on them for the reception of higher centers from higher up in the ray of creation. The third point is that although man is part of organic life on the surface of the earth, which is created in order to give a transmitting shock between the notes Fa and Me, in the ray of creation, so as to pass influences down from the higher parts of the ray to the terminal buds, which are the moons, it is no longer necessary for him at this stage to serve under this slavery. G said that just at this period it was possible for mankind no longer to be slaves to this pain factory on the earth called organic life, through whose sufferings the lower parts of the ray are nourished, including our moon, which is gradually developing in terms of planetary time. He said that if man would only become more conscious, his slavery might end, but that owing to habits formed through centuries, habits of feeling, habits of thinking, attitudes, etc. It looked as though man would continue to serve a purpose that was no longer necessary. The problem is, he said in so many words, that man has reached a stage in which he can become more conscious, and if he did so everything would change. But because of traditions, prejudices, because, in short, of his mechanicalness, he cannot reach this point, and so is going downhill just at the moment in which he might give a shock to himself, and pass into a new world order. Asked whether this development of totalitarianism were a step in the right direction, he said, "No, quite the contrary. Man is simply putting himself under more slavery by these collective movements. The development of consciousness is an individual development. And, as I have said frequently, when war comes man throws away even the small amount of consciousness that he normally possesses. In fact, he becomes quite insane, and does not see his insanity. Consciousness is weighed and measured, and there is only a certain quantity of it. But there is enough of this force of consciousness to change everything on the earth, if people would only use it." Asked what he thought about the future, G said that people were going in the direction of decreased consciousness, and would form either colonies of bees or colonies of ants. He said on another occasion, "Well, you have your choice. Would you be bees or would you be ants?" The fourth point is that man is at a certain place in the octave of his own development between the notes Mi and Fa. I suggested that we might think of this in the following terms. Starting in the ascending octave from Do, he said, we might regard a single individual as Do, a family group as Re, and a nation as the note Mi. As you know, between Mi and Fa it is necessary for a shock to be given. All our ordinary life consists of broken octaves of the order of Do, Re, Mi, over and over again. O continued, to get to the note Fa with regard to mankind, while man must retain his individual feeling at the note Do, his family and responsible feeling at the note Re, his national feeling at the note Mi, he must pass to a new feeling at the note Fa, in which he can feel the existence of other nations. He said, right creation of international feeling, i.e. the note Fa must always depend upon the three previous notes being sounded, i.e. Do, Re, Mi, and finally Fa. The artificial attempts to sound the note Fa, which we might call international consciousness, are being made at the expense of the notes Do, Re, Mi. That is to say, people are being asked to be entirely collective, and to sacrifice their individuality for collective organizations. People throw away even the consciousness to which they have a right, when they unite in enormous masses, as in revolutions, wars, etc. This is collectivism. A man must isolate himself from these collective forces inwardly before he can even hope to feel the magic touch of the individuality awaiting him at a higher level. Although he has to isolate himself inwardly, he has to play a collective part, as a good householder, without identifying with it. Let me remind you again of the definition of a good householder, as a person who, whether man or woman, does his or her duty and feels responsibility in regard to life, but does not believe in life. This does not mean that a good householder believes in anything else. The integrity of the world at present and in the future depends on the number of good householders that exist in every nation. As you know, there are certain theories arising at present to the effect that man is made for the Sabbath. The present war is really between those who think that man is made for the Sabbath, and those who think that the Sabbath is made for man. This is the real formulation of the present conflict. And Sanbis think that man is made for the Sabbath, i.e., for the state, and you can't see what has happened to them. All this present situation was formulated 2,000 years ago in that form of esotericism which is transmitted in the Gospels in the teaching of a conscious man, who said, when he healed a man with a withered hand on the Sabbath, and was accused for so doing, the Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. The hand means power of doing, and to have a withered hand was to have no power of individual action. Do you not think there is some very deep connection here? Do you not think that if the view that man was made for the Sabbath gains ground, every man's hand will become withered? If you sound the note far wrongly, you will have a situation produced in which individuals have to sacrifice everything for the sake of a world of internationalism. All development of consciousness must take place through definite stages, each of which must remain as a note sounding in the individual development. The attempt to increase consciousness by such forms of international groups will only make men more and more collective and less individual. It is quite true to say, patriotism is not enough. But if internationalism does away entirely with patriotism, you will get the wrong octave. The consciousness will not develop in the right way, and we will go in the direction of the bees, or the ants, who have given up all sense of individuality, and have become simply state insects lacking consciousness, and hitting other ant heaps, or hives. Let us represent the octave that was suggested in the following terms. You will see that each note must depend on the strength of the sounding of the lower note, i.e., unless do, which is the individual person, sounds strongly enough, man will lose all individuality in the sounding of the note me, which is the state. What we are fighting for really is not, in my opinion, expressed by the word democracy, but in the sounding of these different notes do, re, me, in their right harmony, as it were, with the possibility of sounding the note phi, international consciousness and feeling, without loss of the other three notes. The fifth idea of this work is that man is created a self-developing organism, and can reach a higher level of being by right knowledge and work. This, perhaps, is the most central idea of all. Man is inferior to himself, as he is asleep in the world, and serving nature, i.e. the necessities of the great ray which uses man as part of organic life for its own purposes. Here people must study the origin of organic life as a side octave from the level of the sun. Man asleep, man mechanical, is used. But he is created not to be so used. If he makes an individual effort to awaken and separate from personality, but he must be helped by esoteric teaching. All this part requires long and deep thinking over many years. Now I will add one thing more. If essence could remember, or would cease, when essence is reborn in recurrence, it chooses the same situation, the same part of time, and everything will be the same, if it has not grown. All development in the work senses the development of essence, and this always remembers. Of course, collective war can scarcely make people remember, because collective war is a manifestation of personality. State war is obviously a manifestation of a collective personality. However, some people in their war experiences may remember. All people who are killed in this war are being born again in the past, and some may remember next time. This means that in recurrence people may remember, and so change the future, that when they come to 1938, say, they will remember. But if they have fought spuriously, if they have never deeply thought about what they are doing, and understood it, they will do it all over again. All progress in humanity depends on those who remember, those who, recurring again in the past, remember what happened before in the future. Birdlip, October 7, 1944 valuation of the work. On one occasion G spoke about the importance of being good merchants. He said, in so many words, many things are said about merchants in ancient sacred writings. For example, several things are said about merchants in the Gospels. You have to learn what it means to be good merchants. On another occasion, speaking of the work he was teaching, G said, I have good leather to sell for those who wish to make shoes. Practical common sense must enter into the work. For instance, if I do not value the work, practical common sense will tell me that I will begin to lose it. One easily loses what one does not value. A practical relation to the work is necessary, as G indicated in the above words, not a sentimental one. When I do not work, I find the work at an increasing distance from me. It is not surprising that this should be so. It is a practical question. When I work, I get something from the work sooner or later, and when I do not work, I do not get anything from the work. This is a practical relation of things, and, as a good merchant, I should be capable of seeing how the matter stands, and what to expect. If I put nothing into the bank, I will soon be overdrawn. But remember that in the case of the work, as a bank it pays good interest. It gives back considerably more than you put in. This idea is often spoken of in the New Testament, and elsewhere. For example, in the Sermon on the Mount, the words occur, give, and it shall be given unto you, good measure, pressed down, shaken together, running over. Luke vi 38. Let us take the saying of G, that he has leather to sell for those who wish to make shoes. Two stages are shown. First, one must buy the leather, and second, one must make it into shoes for oneself. What does this buying of leather mean? No one will buy leather if he does not value it. Later on, the question continually arises as to how one values the work. What one started with becomes useless. What is the quality of one's evaluation of it at this moment? On this depends the capacity of eventually making shoes. However, for a long time one's valuation of the work is inevitably mixed up with all sorts of other ordinary valuations in life, and has to lie side by side with them. Afterwards a separation begins. The inner taste is developed to the point of discriminating internally between one's different kinds of valuing. Valuing has really to do with what one loves. Now, for a long time, we love through ourselves as reflected in others. Love is a difficult word, used in many senses, on many scales, and usually absurdly. The central idea of the work is that there is an other order above us. If one disbelieves this, then the work remains as something on the same scale as life and its interests. In life, we do things from a certain side difficult to define. On this subject Mr. Ouspensky once spoke in private. Someone said, self-love. He was not satisfied with this definition. Others said, self-admiration, self-merit, and so on. Someone suggested self-liking. Mr. Ouspensky seemed more inclined to this word, and said, yes, something like that. One has to see it acting, however, apart from words. If one does this work only from self-liking, one's valuation of the work is mixed up with this factor. The work is not a higher order yet, not something beyond oneself. It rests actually on one's self-esteem. Naturally, if the self-esteem, the self-liking, is offended, the work fades, and becomes a remote thing. This difficulty belongs to everyone. A man or a woman, people like ourselves, through self-admiration, or self-liking, really love themselves in preference to others, and under the influence of this form of love despise others in comparison with themselves. It is not difficult to observe this point or level in oneself. In that situation or at that level of being, we are liable to dislike or even hate those who do not pay us proper attention, and in some way respect or honor us and our viewpoints and behavior, and do not to some extent praise or approve what we do or say. So we feel a desire for revenge, for retaliation, or even cruelty, if this form of love is not satisfied. We may love very much all those who pay us sufficient homage in one way or another, that is, our love is connected with an expansion of our self-love. It is rarely independent of it. From this basis we usually start in this work. So we take the work as an expansion of ourselves that feeds the self-merit. This, I have already said, is inevitable at first. Its presence can be seen by self-observation and reflection. The work then is not really something bigger than oneself, but something that under favorable circumstances makes one feel bigger. But this is a usual course, an experience, that one must have until some feeling makes one face it, and see on what basis one values the work. One asks oneself, what is the quality of my valuation? Where do I put the work in myself? Is my valuation of myself far greater than my valuation of the work? The first step is to realize that it is, and not pretend. Now a change in the quality of the love always represents a change in the level of being. One can be taught all things, but unless the level of being is raised, it leads to nothing. This is the greatest problem of esoteric or conscious teaching, whose aim is to raise men from barbarism. Barbarism increasingly threatens us today in this age, when knowledge is taken as the goal, and not change in the level of being. Knowledge and being must grow together to produce understanding. Now self-liking, self-love, self-admiration, self-merit, vanity, and so on, if they take the first place, indicate a level of being from which the work cannot develop later on. One must love the work, not oneself only. There is a certain insight possible whereby one sees, in a glimpse, the size of oneself in respect of the size of the work. However, this insight comes long before anything can be done about it. But it means that some eye or some eyes that wish to work have got free momentarily from the mass of eyes that live in the atmosphere of life interests, of self-praise, etc., and begin to feel other influences. It is like the difference between something thick, dark and heavy, and something freer and lighter, and having more light. One can then only be aware that one has not got the right kind of valuation. It is a feeling, uncritical in itself, comparable to realizing that one is dressed badly, or in some vulgar style. It means, of course, the attitude to the work is wrong. An attitude is what we are mentally dressed in, our mental clothes. One has to find how to dress the mind and feeling. One has to search for clothes of the right kind, and change them on the right occasions. The work cannot be a function of life, I mean, we cannot make our feeling of it depend on our daily personal successes or failures. It is certainly different in quality, and demands a different quality of love. I say love because I see little difference between love and valuation, when taken in a practical way. I say that valuation is love, and I say also that if you say you love a person, and do not value that person, it is not love. You must love the work to feel it, and to teach it. Peter is asked if he loves, and answers yes, and is told by Christ, feed my lambs. But he cannot, because his love is mixed with self-love too much. So he is told at last, feed my sheep. Peter does not possess the quality of love denoted by the word used when Christ asks him the question the first and second times. He understands love as a violent, jealous, easily hurt state, a self-love expanded. Then nothing penetrates to the essence and feeds it. So the third time in asking the question, Christ uses another word for love, the word used by Peter all through the passage. Christ has been speaking of conscious love, that has no opposite. Here is something marvelous for us to think about: the quality, the valuation of our love. Everything starts, and everything depends on this groundwork, which must change, and so change us, otherwise one crystallizes out at a poor level. There is a valuation that feeds everything young and fresh in us, and is capable of infinite varieties of understanding and growth, compared with lambs. That cannot be anything heavy, sheep-like. It cannot be something tedious. Nor can it be connected with any ingrained insincerity of mind. One can take pleasure in the existence of this work. One can take interest in its teaching, and in reflection on what it says about man, and his life on this planet. These are necessary forms of valuation. But they do not conflict with the self-love, so they do not make the work emotionally strong enough. You must, said G, be capable of being turned and twisted in every direction in this work, and keep your direction. This means, of course, that your valuation of the work, your attitude to it, your love of it, is stronger than all the manifestations of the self-love. Nothing that can happen to you can break you. The work is then another being in you, another body. But this being, this body, cannot be formed from the self-love. This is the point. For a long time all that can be done is to notice oneself in all these connections of which I have spoken above. Birdlip, October 14, 1944. Self-observation and self-remembering. Part I. A person's understanding of the work is relative to his level of being. He may know the ideas of the work. But knowledge does not give understanding. To know is not to understand. The knowledge of this work is of a kind that can act on being, and, as a result, give rise to understanding. Understanding is not knowledge, and understanding is not being. Knowledge and being together, in conjunction, give understanding. If my being is such that it wills what I know, the result will eventually be increasing understanding. If it does not will what I know, I will have knowledge only. But if some eyes wish to follow the knowledge of this work, their will to do it will pass into understanding on a small scale compared with what would happen if the whole being were to act as one and will as one, to apply the knowledge of the work, and live what it says. That would be real will, which is beyond us. So we have to start where we are, with all our separate and conflicting wills, and maintain an inner steadfastness amidst the confusions that take place in our mixed being. That is, we must value the work, and keep work eyes in us alive, and protect them from all kinds of crude, rough or cynical or negative eyes. Of course, unless there were this struggle, there would be no work. To work means to work, and work means effort. Work is the effort to connect one's knowledge of the work with one's being, that is, the effort to bring what one knows into relation with what one is. For this, self-observation is obviously necessary in order to notice what one is. And again, for this, knowledge is necessary, to show what to observe. This is a plain and logical sequence, namely, that to know what one is one must observe oneself, and in order to know what to observe one must have knowledge. But the work teaches a knowledge not only of what we have to observe as, for example, negative states, but what we must do as, for example, practice non-identifying with ourselves and especially with false personality. But all this teaching is in view of the supreme idea of the work, and indeed of all esotericism, in the past, i.e., that there is a higher level of consciousness possible for man, that he can reach if he cleans his machine, and gets rid of many useless things that complicate his life, and keep him in a state of sleep. And here comes in the most important instruction given. Not only must a man know and observe, but he must remember himself. And he must do this because only in that state of consciousness called the state of self-remembering can influences reach him, that can act on his being, for without help a man can do practically nothing, or will only effect one thing at the expense of another. Now eyes that wish to work and connect the knowledge of the work with their lives, and feel unhappy if they do not, and dull if they do not keep awake, these eyes change in their understanding. They must be fed so that they can see things in a new way. That is, one has to rethink, revisit, reinterpret the ideas. Merely to know one must observe or self-remember is nothing. The matter must be gone over again and again. One must return to first principles again and again. So the fresh discussion of what has been discussed more than once is something absolutely necessary. A question was asked at the last meeting held here, as to self-observation and self-remembering. This is the question. As I understand it, there is a difference in quality between the state of self-remembering and an act of self-remembering, and many degrees of, or levels of, quality between acts of self-remembering, yet the least of these is greater than, i.e., on a level above the fullest self-observation. There can be no progress unless and until a man remembers himself. All work on himself below that level is preparatory to progress towards consciousness. Further, a man can protect himself psychologically only by self-remembering. How can one evaluate, and through evaluation increase the power to value, not for what it can give, but for what it is? The state of self-remembering. I will begin by speaking in a general way about self-observation and self-remembering. The observation of oneself is not the same thing as remembering oneself. On one occasion G, speaking of self-remembering, said, "Which self do you wish to remember?" This gives one clue to the meaning of remembering oneself. On another occasion he said that man is subnormal, because he is not conscious at the place of incoming impressions. At this point, he said, where external impressions enter, it is necessary to create something. Let us now pass to the idea of self-observation, and return later to the question of self-remembering. I was once asked by someone this question: I do not understand what the work means when it says that we do not observe ourselves. I have always observed myself. No doubt, it is true to say that a person to a certain extent observes himself. People look into a mirror, and this mirror is constructed from what they have been taught, that is, what they have acquired by their upbringing, as to right behavior, correct manners, the right things to wear, the right things to say, the right people to know. This acquired part of us is the personality, and the formation of the personality in everybody is a question of the period, the environment in which one is born, school influences, the fashion of the day, the nation to which one belongs, and the standards which it sets. Into this mirror everybody gazes, and indeed it is not only psychological, but it is also the actual literal mirror. But this mirror is not the same mirror as the work teaches us to gaze into. The work mirror is something quite different. It has, so to speak, nothing to do with whether you eat peas with a knife, or put your elbows on the table, or wear the right tie, or use the right lipstick, or know the right people. The work mirror refers to a quite different kind of self-observation. Through the work mirror it is possible to begin to see what one really is apart from what one appears to be and pretends to be. However, at first the work mirror may be all wrong. That always arises when we do not see what the work is about and when magnetic center is weak. We still look at ourselves from the life mirror and try to connect our acquired virtues that we appreciate through our self-love with the work mirror. Some of you have reflected on the knowledge this work teaches from which we have to observe ourselves. If so, you will probably have felt that it seems to teach something that is remote from the life we are leading. For example, what connection is there with our ordinary life when we are told to observe the work of centers, to observe three distinct persons in us, and then to observe many different I's in us, to observe our state of sleep, to observe internal considering, and the making of accounts against others, to observe negative emotions, to observe identifying, to observe our ignorance, to observe the level of our being, to observe how we never remember ourselves, and so on. It all seems remote, difficult to grasp, yet, from all these ideas the real work mirror is formed. No one can look into this work mirror unless he or she has acquired knowledge of what this work is about, and loves it. The work teaches us from what points of view we must observe ourselves. It picks out certain things that we have to notice in ourselves. Imagine being told to go into an enormous store, and being told merely to observe it. You would not know what to observe. But supposing you are told to go into this store, and observe a few special things only, then you will know what you have to take notice of. It is this that the work teaches. The work teaches how to approach yourself, through self-observation, what to notice and what to work against. In this respect it gives very definite directions which, however difficult they may be to follow, are yet very definite. If you love the work, that is, if you value it, then you will be able to assimilate the knowledge that it teaches, according to your level. If you assimilate, even to a small extent, the knowledge that it teaches, you will begin to possess a mirror in which to look at yourself. For a long time we have poor mirrors that distort things. After a time, we may realize that we have wrong attitude to the work. But it is exactly this realization that can give you a new mirror. Then you begin to see yourself better, you begin to see how you have treated the work so far. Now I will repeat again that self-observation, without definite knowledge as to what to observe, will lead nowhere in the work. Ordinary, mechanical self-observation may lead you into social life, but this is not the same thing. The mirror of social life is one thing, and into this all people gaze. The work says nothing against this, but it speaks of another mirror having another quality. The ancient inscription on the Greek temple, "Know thyself," is by itself quite ineffective. How can you know yourself? People all think they know themselves already, but the work teaches that we have to know ourselves in a new way and from certain angles, and the object of this particular kind of knowing of oneself is to make it possible to separate from a number of useless things that go on in us, so that we can begin to touch influences coming from a higher level that will give us thoughts and feelings and understanding that we have a right to have, but with which we have lost contact owing to our state of sleep. All esoteric teaching is about awakening to far finer influences, yes, here down on this earth. Mr. Ouspensky once said, "Here now on this earth you can be under different laws, different influences, and know and understand what they mean, provided you work on yourself." I remember when Mr. Ouspensky said this, many people were astonished, because they thought that being in a better state meant being in a better world, that no doubt they might reach after death. As you all know, the general idea taught in the Gospels that one must die to be reborn is taken to mean physical death, and being born into some other world called heaven. The work and the Gospels teach, however, that if we can reach higher influences that are already playing on us now, we will be in a different state of understanding. For example, the work says that we will no longer be under the law of accident, and negative emotions especially put us under the law of accident. However, this belongs to another talk. To continue, the whole work is about putting our ordinary centers into a right state so that they can transmit intelligently the influences of higher centers which exist in us fully formed, and are continually at work, but to which we cannot respond. Why, asks someone, is this so? Because, Mr. O said, we are continually identified with 1,001 useless things both in life and in ourselves. Mr. O always especially emphasized the importance of working on the negative part of emotional center. He said on one occasion in so many words, we identify with our negative emotions more than with anything else. It seems as if we felt we had the right to be negative, whereas I teach you the very reverse, i.e., that we have a right not to be negative. When we are negative, it is as if we had the blood vessel cut, pouring out our blood. As long as the negative part of our emotional center, which we were not born with but have acquired from others, is allowed to exist unchallenged, so long is it impossible for our emotional center to feel the influences of the higher emotional center. For this reason, the observation of our negative states and the separation from them is one of the most important signs of practical work. The transformation of negative emotion belongs to the second conscious shack, and here the whole work comes in, and the whole evaluation of it. You may be negative, but you must feel that it is not you that is negative but it. This is the beginning of inner separation, of not identifying with negative states, of not identifying with oneself. To resume what we were speaking about, you can understand that to be taught the knowledge that you are taught in this work about negative emotions is one thing, but as mere knowledge it is useless. It remains theoretical only in the memory. You have to apply the knowledge to yourself, and this is only possible through observing yourself. Unless you connect the knowledge of this work with self-observation, nothing can happen to you. The work will remain purely theoretical, and not practical. The function of self-observation, therefore, is something that can be understood quite logically. Its object is clear. However, at first self-observation is very crude, very irregular, and mixed up with life observation of oneself, that is, the work mirror is mixed up with the life mirror, and this is inevitable. In fact, for a long time, the work mirror is little else than the life mirror. It is, as it were, connected with the neutralizing force of life, and not the neutralizing force of the work, which latter force comes from an entirely different source. As the evaluation of the work deepens, the two mirrors become separated, and in that case, where you may derive a great deal of flattery and self-delight from the one mirror, you do not see the same image in the other, and this causes inner trouble. Yet I say the two mirrors are not antagonistic. They reflect different aspects of oneself. In the fourth way, which is this work, we have to be both in the work and in life, and the fourth way does not make a contradiction between life and work. Some sides belong to life and others to the work. It is more like making a right arrangement of the different eyes, and putting them in their right place, and having the strength not to see merely opposites. It is the distinction of eyes by inner taste. We need both the work and life, and from both we can get force. It is like two rooms, quite distinct, and yet opening into one another, both being part of the same house of oneself. No one is told in this work to cut himself off from life, to go into a monastery, or into the desert. And yet the two are entirely different, and their force comes from two different sides altogether. G. once said in so many words, "Everything this work teaches you will help your life, and help you to attain your life aim." Just imagine the man in the work, who could pass into the affairs of life, and through inner work had learned not to identify. You can understand that such a man might attain some aim in life far more easily than a mechanical negative man. But in order to do so he would continually have to feel the work to such an extent that his evaluation of the work was far more intense and real to him than anything he valued or attained in life. Now we identify through the unobserved petty feelings of ourselves which cause us to make endless internal accounts, and build up endless negative systems. In us these negative systems, once formed, are very difficult to deal with. On this level we do everything in a pseudo way, from our self-love, our self-liking, to advance ourselves in some way, to merit praise, and so we are very easily hurt and dejected. Remove this stimulus and we scarcely exist, and may seem to have no objective. This is being a machine. All this basis of self-feeling does not lead far in the work eventually. It is only vanquished by a sense of something greater than ourselves. This brings us to the question of self-remembering, which is so much emphasized in this work as the constantly necessary accompaniment to self-observation. "A man," said G., "should always remember himself, but, as he is, he has not the force, and even cannot remember, that he has to remember himself." On another occasion Mr. O said at the beginning of his teaching in London, when people were continually badgering him with questions as to what they should do, whether they should smoke or not, eat or not, and so on, the most important thing is to remember yourself. You can do what you like so long as you remember yourself. This sounded very strange to many of us. It seemed to mean that you could do anything you liked, yes, as long as you remembered yourself. Supposing you give way to your appetites, and become identified, say, with your food, and then tell yourself that you are allowed to do anything the work says so, but does it say it like that? It says you can do anything you like as long as you remember yourself. And it is obvious enough that if you're identified with your food you are not remembering yourself. Self-remembering puts us into a different state of consciousness. In that state of consciousness you cannot do certain things without going to sleep at once, and you can see it happening, that is, you can see yourself becoming identified. Or, to put the matter differently, if you do certain things and remember yourself at the same time, you will do them in quite a different way. When you begin to understand the subtlety of this remark, you can do what you like as long as you remember yourself, you will see that it really means that you cannot do what you like, at least in the ordinary way that you do it. One form of self-remembering is feeling the sense of I doing this or I saying this. If when you are angry, and speaking internally, or externally in a bad way, you feel the sense of I saying this, it will completely change the situation. You realize that it is saying it your machine. Now let us once more go through the things said about self-remembering. Let us say to ourselves, I am not me. It will be best if I take my own case. Suppose I can't say, I am not Nicoll and Nicoll is not me, or say, that Mr. Bush says to himself, I am not Bush and Bush is not me, or Mr. Taylor says, I am not Taylor and Taylor is not me. If we can't say this to ourselves rightly, it will give us a very strange feeling as to who we are. Certainly this feeling is connected with a sense of the dissolving of one's personality. Yet, as you know, this is one of the objects of this work, expressed in the great formulation that personality must be made passive so that the real part of one, the essence, can grow. But it can only be through a long gradual process of insight. I remember Mr. O saying to me, "Why don't you say sometimes, 'What is Nicoll up to?'" Now supposing I could always say to myself, "What is Nicoll up to?" and Mr. Bush could say, "What is Bush up to?" and Mr. Taylor, "What is Taylor up to?" and all of you could say correspondingly the same thing in some real way occasionally, it would mean then that there was some degree of inner separation, some awareness that one is not the same as one's acquired personality, with all its acquired prides and buffers, this artificial figure that life has built up, and that one takes as oneself, not knowing any better. Such a feeling, such an inner sense, is the beginning of self-remembering. When I try to remember myself, I do not remember Nicoll. I do not wish to remember Nicoll, but of course he is always there. But if I have no feeling that I am not Nicoll, although actually I am a slave to Nicoll, when I remember myself I will simply remember Nicoll. Of course, Nicoll will always remember Nicoll mechanically, and certainly Nicoll is satisfied with Nicoll, and no doubt regards him as a marvelous person. In that case, self-remembering would only increase one's self-satisfaction, that is, it would enhance personality. But this is not self-remembering, or, let us say, it is remembering the wrong self. It is not a conscious act but a mechanical act. Do you notice how you always justify yourselves? It is not a reaching up to something else, but an intensifying and justifying of what one is already. So it cannot lead to a change in the level of being. It has nothing to do with self-remembering in the work sense. It usually means there is not real self-observation, that is, self-observation done through the mirror of the work. The work has not yet begun to break up the personality. One is simply taking the work from the personality as something added to one's own merits, like a medal. Of course this is not the work. The work cannot start from the fullness of the personality. The work can only start when you realize you are not what you thought, not what you pretend to be. You have only to read the Sermon on the Mount to see what is meant. When the work really strikes home, this house of cards that one takes as oneself begins to fall to bits. Do you know the work speaks about the necessity of coming to the point where one realizes one's own utter nothingness. This, however, is mercifully delayed, and it is not something you can artificially realize. You cannot pretend to be nothing. It is very painful to see a person pretending that he or she is nothing. Now self-remembering is connected with all this. To remember yourself simply, as you are now, is not self-remembering. Self-remembering comes down from above, and full self-remembering is a state of consciousness, in which the personality and all its pretenses almost cease to exist, and you are, so to speak, nobody, and yet the fullness of this state, which is really bliss, makes you, for the first time, somebody. Birdlip, October 21, 1944. Self-observation and self-remembering, Part I. In this second paper we come to answering the question that was quoted in the last paper. I will repeat the first part of this question. As I understand it, there is a difference in quality between the state of self-remembering and an act of self-remembering, and many degrees of, or levels of, equality between acts of self-remembering, yet the least of these is greater than, i.e., on a level above the fullest self-observation. The act of self-remembering is a conscious effort made in order to remember oneself. The state of self-remembering is the result of the act, and the quality of the state of self-remembering depends on the quality of the act, i.e., the quality of the effort made to remember oneself. Let us try to illustrate this in an easy way. The act of taking my guitar and striking notes on it is different from the state of being able to play music on it. However, I will have to make an effort to take the guitar and play on it before I can reach the state of being able to play music. Again, if I want to behave better, or have better manners, the act of trying to is not the same as being in the state of having better behavior or manners. If I make right effort, I may reach the state that I wish to attain, and the result will be according to the quality of my effort. The act of trying to remember myself is to endeavor by trial and failure to reach some new state of oneself called the state of self-remembering. If already I know how to reach this state, then the act or effort that I make will put me into this state. But I cannot expect at first by performing the act of self-remembering to reach the state. It will only be by long work, by innumerable acts, that I gain any success in reaching the state that I aim at reaching. Now let us take the second parts of the question, in which it is said, there can be no progress unless and until a man remembers himself. I think that it would be best to say here that unless a man can lift himself up by self-remembering he does not receive help, and that unless a man receives help he cannot reach a different level of being. But at the same time, unless he prepares himself by means of self-observation, and trying to separate from what the work teaches our wrong functions, he cannot receive the influences coming from higher centers. Man has to prepare his lower centers, so that they can hear the voices of higher centers which are always speaking to us, and always trying to change us, but which we cannot hear. I do not mean that the higher centers are trying to change us exactly, because they are neutral, not violent or accusatory. You feel the absence of higher centers and the general feeling of uncomfortableness, as if you had forgotten something you once knew. Unless lower centers can begin to hear higher centers, there is no possibility of getting help for evolution. 534. Remember, man is created a self-developing organism, but he must receive help from esoteric teaching in order to evolve. He is disconnected from real I, which belongs to higher centers, and can transmit their meaning. Real I understands the language of higher centers, but false I does not. Real I is what you are, and why you exist, or, rather, why you exist is to come into contact with real I. In one of the esoteric writings of India it is said, if a man fails to reach God he is continually reborn into existence. And so he goes round and round in the whole cycle of possible births, until he understands why he exists. Since everyone has real I in them, but at a higher, that is, a deeper level than that from which they ordinarily live, and think, and feel, everyone is created with the possibility of making contact with this real I, of which they are nothing but a foolish reflection or imitation. Everyone has an eternal center of gravity, but, being swayed by the senses, by the feeling that they are nothing but their bodies, and by the impact of impressions coming from external life, they get far away from this center of gravity. Self-remembering is the beginning of the attempt to bring us back into ourselves and so into our real center of gravity. That is why a very external person, who is simply governed by the effect he, or she makes on other people has a very great difficulty in understanding what self-remembering means, and indeed what this work means. On one occasion she said, "Behind real I lies God." But the beginning of all this way back to our real origin starts with observing I. This means of course that it starts with the work itself. For observing I must know about what to observe and do it from what the work teaches. If you have a wrong mirror, a wrong observing I, some social I, it is not in the work sense observing I, but if you can establish in yourself a point of observation from what you understand of what the work teaches you to observe, you are on the first rung of the ladder. That reaches ultimately to real I. People think it is easy to establish observing I in this real work sense. I would say it is a very difficult matter, and requires a long struggle, a great deal of inner sincerity, and a great deal of failure. When this observing I is established, it collects other eyes round it that wish to work, that wish to understand better, that wish to find the secret of one's existence. Everyone really has a secret feeling about themselves, but they do not put it into operation. They do not know what to do, and so it simply becomes a source of negative emotion. When deputies to herd is formed, it may attract to herd, and finally real I. But these are words of very great density of meaning. To understand anything of this ladder of the work takes a very long time, and very deep reflection. For example, it needs a great deal of thinking what the work is about, and rethinking about it, and seeing the state of one's being and re-seeing it. It requires a great deal of inner realization. It requires continual access of valuation, continual renewing of valuation, a continual re-understanding of what one understands, a seeing of where one is, and what one is. And in this connection I might say that all of you, who are following the path of the work, and have long ago understood that it is not something on the blackboard, will find that even the simplest sayings of the work transform themselves into deeper and deeper meanings. You will find, in short, that this work, and all its brief formulations, could only come from a source that knows and understands far more than we do. Now, as regards the passage and the question we are discussing, yet the least of these acts of self-remembering is greater than, i.e., on a level above the fullest self-observation. I find some difficulty in answering it. It means, to begin with, that an act of self-remembering is greater than an act of self-observation. I would say, to begin with, that speaking of fullest self-observation is beside the point. Full self-observation could only come with an enormous increase of consciousness, and in that sense would be the same as that increased consciousness of the state of self-remembering, self-awareness, self-consciousness. To be fully aware of oneself would correspond to the third state of consciousness. An act of self-remembering for us, as we are, is a very weak thing. An act of self-observation may be more distinct. The two are not on the same level, but a state of full self-observation would belong to the level above us. But how could we at our level of consciousness expect to observe everything fully in ourselves? How could we, for example, fully observe the whole of our lives, altogether? Or indeed, how could we observe at our level of consciousness all that is going on in every part of a center? Do you know there are many stories of people who, when partially drowned, remember the whole of their lives? I think these stories are probably quite true. I believe that at the point of death a man may pass into a different state of consciousness. In the terms of this work we would call this the third state of consciousness, i.e. the state of self-remembering, self-consciousness, or self-awareness. Then, no doubt, a man would have full observation of himself, yes, and full observation of himself in a way he never dreamed of. But, as we are, self-observation is a very small thing, but quite essential, like carrying a tiny light through a big dark house, and seeing one thing after another. After a time, memory, that is, work memory or memory created through conscious effort and self-observation, may connect together all these separate small illuminations into something bigger. This means that a man begins to take photographs of himself, that is, he begins to observe himself over a period of time, altogether. From this moment he can begin to catch a glimpse of his chief feature. He can begin to see strands running through his life. He begins to see patterns in the carpet of his life. Do you notice that in the three definitions of the third state of consciousness the term self-awareness connects with full self-observation? I find this part of the question difficult to answer because it assumes that full observation is a possibility at our level of consciousness. If a man at his present level of consciousness had a moment of full observation, he would probably go mad, because it would mean that he saw all the inner contradictions in himself. To reach such an insight requires long work, and the work will never allow a person to see more than he can stand. I think we all make a mistake in thinking we can attain a higher degree of consciousness just in a moment. Consider how long it took you to learn to read or write. One hears the work for a long time, just as a child sees his letters for a long time, but it takes many years before it can speak or write. A curious thing here, if I may add, is that suddenly a child finds it can read, and just in the same way in the work suddenly you find you understand something you have heard time after time. This means you are ready for it, you have earned it. Now to take the last part of the question, all work on himself below that level is preparatory to progress towards consciousness. Further, a man can protect himself psychologically only by self-remembering. I have no comment to make on this part of the question, but it requires to be understood. The phrasing is right. To be protected psychologically from the external scene of life, one must remember oneself. This means that one must find something to take the place of identifying with all that goes on in life. If you take life as the whole business, and think you are nothing but your body, you will not be able to remember yourself. If you think your eyes see, and not that something sees through them, you will not be able to remember yourself. If you think that everything you do, and feel, and think belongs to your body, you will not be able to remember yourself. You will then be like religious people who think that heaven is something above and hell something below them, and do not understand that heaven and hell are in them in themselves. You take as reality the messages coming from the external senses, and no doubt you will think that real I is something that exists far away in the visible stars. You will not understand that it exists in you at a deeper level of your understanding, and that you can only reach it by understanding all that this work says about separating yourself from wrong activities going on mechanically every day, that keep you glued to the most external, most superficial side of yourself, that side that is governed by everything that happens to you outside, that side that depends for its well-being on how people behave towards you. And this is inevitable as long as you have no inner behavior that you are following. The work is about this inner behavior which gives you a center of gravity independent of external things. But, I repeat, if you think you are the same as your body, and that your eyes see, and your ears hear, and if you have no sense that it is you who see through your eyes, and you who hear through your ears, and that there is something different in you from your physical senses, and, in fact, something higher than you, will not be able to remember yourself. If you are a natural man, a man who believes only in the reality that the senses show him, who believes that the natural world, with all its events, is the cause of everything, you will never be able to remember yourself. Nor will you be able to understand the ray of creation, nor the side octave from the sun. You will never be able to understand that influences are acting on this earth coming from a higher level, and acting on yourself as well, and that you receive these influences according to the quality of your being. Birdblip, October 28, 1944. Man. As an experiment, I would like to talk to you tonight on one or two of the general explanations that the work gives concerning our existence on the earth. As many of you have heard already, this work teaches that man is an experiment on this earth, an experiment in self-evolution. The work also says that many similar experiments have been made and proved to be failures, and that it is quite possible that man may be found to be a failure, in which case he will be made very small and insignificant like the ants. As you know, the ants obviously began to tamper with themselves and, following some kind of scientific logic, sacrificed everything that might make them individual, even their wings and their sex, and became subject to a purely state organization, and apparently organized themselves for a kind of continual military service, for it is obvious that they attack each other mercilessly, and are completely ruthless. On one occasion Mr. O, on being asked what were the best conditions of life, said that the best conditions prevailed when esoteric teaching could reach people. All esoteric teaching, he said, in so many words, has, as a basis, the idea that man can undergo a change that is already possible for him, and that is, as it were, arranged for. Man is a far more complex organism, and is necessary for merely living in this world. He has far more in him than is necessary for ordinary life. He can become an individual, which is the real meaning of his existence. But in that respect he is an experiment of the solar laboratory, and may prove a failure. You must all try to understand what it means that man is made a self-developing organism. It does not mean, for example, that man is ready-made, but that he must find himself, find the path in himself to follow, and for this reason teaching is always sown into the world and given in various ways and outer forms, to show him what he has to do to recreate himself, to evolve up to himself. In regard to these words of Mr. O, I think you will all agree that the general tendency today is to disregard the individual, and to bring all human life under vast collective schemes of social security, and so on. This turns man more and more into a state-dependent, a state-controlled person, and indeed makes him less free in the name of liberty. As such, he becomes a being who is told what to do and think, and sees the goal of humanity only in the future of time, lying in some increasing mass amalgamation and general uniformity spreading over the whole surface of the earth. Everything will then be the same, and no doubt nature will be conquered, as they say. But this teaching says that it will be the beginning of the end, and that another experiment will be made. And we must remember that nature means many things in this teaching. Many influences act upon the earth coming from 6 different levels of the ray of creation, apart from the 3 forces belonging to the earth itself, which keep their own balance. To conquer nature, then, is not so easy, but unfortunately many lunatics exist today in science and politics. Lunatics, in the sense of the work definitions concerning householder, lunatic, tramp and hasnamus. We have already seen many hasnamus men coming into power in this century, men whose well-being depends on the ill-being of others. This combination of hasnamus and lunatic does not augur well. Part I. Socrates says somewhere that man is glued to his senses, and for this reason loses contact with himself. Man has lost his way. His soul has become immersed in outer things, in possessions and power. The soul must turn around to find its right direction, and so restore to man the realities and meanings he has lost. The soul is an organ that relates man to influences at a higher level of intensity, and the influences of the world. Socrates says, when the soul returning unto itself reflects, it goes straight to what is pure, everlasting and immortal, and like unto itself, and being related to this cleaves unto it, when the soul is alone, and is not hindered. And then the soul rests from its mistakes, and is like unto itself, even as the Eternal is with whom the soul is now in touch. This state of the soul is called wisdom. Now all this reminds us of the teaching of the work. We speak little of soul, but the work says essence has come down from a very high order, in the ray of creation, and passed down to the level of the earth, where it must become surrounded by personality. Then, for those who remember something, that is, for those who have magnetic center, a way back begins by working against personality, and making it gradually passive, so that essence can grow. Through the growth of essence a man reaches individuality, real I, and at the same time becomes conscious at another level of influences. Let us reflect on the idea that we are experiments. Once grasped a little, it alters a little our relation to ourselves and our lives. Say to yourself, I am an experiment. If you say this rightly, in the right place in yourself, you will notice the meaning of the sentence strikes against something resistant, something that will not believe it, that perhaps even wants to kick and scream rather than accept this viewpoint. Perhaps you have already noticed this thing in relation to other ideas of the work, how it is totally disinterested, and hates to listen to them, and wishes to go on as it is, all dressed up, so to speak. However, we are experiments. And Mr. Ouspensky added on one occasion, we are experiments of very little importance. This earth is very small, and we are still smaller. Note to you, by the way, notice here this thing in you. Such an idea is scarcely acceptable to it. The curious thing is that the more one catches glimpses of the truth of the ideas, the stronger one becomes. Why? Because this thing that wishes to close its ears and scream is just what makes us weak. Now we are told to remember ourselves. Actually we were created with this power, but fell asleep. So now we have first to get back this consciousness. Let us revert to the phrase above, man is glued to his senses. Suppose you look round you and think of where you are. You say, I am here in this place. But that is not where you are from the work point of view. Where you are from the angle of the work is the state you are in at this moment. You are all in this room, but not all in the same state. Now to see state in oneself, it is no good being glued to the senses. Most people only believe in the realities of the senses. But one's state is a far more real thing. In an ancient Indian text a conversation is reported between the pupil and Death. Death is explaining how man comes to die. Death said, God made sense turn outward, man therefore looks outward, not into himself. Sometimes a daring man has looked round, and found himself. Then he is immortal. Now the realization that one is not in space, but in state only comes by means of working on oneself. How can you work on yourself if you never look round, and notice your state, that is, notice where you really are inside? Here is the beginning of the experiment to separate from useless states, and to remember oneself. This is what man, as an experiment, has to do. Otherwise he fails. Birdlip, November 4, 1944. Commentary on second force in oneself. Some questions were asked recently about what second force in oneself means. I will extract what one person wrote. When you first spoke of second force in oneself, I could not connect it with anything definite, but suddenly the idea presented itself to me that one form of it was something I knew very well, but had not called by that name. Personal example given here. I was also wondering if the following examples might describe triads. If we could be more conscious in three forces, we expect things to go right for us equals first force. They don't, and we resist this, and do not accept it equals second force. We could see what life is really like, use events as a field for work, and make life our teacher, third force. Or again, the idea of a person, as one wants them to be equals first force. Their actions and our dislike of them equals second force. We could allow them to be themselves, and see the relation from a work point of view equals third force. I think this kind of second force takes many forms such as self-pity, dislike, irritation, etc., and all arise from the same attitude. In comment on the above observations, I would say that the examples are examples of change in second force by the force of the ideas of the work by increased consciousness. The third force of the work is different from life, and alters life triads. Bringing in the work into the situation consciously changes both first and second force, namely, you realize by observation that you expect life to be right for you, and see it as a mechanical habit, and also see what life is like. Here the work is acting on you. Otherwise you probably are merely unhappy because things go as they do, and have nothing added from the work in your way of taking things. That is, you react mechanically, and have no conception that you might react differently. You do not grasp what the work is about, namely, change in yourself. Let us make some commentaries on second force in oneself. It is different, of course, from second force in external life. For a person in prison who only wants to escape, the actual bars and jailers are second force, what opposes his wish. But if he might escape, but is afraid to run the risk, second force is also connected with his fear, and so is in him, not outside him. Second force depends on first force. People want to be happy. We have much in us that makes us miserable. Second force is then in us. However, we may remain ignorant of this all our lifetime, and attribute everything to chance and circumstance. One then sees nothing to work on. This is a naive state, a very ordinary state. I said, the nature of second force depends on first force. We are going to speak mainly of these two forces. Why does second force depend on first force? People think second force is a definite unchanging thing, like a bit of rock. On the contrary, second force is changing all the time, and passing into different things, and yet is always being second force. What does this mean? By definition, everything can conduct first, second, or third force. When a thing is conducting second force, it is called an oxygen. When it is conducting first force, it is called a carbon. When you greedily eye something, it is conducting first force for you. For another person who sees it as an impediment, it is conducting second force. These three forces are always playing through everything, changing places, altering the values of things, now, in daily life, and on a larger scale, at different stages of one's life. Imagine the three forces as beams of red, yellow and blue light, then say what the red beam falls on is first force, what the yellow light falls on is second force, and so on. But the beams can shift, and do so continually, so what is attractive becomes the reverse, and vice versa. It is not the thing or the event, but the force it conducts for you at the moment, that matters. Love makes us see a thing in one way, hate makes us see it in another way. It is the same thing, but it conducts different forces at different times. This, you may have noticed, is confusing and a great nuisance as long as we live solely under the law of the pendulum. After a time one may shift oneself in consciousness more towards the center, and not identify with extremes so much. This means becoming conscious in one force. We really do not know what we want, that is, we are not conscious in first force, in us, yet it is acting in us, and creating its own second force all the time, although we do not see what is doing this. As was said, the nature of second force depends on first force. If we take what we want, desire, wish for, expect, hope for, as first force, then, whatever the nature of our wish, it will arouse a specific and definite second force that opposes the wish. Sometimes the second force appears at once, sometimes it appears after an interval. It necessarily appears, but not necessarily in the form that we might forecast, that is, we may see no connection. In fact, second force may appear without our understanding why it arises. Self-knowledge makes us see better. Since every first force arouses its related second force, we cannot study second force in ourselves unless we are more conscious of first force, which, as was said, may be acting all the time, without our seeing it. Always expecting to be different is wishing. It is a kind of continual, vague first force. It will summon a continual, vague second force which will appear as something lying in outer circumstances. But the second force is not in outer circumstances, but in oneself. You may find this difficult to believe, but when we have no self-knowledge, everything seems to be the fault of something outside. Our senses are turned outwards. We do not observe ourselves. These are fundamental ideas, and are constantly repeated to people. Recently, in a conversation about second force in ourselves, someone asked why outside things always seemed to prevent us from getting what we wanted. The person meant that it was difficult to see that second force was in oneself, preventing one from getting what one wished. Another person said that she had noticed that when outside things went well, she still had the feeling of dissatisfaction, which showed that second force was really in oneself. This is a good observation. Where is second force in myself? I do not see that I am stupid, ignorant, lazy, selfish, narrow, mean. I do not see my shallowness, that, say, I am slanderous, lying, incapable, and difficult. All this is second force in me. Once, when speaking about second force in ourselves, said that ignorance was a very common form of it. People always like to pretend that they knew things. They answer as if they knew things, when they really do not know, and this increases ignorance in them. Really, to think one is ignorant in respect of something is quite different from pretending to know it, and becoming confused if one is asked about it. If one becomes conscious of one's ignorance regarding something, it may create a wish to know about it. The situation is then quite different. Where there was formerly pretense and unawakened ignorance, there is now self-acknowledged ignorance, and a desire to change it. Now all forms of pretending constitute a first force which inevitably gives rise to certain forms of second force. The work says that one of the greatest evils is to pretend. A change in consciousness arises through self-observation, and the feeling of oneself changes, and with this there is less and less pretending, and more realization of what exists in oneself, and what is the state of one's being. All this changes first and second force in us. But this change is effected through the orientation of the work. What is the second force in us in regard to the wish to self-remember, to awaken? You see at once that the work tells us what are the forces that resist awakening. In us the whole work can be understood in this light. If I am very identified with some life ambition, this will be second force in me in regard to the work. It will put me to sleep. Now suppose we could do everything from the work. Nothing would change in what we were doing perhaps, but the inner relationship would change. In this respect it is very interesting to study the nature of second force in ourselves in relation to the three lines of the work. You can often see by self-observation that one I in yourself opposes another I, or one group of I's opposes another group of I's. When the opposing force gets the upper hand, it becomes first force. Some I's may, for instance, be talking wrongly, and other I's may see that this wrong talking would stop if you could remember yourself. Which group of I's is going to become first force? I said some time ago to you all that you should be very careful on getting up in the morning to work carefully on yourselves, and, in fact, before getting up, all sorts of unpleasant eyes may start talking about their troubles, and taking a certain view of the day, and if you listen to them you will be absorbing negative impressions, and so starting the day well poisoned. Remember that you need not take things as you do, and that this applies to the inner life as well as to your behavior in outer life. If you let yourselves take in numbers of negative impressions from your own thoughts and memories, you will increase second force in yourselves in connection with the first force of trying to awaken and live in the life of the work to some extent during the day. There are two lives that you can lead. After a time you begin to know what the other life means that you can lead in yourself, which the work can form in you, and you can distinguish it from the life of the ordinary affairs of the day. Eventually you should be living in both. They gradually should cease to be in opposition to each other. I repeat, to see second force in ourselves we must become conscious in first force. I remember many years ago someone telling me of a recurring dream. I dream, this person said, that I am sitting on a high throne. It seems as if an immense concourse of people surrounds me with heads bent. Suddenly the throne gives way and I feel I am falling, and I wake in fear. Here you can see, as it were, both first and second force at work in the person. The person had an intractable pride, but was not conscious of it. This seems to me a very bad arrangement of forces in oneself, and one that is likely to make life as difficult and disastrous as possible. Since the three forces exist in us, as in the whole universe, it is not surprising to find that checks exist in us that, for example, prevent us from realizing the idea contained in such a dream as this one quoted above. In this respect perhaps you will be reminded of a similar type of dream in the Old Testament, where a person of overweening ambition and vanity is described. This is the dream of Nebuchadnezzar, which he related to the prophet Daniel. He said, I saw, and behold, a tree in the midst of the earth, and the height thereof reached unto heaven, and the sight thereof to the end of all the earth. The leaves thereof were fair, and the fruit thereof much, and in it was meat for all. The beasts of the field had shadow under it, and the fowls of the heaven dwelt in the branches thereof, and all flesh was fed of it. The king goes on to relate how in his dream a watcher and a holy one came down from heaven, and ordered the tree to be cut down, leaving the stump of the roots in the grass, saying, "Let it be wet with the dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the beasts in the grass of the earth." This was to be done, so that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men. Daniel interpreted the dream as a sign that because of the king's overweening ambition, which was reaching up to heaven and to the end of the earth, he was to be cast down, until he recognized that all power on the earth was God's, to give to whom he would. What I wish to point out is simply that with the wrong first force the whole in her state may be rendered ineffective and even dangerous, that is, one has a very bad relationship to oneself. So it is the first force that one has to look at and observe, and gradually become conscious of. What do you want? Consider in this connection the ideas contained in the Sermon on the Mount, and the ideas in the Lord's Prayer. Birdlip, November 18, 1944. Introductory note: a commentary on the mind. Many things have been said about change of mind about Heta in the Gospels, so wrongly translated as repentance, which really means change of mind, and so much has been said about the work making us think in a new way. To those who do not understand how the work can make us think in a new way, I would say that I advise them to think what the work says. Do you see what I mean? What does it say? I would advise them to think about themselves and what the work says about ourselves, and what teaching the work gives about things with which we have to struggle and with what object. For a long time the work remains external, as something on the blackboard of the memory. But after a time a person may realize it is quite true that he or she is asleep, and has negative emotions, etc., or they may realize some other thing, some other idea, that the work teaches. The work asks us to think from itself, to have a work mind, a mind formed by the ideas of the work, to see things from what the work teaches about ourselves, others, and life. When the work becomes emotional, and ceases to be on the blackboard, you find yourself confronted by it. You find such questions as, have you spoken wrongly? Have you spent the day in internal considering? Have you remembered yourself? Are you identified? Have you made any kind of work effort today? Have you observed yourself? Have you cancelled debts? Have you remembered your aim? All these questions and many others begin to stand in front of you, between you and external life. You will then begin to understand what it means to think in a new way, to have another mind. To have another mind means that the ideas of the work are beginning to stand between you and life. Remember that we think from our ideas. It means that you begin to have a sense of another discipline of ideas. It means that you begin to feel influences acting on you that come from the work and not from life. All this begins to show you how you can have a life mind and a work mind as two distinct things. Both are necessary, but they are different kinds of minds. For a long time we have to take some things in one way and others in another. But if you think from the work about some situation, you will find that you are thinking quite differently from what you would if you thought of the same situation in life. Here, at this point, the work begins. Commentary on the Mind. A question was recently asked about minding, as to what is the difference between not minding and being indifferent. I will repeat the question. If you do not mind, things do not hurt you. After a time, perhaps, we learn this great lesson rightly. But most people think that not to mind means to be indifferent. A long time ago it was said at a meeting, that being indifferent is one of the worst states of sleep that one can be in. What difference can you discern between not minding and being indifferent. We are told that one of the worst things is to be indifferent, and the point of the question was to draw a distinction between not minding and being indifferent. Now we mind according to our minds. The object of this work is to change our minds. What are our minds? We imagine perhaps that our minds are infinitely flexible. However, such minds as we have are built-up things, acquired things. We are, for example, by education, told that we must think this, or that, imitate that, and so on, and all this forms our minds, the minds we go about with. Most of us have very rigid minds in this sense. These acquired minds of ours are parts of our personality, i.e., of the acquired side of our psychology. Now you must all understand that this work begins with changing the mind, and this means changing the way we think about everything. You may have been taught that you must worry about this or that, and this forms part of your mind, of your acquired mind, and therefore when this or that happens you will mind it, because that is your form of mind. You will feel that you must mind, because your mind has been formed by what you have been taught, as regards this or that. So when any impression falls on you from outside life, that hits your mind, in this way you will mind it. You will think of it according to this mind that has been laid down in you, and so you will not see any other way of taking the incident that has happened to you, that is, another way of minding it. In fact, it will never occur to you that you need not mind the thing in the way that you do mind it. Let us say, for example, that you have been taught that such and such people are very bad, then you will always mind those people, because your acquired mind has had laid down in it this way of minding, this way of taking people, and thinking about people. Now one of the first great objects of the work is to make us think in a new way about everything, including ourselves. Mr. I used to say continually to us at one time that the object of the work is to make us think in a new way. That means to have different minds. Now to think in a new way is to have a new mind, and this means that if we think in a new way we will not mind all the same things as we formerly did. Change of mind is the basis of all esoteric teaching belonging to the period since Christ. Speaking more deeply, the reason is that man is now so closed up, so almost dead, so asleep, that the only thing left open for esotericism to touch in him is the root via the mind. For this reason Christ taught eta, or change of mind, as the starting point of his esoteric teaching, and we can say in general that no one nowadays has any chance of awakening, and of inner transformation, or of feeling new influences, except through the pathway of the mind. The mind must change, i.e. the minding of things must change. Therefore it is a very good thing to observe how you mind things, because all your minding of things depends on what form your mind has been made to take, by example, by what you have been taught, by acquired prejudice, and imitated attitude, and so on. However, we take all that has been laid down in our minds as quite real, quite true, and, in fact, as the only mind possible. But as long as we do this, our minds do not and cannot change. Everyone has certain mental standpoints, certain mental prejudices, certain ingrained ideas as to what is right and wrong, and as long as all these remain unchallenged by the person himself through attentive self-observation, as long as they are not observed, that person will continue to mind always in the same way, and will not realize that the ideas of the work seek to change this fixed mind, and make the man think in quite new ways. For if the mind is fixed, no one can think in a new way. We think from our form of mind. Now supposing that your mind is very fixed and limited, then you will always mind in a fixed and limited way. For example, you will feel it is right to be upset about this and angry about that, or depressed about something else, and so on. You will mind all these things. Why do you mind them? You mind them because this is how your mind works. You mind them because you have been taught all these things, all this way of minding. Now the mind is an infinite thing, and this thing that we call our minds which we have acquired is not total mind at all. It is like a little heap of stones on a vast open plain. It is something very small and arbitrary, in the sense that one has acquired it without thinking for oneself. One of these stones may be your own, but the rest are acquired. One has been taught to make this little heap of stone, and to take it as if it were the whole of one's mind with all its infinite possibilities of understanding and insight. When something strikes the mind that we cannot entertain, we say, tut, or we get angry because we can only take in as through a little chink certain things that correspond with these little heaps of stones that we call our minds. So we go about, as it were, with a very small instrument that has been created more or less haphazard in us, and receive all life on this little quite inadequate instrument, this heap of stones. Now how do you mind? Have you noticed how you mind things? Are you satisfied with the way you mind things, or might you mind things differently? If you have noticed this, then you are beginning to reach the point of changing your minding. And this means changing your actual minds, and having new minds. To change the mind, new thoughts are necessary. How difficult it is to change our minds. One reason is that we never observe our minds, or how we mind, or why we mind things, as we do. We take our minds and so our minding of everything for granted. We believe our troubles have nothing to do with our minds, and the way they are formed. We can notice that we mind things, but we do not connect that up with what kind of minds we have. In fact, we don't know that we have minds having a particular form. We do not attack our minds, suspect our minds. All our mental habits are to us not habits, but truths. They are quite right to us. There can be no other point of view. We cannot see them as habits. This is a tragedy. So we cannot see that so many things we keep on minding so much are due to invisible mental habits. Of course we have to worry, of course we have to think that this is impossible. Of course we have to say we have never heard of such a thing. Of course we have to say tut, well, I never, and so on. And why? Because we take our mental habits as ultimate truths, as ultimate standards, not even realizing they are mental habits that we have acquired insensibly over a long period, in fact, that long dark period that inevitably intervenes, the Dark Ages, before we start to think for ourselves, about life, and about why we do, and say the things we do, and say, and about who we are. It is certainly very difficult to realize one's mechanicalness in the three centers. We may notice our mechanicalness in the moving center, but it takes a long time for most of us to realize our mechanicalness in the emotional and intellectual centers, that is, habits of emotion and thinking. Now the work starts with the mind or intellectual center, and for that reason its approach is called psychological. It does not start from fakir point of view, with torturing the body, or with monk point of view, with breaking the emotions. It starts with the mind, as do the Gospels. It starts with changing the mind, with seeing things differently, with new teaching, new ideas. unless this begins to take place, unless we begin to see, mentally, ourselves and life, in a new way, we cannot expect to work on the other centers except in a purely unintelligent way. I may sit all day on my haunches, I may refuse food, I may subject myself to the greatest physical torments as a fakir, but the result will be quite useless, because it is not linked up with my understanding, and so will lead to no inner development. But if I start with my mind and observe, let us say, how I mind things, in what way I mind things, and ask myself why I mind things in this way, and think of the work, I will begin to have some insight into the thing I have always taken for granted, as being indisputably myself, and always right, which I call my mind. I will begin to see that my mind, such as it is, with this little heap of stones in it, is a funny, limited thing, and something that I cannot possibly say is always right. In fact, I will begin to see that my mind is possibly wrong and all my ideas may be wrong, and that, in a sense, I have to get rid of this form of my mind, of this small way of thinking about everything, and so of this way of minding. Can you imagine someone coming to you at a moment when you are minding something very much, and saying, "Do you not see that the reason why you mind this so much is because there is something wrong with your mind, and that you are wrongly minding, and you should try to change your mind, and think in a quite new way about this thing you are stupidly minding so much"? No doubt you would be very cross. Now try to look more deeply into this question of why you mind things, and catch a glimpse that it is because there is something in your minds that makes you mind in this way, something in your thoughts, which only come from your minds, such as they are, for as long as your minds are formed in this way they will always produce the same kinds of thoughts. I mean, try to see that you must mind things because of the heap of stones that you take as the only mind you can have. I remember G once making us all shout at the top of our voices, "I can work." Now when you are minding something very much, shout to yourself, "I can work," and see what work means at such a moment. That is, summon up the work mind. All this means that we should observe more deeply what prejudices and ideas we have been taught in the past that make us mind as we do. Supposing you merely say to yourself, "I need not mind in this way," and repeat it, will that be work? Will that be self-observation? Will that be trying to get down into what one's mind is like? Will that be seeing mental mechanicalness? Why, of course not. We have to struggle with ourselves more than that and see what our stone heaps are like, formed of all these acquired things, buffers, prejudices, all these little local environmental things that have formed our small minds. Just to say, "I must not mind," and go about with some awful and sacred expression saying, "I must not mind," over and over again is not the work, and has nothing to do with the work. But if you say now, "Why do I mind?" then perhaps, through sincere observation, you may notice something in you that has reigned undisturbed in you, some acquired idea of life, or of others, or of yourself that is the cause of your minding so much. Do you know how often a person begins to bristle and say in so many words, "Do you mean to say I don't know what is right and wrong?" or a remark of that kind? Why, you must all have noticed that reaction in yourselves, and how quickly you come up against your level of being. This work is to teach us in your right and wrong, because the object of this work is to lift us to a more conscious level, where people do not bristle in that way, where people do not mind as we ordinarily mind. The work is to lift us to a level where people's minds are different from our minds, to a level where people mind things differently, where people mind being negative, through the light of their new minds. I remember on one occasion Mr. O was talking about attitude, and how marvelous it was if you could find the right attitude to things. I had to take a group for him soon afterwards, and made the mistake of allowing people to talk of attitudes as emotional things, and received a good dressing down, and quite rightly. Attitude begins as a mental thing. He said, in so many words, you must understand that attitude starts in the intellectual center. It belongs to the mind. Change of attitude is a change in the intellectual center to begin with. Our mental attitudes affect our emotional center, but their origin lies in the intellectual center in our minds. People have all sorts of mental attitudes, without knowing they have them. Negative attitudes are like dead places in the mind. Nothing grows. Instead of thinking, people have an attitude which has been acquired from their upbringing, and imitated from parents. It is only by thinking in quite new ways that these ingrained attitudes are altered, and the mind is freed to think for itself. It should be quite clear to most of us that our minding comes from our mental ideas and attitudes which we take for granted, and are therefore unaware that we have them. Negative mental attitudes can be called prejudices, and if they increase they become buffers. On another occasion Mr. O said to us, what people call education is usually, as regards the mind, nothing more than the acquisition of a number of stereotyped negative attitudes. The mind then becomes almost dead. You must understand, he went on, that the last thing people will do is to think. No one wants to think. Thinking is too difficult for most people. They prefer to go along with the minds they have acquired, and if a person has no magnetic center the outlook is not good. Note, I suppose, that none of us understands how we resist thinking in a new way. I was reading recently a history of the universities in England in medieval and Renaissance times. A large number of young students settled in Oxford in the early 13th century, influenced vaguely by the new movement called the Renaissance that was spreading over Europe. The inhabitants of Oxford resisted the presence of these strange clerks, as they were called. They hated them, because they were studying something new. In those days there was no university, as we understand it, no college buildings. There was an uproar owing to some woman, and all these students marched out of Oxford, and some went to Cambridge and others to Northampton, and elsewhere. Here again all the inhabitants resented their presence, because they were studying some kind of knowledge. These town and gown rows took place for a long time, before either Oxford or Cambridge was able to form a definite organized body and build its own colleges. We often see reflected in history what happens in our own minds. We all resist new thinking, we resist change. All history from a mental point of view shows us how anything new is resisted. If we apply history to ourselves we find exactly the same thing. We find it very difficult to change our minds. We notice a very powerful force of resistance. And if we take our ordinary minds as the town, and our new minds as the gown, there is always a fight between town and gown. Have you ever thought what forces influenced all these young men to flock together to form centers for teaching, not for war or revolution, but for learning? Conscious influences can only act on humanity at rare intervals, when things happen to be open, as I was taught. Is not this an example? It is only at times that the influences of the side octave from the sun, i.e. esoteric influences, insert themselves between the terrific forces coming down the ray of creation. things are open for the moment, and then closed for a long time. Now perhaps you may have noticed that by a change of attitude everything becomes quite different. What does a change of attitude mean? It means not minding in the same way, because attitudes are mental, not taking things with our minds in the way we are accustomed to. To realize that we can mind differently, that we can transcend our present minds, is a wonderful visitation of consciousness, in fact, a lovely experience. A change of attitude may make some situation which seems unsurmountable become nothing difficult at all. But we do not see our minds with their ingrained attitudes, and their ideas from which come our modes of thinking. We do not see the root of so much of our trouble as lying in the kind of mind we have acquired mechanically, unchallenged, taken for granted. It is like having been given a gramophone with a few records, not knowing either that there are other forms of music. Now to that form of mind those are the only gramophone records that can be played by it. The mind is then a gramophone with a few records. Everything else we suffer patiently, as it were, or we say, as I said above, well, I mustn't mind, or I must try not to mind. But to repeat this is not working on oneself. This is a very short cut to martyrdom with all its unpleasant aroma. You all know people who go about saying, I must not mind, or who am I to mind? And all that bias nonsense, which is so irritating, and rightly so I fancy, that of all the forms of unpleasant manifestations of other people, that we must allow, and understand, and endure, among the worst are such pathetic manifestations of this brave injured suffering. The work is a very strong, clean thing, and so demands a great deal of inner cleanness and strength and sincerity with oneself. Who are the unclean in the Gospels? Every form of hypocrisy and pretense, every form of looking down one's nose, every form of sighing slightly, every form of pseudo-patience, yes, all this is uncleanness, and we come to know it. It is a very good stage to reach, when one knows it. So let us observe ourselves also from the angle of minding, and let us try to register moments when we mind something, and observe more deeply our intellectual center, our thoughts, our ideas, our attitudes, if we can, to see why it is that we mind. And here also come in many forms of imagination, many forms of expectancy, many wrong ideas about ourselves, in fact, all the imagination that comes from false personality. All this is a very long task. It is a very long way, a long journey, in which we make mistake after mistake, but you may be quite certain, if you have a genuine valuation of the work, you will find the right roads, or be brought back to them in an indescribable way. And you may also be quite certain that if you are on this journey, which is so strange and so quite unlike anything you thought with your ordinary minds, you will begin after a time to see what you used to mind so much, and now do not mind in the same way, and this means at once that your mind is changing, that your whole way of thinking is changing. And then you will inevitably be shown many places in your lives where you minded so foolishly and so wrongly. This is because of an increase of consciousness. Now this light of consciousness is shed also into the past, into the time body, and from what we are conscious of now we can see, as having acted on us in the past, as having misled us, simply because we were accepting ourselves and our minds, as we were brought up, without even thinking who we were, or where we were going. Remember that every stage of slightly increased consciousness begins to alter us, and the past is living in us, it is all round us, not a long way off. Whatever you do now alters the past, as well as the future. Whatever you cease rightly to mind now you will change in the past all those past similar mindings. Whatever new insight you gain now will give you an insight into your past, and change it. Consciousness is the force that changes us. This is a good thing to think about because it means that in recurrence you will meet your more conscious self, as it is now, much earlier, even perhaps at school, and feel there is someone showing you something, someone speaking to you. It is yourself. How can this happen if you always mind in the same way, as you always did, and have never changed your mind at all or seen any reason to do so? Birdlip, November 25, 1944. On seeing life in a new way. As a means, not an end, self-observation cannot increase without the help of the ideas of the work. Fortunately, the work teaching gives many angles from which to observe oneself. You cannot observe yourself if you have no standpoint from which to observe. You must, so to speak, get out of yourself in order to observe yourself, otherwise you are yourself, as you are. Is this clear? An increase of consciousness of oneself, which is the first aim of the work, means that one gets further back inside oneself, so that one sees what lies in front of oneself, that is, what one took as oneself. This direction, as you know, leads inwards towards higher centers, through higher parts of ordinary centers. This direction, gained from increasing self-observation, led slowly to an increasing consciousness both of what one is now, and what one has been. All this leads to the only possibility of change. Now this process, this becoming more deeply conscious of oneself and seeing oneself continually in a quite new light, in the light of the work, is called awakening. It is like an advance inwards against an enemy with here and there very tough points defended, which must be surrounded, and which can only be slowly reduced. This entry into oneself is called in the work awakening. Here what the work teaches is very clear, and should be grasped by us. It is expressed also in the Gospels, but obscurely. The work says that a man must first of all awaken. This takes a long time. When he has awakened enough, then he must die. When he dies, then he can be reborn. These are the 3 steps in rebirth, that is, transformation. There is no other way. To try to die to oneself before one has awakened to oneself is to do something in a quite wrong and foolish order, and so leads to no result. To try to die to something before one has awakened to it and seen it, is wrong. One is not yet ready. One does not know yet what to do, what to die to. If you try to die before you are awake, you have not the conscious force to die to the thing in question. One may try, and fail. Then the danger arises of becoming negative, of feeling some variety of despair or hopelessness. When this happens, the whole sense and feeling of the work may become all distorted owing to the sense of failure. This is a very serious kind of temptation to be exposed to. We may mistake it for being passive. We may mistake it for many other things, but the state is a very dangerous one, because we are letting in negative eyes that hate the work by the back door, as it were, and very soon all feeling of the work becomes dim, and even disappears. When this happens, we can always know at once that we are in bad company, in ourselves, that is, going with wrong eyes. Sometimes we have to be in bad company, and this constitutes a struggle, and one from which only by not identifying is it possible to escape with any success. I say, by not identifying, for reasoning is useless. When one reasons, one can't come to any conclusion that one likes, but with emotional perception the case is quite different. Good and evil in us can only be seen by emotional perception in the light of the work. We use our reasoning mainly to justify. Now tonight I want to talk to you about how in the long stages of awakening the ideas of this work are necessary, and how if we have not ideas from which to observe ourselves we cannot awaken from the sleep which life has induced in us long ago, from infancy. The sleep which life has induced in us has been formed by the ideas of life that we were born into, and to awaken we must have ideas from another source. You cannot awaken from opium by taking more opium. You must find some antidote to opium, to awaken from its powers over you. How can you awaken from life by means of life? How can you awaken from what life has built up in you by example, by suggestion, by imitation, by imagination, unless you have another system of ideas that does not belong to life? As you know, there is a cosmic reason for the sleep of humanity, and each fashion, each period of life, acts on man. A man even believes that because he can laugh at the customs of the last generation, their clothes, manners, and so on, he is therefore more awake. He does not see how clever the hypnotism is, and so thinks he is awake by comparison. But actually he is just as much asleep himself. So what can awaken us in a real sense? Only teaching can awaken us, only ideas that come from those in every age who, overcoming the hypnotism of life, have become conscious, and have found the way out from the prison we all live in, and do not notice the prison of cosmic hypnotism, this prison of oneself as laid down mechanically. Now to begin to free oneself from this prison that life has built into us by the ideas of everything we have imitated and absorbed, as was said, new ideas are necessary, and so a new outlook. The idea that we are not one, but many contradictory I's, is one of the work ideas that starts at the exit of this prison in which we are confined without realizing it, and have to be, to begin with. The idea that we are not one is an idea that stands outside the ideas life has planted in you. However, few people will apply this idea even if they hear it many times, because it seems to them they are one. Beyond the prison of ourselves in which we are confined without knowing it, there lie a series of ideas that can lead to our own freedom, once they are rightly understood. Mr. O says in his last book that an idea is a very delicate and powerful instrument that can easily be wrongly handled. Surrounding us, as we are, there are a number of ideas different from the ideas on which we are built. The idea of liberation has always existed and led to all sorts of revolutions. People feel vaguely that there is something else, some kind of freedom, that they do not possess. But as a rule they take it in terms of existing conditions, of outside rearrangements, of murdering some class or other, and so on. These ideas of liberation that surround us outside the prison refer to ourselves and not to material conditions. We are surrounded by liberating ideas whether we feel them or not. If we have magnetic center, we feel that liberating ideas exist. But we may feel that they lie somewhere in some distant school in Tibet, for example. Certainly, the teaching of the liberating ideas may be in some distant school, but if you were to go to such a school you would find that these liberating ideas are not in a school, but that their action lies in the effect that they have on yourself, and the response that you yourself make to them. Schools, esoteric schools, transmit ideas that can liberate us. These ideas come from those who have liberated themselves, and this knowledge has always been handed on. But these ideas that are taught are similar to the ideas that the work teaches. The work teaches liberating ideas, but the action of the ideas will not be effective unless a person begins to think about them, to feel he must apply them to himself. The illusion that there is such a thing as higher education, that you only have to be taught in order to reach a new state, is quite wrong. There is no redemption possible for any of us by some school of teaching unless we learn, and understand, and do the teaching that is taught. In the Gospels it is said, "The kingdom of God cometh not with observation, neither shall they say, Lo here," or, "Lo there. For behold, the kingdom of God is within you." It is not something outside that if you would only join you would be liberated. When it is said in the Gospels that the kingdom of God, or the kingdom of heaven, is within you, by the kingdom of heaven is meant a state in which the hypnotism of life no longer acts on us, and in which we are invested with the influence of ideas coming from a quite different source. Now let us take one of the ideas of the work from which we are taught to observe ourselves, and from which we must think, and build up within ourselves a new point of view. There is the idea that man cannot do. Have you ever thought about this idea? Remember that an idea is comparable with a very delicate and complicated machine which, if handled wrongly, may do you very great harm. If you were to handle a great dynamo wrongly without understanding its connections, you might easily be killed. Now this idea that man cannot do is like a great dynamo. It can furnish you with light or it can kill you. You can take it wrongly, as I have seen many people take it, as when they say some such thing as this, "Well, if we cannot do, what is the good of trying anything?" This is a quite wrong understanding of the idea that man cannot do. Everyone, said G on one occasion, is doing the only possible thing that he can do. Everything that is happening at this moment is going the only way it can possibly go. He was talking about mechanicalness. As long as man is asleep, things will go the only way they can possibly go, by an infinite number of lines of cause and effect. But the work teaches that a man can come under new laws, and ultimately that he can reach a higher state of himself in which he can do, in which he has real will. Certainly such a state is very far from us at present. But in applying this idea to ourselves that man cannot do, we have first of all to notice, to observe over a long period, what it means in this personal application. We have to observe ourselves by means of this idea of the work. Perhaps, very gradually, we realize one of the meanings of this tremendous idea. We begin to see that what we call our doing is really not doing but mechanicalness. We realize that it does. Now this is a preliminary stage which can lead to new experiences of oneself. It is a very good thing to have new experiences of oneself, and if this occurs by means of the light of the work, these experiences will not make us desperate, but on the contrary open up quite new aspects of understanding. From this right realization of what it means that we cannot do, we will begin to see what it means that mankind cannot do in general. Our understanding will no longer be theoretical, but will begin to be practical. We will then understand the necessary idea that life for us cannot be an end in itself. People who are very much in the physical senses believe that life can be so far improved that it will become an end in itself, i.e., that it will lead somewhere. But the work does not take life as an end in itself, because it says that life is under a great number of mechanical laws that always keep it in more or less the same condition. The work teaches that we must take life as a means to a quite different condition. The object of the work is that we should awaken. It is solely about something that man can do to himself. For this reason the work says that man is created a self-developing being. As long as a man takes life as an end in itself, and hopes sooner or later to reach some kind of success and triumph in life, he does not understand the aim of this work. He is confusing the issue. If such a man takes up this work, and finds that it does not lead to success in life, for example, he will become disappointed. But the work is not about such an aim. The work is about oneself and about a certain development in regard to life and to its accidents, that can transform our whole being. If you can keep righting yourself towards the work, if you understand the direction of the work, then whatever happens in life will not destroy you. You will not be surprised at what happens in life, because you will know that life is like that man cannot do. Then success and failure in life will mean less and less to you. You will not expect life to give you what only the work can give you. Birdlip, December 2nd, 1944. Further notes on deeper self-observation. We spoke recently about taking life as an end in itself, and about the quite different work idea of taking life as a means to a different kind of end. We spoke about how the work has gradually to come between us and life in such a way that we begin to be able at certain moments to see the difficulties we have in life through the ideas of the work. This at once changes our relationship to outer events, outer problems, outer difficulties. As was said, this takes a long time, because, as we are totally identified with the outer world, with people, with things, with happenings, with situations. In this sense we are machines driven by life. For a long time we cannot see how the work applies to our situation in life. We have nothing intervening, we have no kind of magic mirror, or magic lens through which we look. We are, so to speak, naked in life, naked to life. We have no proper shoes to wear, no proper clothes. It has often been said that it is quite extraordinary what a change takes place in some typical life situation, if we can bring the work up to the point of incoming impressions. It means that impressions, instead of falling directly on us, pass through the medium of the work. When we are awake, i.e. when we are surrounded by the strength of the work, and are conscious of what it teaches, then impressions of life are transformed. They have another meaning. It is not the external situation that we think about and react to, but the ideas of the work to which we react. Life does not fall directly on us, but passes through this medium of the work, and then life becomes a teacher to us through this medium of the work. When we are very much amongst life people, we can see quite plainly that they do not transform anything, and also that they take life as an end in itself, that is going to lead somewhere in the future of passing time. They really think that it is going to lead somewhere. Such people do not observe their inner states, nor do they see that the most important thing is change of inner state. The object of the work is to change our inner states so that we do not react mechanically to events. This requires a shifting of the point of consciousness, and this begins through self-observation. When this begins to take place, we dimly realize that it is not life that is the problem, but oneself. Then one no longer expects that in some distant future everything will be much better. One no longer leans on time expectantly. One becomes aware that as long as these different mechanical reactions, these different manifestations of chief feature, these intolerances, these rigid and unquestioned attitudes, these forms of grievance, these systems of making inner accounts, these habitual negative states, these unchallenged forms of imagination, govern us, we cannot look towards the future to bring us into a better state. Realizing this, one begins to see what it means that one must not take life as an end in itself, but as a means to a quite different kind of end which has to do with one's own level of being and all the states that arise from it. Have you ever thought that you might in this fourth way work be deliberately put into some external situation which is extraordinarily difficult in order to see whether you could pass through it without becoming hopelessly identified? Certainly this would not be possible if you did not bring the work up to the point of incoming impressions, and deal consciously with the situation by means of what you understand of the work ideas. Now tonight I wish to speak to you about self-observation again, because without some practical and tested knowledge of what self-observation means no one can do this work. We cannot do in life, but we can do this work to a certain extent, if we feel it, and know about it, and through doing this work we may indirectly be able to do in life, but only indirectly. Remember that if we change ourselves even little we make room for others to change, even if we only change ourselves temporarily. If at some characteristic moment you to some extent remember yourself, and so bring the work up between you and life, you will, according to your level of being, be doing the work. This will have results for other people. It is only this indirect doing that is possible, but you must do the work because you yourself see the necessity of it, because you feel the need of it. You must never do the work to help other people. Now we come to the great and inexhaustible subject of self-observation. The object of self-observation is to get behind yourself, to become more internal to yourself. Now the external part of you, the mechanical or even automatic part of you, is the lowest side of you in scale. When a person is very much identified with outside things, he is in the lowest part of himself, as it were, in the basement of the house of himself. Lowest corresponds to most external. The moving parts of centers are the lowest and most external parts of ourselves, and here live a great many small lies, which only understand in a small limited way. When we live in these eyes we are fast asleep as regards the work. We become full of the cares and anxieties of life. But behind these eyes, that is, more internal to them, are bigger eyes, and again behind them still bigger eyes, and so on until the influence of real life can begin to be felt. Some people always live too far in front of themselves, really outside themselves, and cannot get into themselves because of the hypnotism exerted on them by small, outwardly turned eyes. If this goes far enough, something like hysteria can begin. Now every act of attention, of concentration of the mind, tends to put us in a more internal position as regards ourselves. This is one aspect of the meaning of self-observation. Self-observation puts us behind ourselves. However, observing I may be very externally situated, and, so to speak, may be one of these external eyes, and nothing deeper. Then self-observation has no strength, and cannot penetrate inwardly. When self-observation really begins, the observing I passes gradually inwards, that is, in the direction of real I, and, as a result of the gradual penetration inwardly of observing I, it sees more and more because it gets behind more and more in ourselves. Now the higher can only observe the lower cannot observe the higher. Or, put differently, the inner can only observe the outer can never observe the inner. As we deepen our consciousness through observing I, we can see more and more what lies outside or external to observing I. Observing I cannot penetrate in this way more internally unless it is aided by emotional feeling, that is, If we do not think it worthwhile, we cannot really observe ourselves except very superficially. Catching a glimpse of oneself, however, may deepen the emotional valuation of work on oneself through self-observation. For example, a person may see that he lies in a certain way, when according to his pictures of himself he is quite certain he always speaks the truth. Such a sudden glimpse means temporarily that one has observed oneself from a deeper level. One has got behind oneself a little way. What happens after that depends on the quality of one's own sincerity with oneself and upon the valuation that one gives to the work. Practically always the tendency is to justify oneself. In that case, having caught a deeper glimpse of oneself, one will lose it in the uproar of self-justifying. We are told to observe self-justifying, and not to go with it. Certainly you will be unable to stop mechanical self-justifying when you catch a glimpse of yourself, but that does not mean that you agree with your self-justifying. All self-justifying leads to no result in the work, since to justify yourself means that you make things right to yourself. If you do not go with self-justifying, or, let us say, if you only half go with it, half believe in it, you leave, as it were, a point in you which may grow, and lead to another glimpse of yourself. This is like breaking through some crust that one takes as oneself. But if you justify yourself, this possible point of growth is at once arrested, and turned the wrong way round. Remember, the more you find yourself self-justifying, the more certain you may be that you are lying to yourself. The false personality, however, is very powerful, and will maintain itself at all costs, and by every method, one of which is self-justifying. The action then of self-justifying will be to prevent the observing I from passing inwards. It will prevent you from seeing anything more deeply about yourself. It will keep observing I on the surface, as a sort of toy with which you play occasionally. You must understand that everything in us fights against real self-observation. Unless observing I gathers round it other eyes that wish to work, that can hear something of the meaning of the work, it is without any strength. For this reason, if the significance of the work continually grows cold in you, observing I will remain on the surface. It will remain ineffectual. The relationship between the power of observing I and the evaluation of the work is thus made clear, and is formulated in the diagram which concerns observing I work I's, deputies steward, and relay and vertical scale. To try to observe oneself not from the work side is useless. The observing I, so to speak, must be surrounded by the feeling of the work for it to penetrate through the outer crust of personality. We are told that we must observe ourselves from what the work teaches. This is the only way, as far as we are concerned, in which observing I can follow the path that it is destined to follow, namely, the path inwards. As was said, the effect of this passing inwards of the observing I is that we gradually become aware of things that we knew nothing about, because we were, so to speak, in front of these things, so that they acted, as it were, from behind us. If the observing I deepens, these things of which we were unconscious, because they lay behind us, lay in front of us so that we can see them more clearly. You can only see a thing if it lies in front of you. You cannot see it if it lies behind you. How else do you think it would be possible to become more conscious of oneself except through a movement inwards of oneself? To become more conscious of oneself, it is necessary that the consciousness of observing I must increase. The observing I is a part of consciousness in us, not turned outwards via the senses but inwards, towards our being. You can call it an organ of sense, if you like, provided you say it is an organ of internal sense. This point of consciousness exists in everybody, but remains, as a rule, totally undeveloped. It remains undeveloped because it is not supported by the necessary knowledge, the necessary ideas, the necessary emotions. Life does not increase it. The work can increase it, and is designed to do so for this reason. Observing eye must be supported by work eyes, by eyes that feel the work and long for it. Simply to observe yourself without any deep feeling for the work can lead only a very short distance. On the other hand, to feel or to think one feels the work deeply, and not to observe oneself through it is again unlikely to lead to any results. Certainly great faith in the work may help, but self-observation is the initial method of this work, and so it has to be often thought about and considered and attempted. It may take a long time to begin to observe oneself from what the work teaches. That is to say, it may take a long time to make this connection between self-observation and the work. But if there is anything real, this connection will inevitably begin to be made after a time, and then self-observation is no longer some theoretical thing that one must try to do because one is told to do it, but it becomes a constant accompaniment to one's life. It becomes something that does not interrupt, but accompanies. And when this accompaniment ceases, one knows instantly that one is asleep. Remember that it is said that self-observation must be uncritical. You do not observe yourself in order to criticize yourself. If you do so, it will at once stop self-observation and lead to internal considering. When self-observation begins to accompany you, you will notice that it is not critical, it is simply a slight degree of consciousness. It is not a critical consciousness, a judging consciousness, but an awareness. Through this awareness you simply see more. You recognize, let us say, something that you said before, or you see that you are doing something that you did before, or that you are behaving like this or like that, or having these thoughts that you had before, or these feelings that you had before. This awareness does not accuse you, it says nothing, but merely shows you what is going on in yourself. No doubt it may make you feel uneasy, but this uneasiness does not come from observing I. The work eyes behind observing I may make you feel uneasy. Many other things could be said here, but the main point is to comprehend that self-observation must not be critical any more than a light that you flash over a dark room is critical of what it falls on. The object of self-observation, as it is said in the work, is to let a ray of light into oneself. The next thing that is said is that when light is let in this way, many things begin to change of themselves. It is the light of consciousness that begins to change things. For this reason it is said in the work that the light will cure us. Have you ever thought what it means, this extraordinary phrase, the light will cure us? When I first heard it said to me by G, it had such an emotional effect upon me that I was unable to speak to anybody for some time afterwards. I knew it meant something I had never understood, and yet seemed to understand for the moment. We all think we can cure ourselves. I think perhaps I understood that we could not cure ourselves, but that there was something that could cure us if we could gradually reach it. The next thing I understood much later was that no light could be in me unless at all costs I kept this work alive in myself, all the ideas, all the thoughts, all the memory of it, and that this was my task, because by doing this I might be able to increase the light, and so, instead of taking thought for myself, I had to take thought for the work, and everything else would follow at the right time. then I understood better what it meant that we should not work for results. So our task is always to increase the light of the work in ourselves, and to keep it alive amongst ourselves. Birdlip, December 2nd, 1944. Introductory note on esotericism. I want to speak briefly about esoteric schools, and the idea of esotericism in general. There is an immense amount of literature connected with esoteric schools that have existed at different periods of history. Ordinary history, as you know, is nothing much more than a history of crime and violence. If you open any book on history, you will find nothing of esoteric history. On many occasions Mr. Ouspensky said to me that the overcoming of violence was our final aim, and that all negative emotions which engender so many evil consequences not only among individual people, but in a national sense spring from man as violence. Now violence is not a thing that can be overcome right away like that. I will give you an example of what I would call the beginning of violence. In the Sufi school of esotericism, which came in after Muhammad, and worked on the Quran, and, in fact, gave an entirely different explanation of the Quran, there was a so-called mystical poet called Sadi. As a youth, Sadi was very religious in the ordinary sense, and on one occasion, when the Quran was being read to a class, he said to his father that he had noticed that many of the boys went to sleep, and he thought that this was very bad. His father said to him, "So all you have got from this reading of the Quran is nothing but finding fault with others. I assure you, my son, it would have been better had you been asleep like those boys you criticized." Now perhaps you will not see that this is the beginning of violence. Perhaps you do not see what I mean. Is intolerance the beginning of violence? Is feeling you are better than others the beginning of violence? If you think that you are better than others, superior to others, in the wrong way, do you think that this can bring about violence? Here lies a very deep research, a very long path of understanding. You remember the old esoteric symbol of the lion with its paws cut off, of which we made a plaster cast at Japan's, which we put up in one of the rooms. I often wonder what the military, who took over the place, thought of this plaque. Violence always comes from thinking one can do. Now violence always breeds violence. That means that everything you do from violence passes into the world both as a triad and an octave that can only produce the reaction of violence. We see today violence up against violence everywhere. We see the law a tooth for a tooth exemplified in every direction of life. We see violence creating violence, violent machines creating new violent machines. Christ said, "Ye have heard that it was said of old time, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you, resist not him that is evil." It is impossible to understand this saying except on the scale of ourselves. On the scale of life it is a different matter as far as we are concerned. But on the scale of ourselves it is something that we can begin to comprehend. Practically, once we understand that violence always arises from the feeling of superiority, that we are better than others. Sadi thought he was better than others. He congratulated himself on his virtue. You will always be violent if you feel intolerant of others, in the wrong way, if you take it for granted that you are better. More consciously, you may see where you are better without feeling the violence of intolerance. Now later on I will speak about different schools, the remains of which are incorporated into surviving literature. But I will only add that all thinking one can do becomes violence very easily. Do you remember the 11th chapter of Genesis, where it is said at the opening, "And the whole earth was of one language and one speech." This means that there was a time, which I remember G used to speak about, when people, under the influence of esotericism, were all one, and so had a common speech. In this connection, G once said in France that when esotericism had central control, for a short time everyone was taught to write towards the center of government, geographically speaking, and seemed to indicate that this is the reason why we write, as it were, from left to right, and other nations from right to left, or from below upwards, and so on. I only understood the idea that there was some central government quite different from anything we know, in which all nations were under one jurisdiction, and, as it were, always wrote towards it. Whether he meant this seriously or not I do not know. Now to return to this ideal state of humanity. You will see what happened. They began to think they could do. They identified with their knowledge and understanding, as man inevitably does when he begins to sleep. And so the account goes on to say, "And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east that they found a valley, and they dwelt there." This means that they went away from esoteric teaching, that is, the east, and went to a lower level, the valley, which means a lower level of understanding. Then they began to build. Notice how they built. And they had brick for stone, and slime they had for mortar. Do you know already that stone means truth on a certain level? But they made brick instead of stone, that is, they invented truth. They substituted human-made truth for esoteric truth, and so they built a city and a tower, and came under the wrath of God, which means the laws of esotericism. They said they would build a tower to reach to heaven. This means they thought they could overcome esoteric truth, or the Word of God, as John calls it. They passed into self-worship, the worship of their own understanding, and so thought they could do. However, the explanation of this parable will be given later on in a chapter on the Gospels. Nowadays science has given man the idea that he can do. But psychologically we are all connected with some other medium, with which this work is concerned, and to which we can become gradually more sensitive. The object of this place down here in Gloucestershire is to keep alive the teaching of the work, that is, esotericism, in spite of all that goes on in the world of violence. This is a place that is like an oasis. Whether you appreciate this oasis or not depends on your understanding of the work. Here we think differently, here we talk of different things, here we keep alive something that does not depend on the pendulum of violence. Birdlip, December 2nd. 1944. Law of Fate and Law of Accident. Introductory note on the work teaching about laws. The work teaches that the Absolute is under one law, the law of its own will. From it proceeds creation by the first trinity of forces which create the first order of worlds, under three laws. This is sometimes called World 3. In tracing the ray of creation to our Earth, we have next our galaxy, under 6 laws, our solar system, as a minute part of our galaxy, under 12 laws, our planetary system, as a whole, under 24 laws, our Earth as part of the planets, under 48, and our moon as part of our Earth, under 96. You must understand that the part is always under more laws, and the whole. It is necessary to see this clearly by finding your own examples. For example, the soldier is under the laws of the captain under the laws of the colonel, etc., and the whole army, under the law of the general. Does man put himself under more laws in war? Does the general movement of things tend today to put man under more and more laws? Will this make it possible for man to reach his essence more easily, or will man tend to become more of a machine, more mechanical? Are ants and bees under more laws than we are? Have they any individual chance of development? The more laws man puts himself under, the more can it be said he is under the law of accident. In all that follows, you must clearly grasp that personality is under more laws than essence. Essence is under planetary laws at the note fa in the ray of creation, or rather the note she in the side octave, both notes being at the same level in scale. Behind essence lies real I, which is under 12 laws, and corresponds diagrammatically to the level represented by the sun, that is, essence is above personality in the scale of being, and real I is above essence. Psychologically, essence is internal to personality, and real I internal to essence. What is more internal is higher in scale. So you can either say internal or higher, both terms having the same meaning. Birdlip, December 12, 1944. Law of fate and law of accident. Recently a question was asked in London about being attracting one's life. A concrete example was taken in reference to the assassination of one of our ministers in Cairo. The question took this form: as far as I understand it, why was the chauffeur shot? Was it a result of his being? How does the work explain such an incident? I find this question very interesting to discuss once more, and the following commentaries refer to this problem. In the first place, the work teaches that one's being attracts one's life, therefore from this point of view it was the being of the chauffeur that attracted his death at that moment. We have therefore to speak about what being means first of all, and in order to do so we must pass at once to another teaching of the work, namely, that a man can be either under the law of accident, or under the law of his fate. The question then takes this form: was the death of the chauffeur due to his fate, or was it due to accident? Now if the chauffeur had been under the law of his fate, then his death was due to his fate, but if the chauffeur was under the law of accident, his death was accidental. Now people will say that if our state of being attracts our life, it follows that everything that happens to us is fate, and therefore inevitable, and, as it were, predestined. But we must understand what being means, as we are. Our being is a mixture. It is composed of personality and essence. That is, our level of being, as we are in life, is not one thing, but different things, and the different parts of our being are under different laws. That part of our being that is essential is under the law of fate. That part of our being, that is personality, particularly false personality, is under the law of accident. And this mixture of essence, personality, and false personality constitutes our general level of being at the moment. False personality is under 96 orders of laws, personality is under 48 orders of laws, essence is under 24 orders of laws. Our level of being is therefore a very complicated thing. When personality is gradually made more passive, and that means it does not take so much charge of us, our essence begins to grow. This means that we begin to grow into our fate. You must not think that fate means something fatal in the sense of deadly. It means something quite the contrary. It means that when we feel more essential, we know far more about what is our real life, what we should do and think. In other words, we begin to know who we are quite apart from what we have been taught to be or have imagined ourselves to be. The hypnotism of life, as you all know, is a very powerful force, and the great and changing events of life always exert this tremendous hypnotic force on us. We may vow never to do this, or that, or, let us say, never to make war again, but when the event comes along, When the drums begin to beat, we forget our resolutions, and become identified with the event. I remember on one occasion, Mr. O said that hundreds of thousands of people remembering the last war are perfectly certain that they will never allow themselves to engage in another war. He said this was quite right, but that when the event of another war began to act on them they would forget, and would see everything from another point of view. Asked why this happened, he said that it was due to two things: one, that man cannot remember, and the other, that man is mechanical, a machine acted on by outer life. I remember arguing with him on one occasion, and saying that so many people remember the horrors of the last war, that if another war did occur practically nobody would fight. He said very seriously, "Nicoll, you don't yet understand what mechanicalness means. You do not see deeply enough what the work teaches. You think that man has real will and real memory. You are arguing from the point of view that man is already conscious. The tragedy is that man takes himself as conscious, and does not see that he is mechanical." What does mechanical mean? It means that something is driven by something else. Man is driven by outer circumstances, by life. Life is like a great belt that turns the machinery of man. People never understand this. People always think they can do, and when they do something contradictory to the opinions they previously expressed, they do not see any contradiction owing to the action of buffers. Buffers are the most terrible things in us. Their action is to ease the shock of contradictions. I assure you that when the next war breaks out, everyone will forget all they thought and felt previously. I said to him, "Supposing another war does break out?" He remained silent, and looked at me and then said, "What do you think?" Now when we are under the general law of our being, we are under very mixed laws, because our being is not united into unity. We have, as it were, some eyes, under the influence of 96 orders of laws, those especially belonging to our purely invented side, our ridiculous pictures of ourselves, or self-worship. Then we have other eyes under 48 orders of laws which belong to our personality, and finally we have a few eyes very close to essence, which is under 24 orders of laws. Essence is our more real side. Behind essence lies real I, which is under 12 orders of laws, and in the cosmic scale is on the level of the sun. Let us study again the side active, from the sun, that creates organic life on the earth. We are part of organic life, this big machine, that is created for cosmic reasons, to transmit the influences coming down from the upper part of the ray of creation so that they can pass through the narrow place called the interval between Fa and Me, the place of missing semitone, so that they can reach the termination of our particular ray, namely our Earth, and our Moon. No one can properly understand what happens on this earth, and all its tragedies, unless he has a clear idea that we are part of a living machinery not constructed for purposes personally beneficial. This machine called organic life was created by the sun, that is, by influences that are conscious not only to supply the missing part in the great ray, but also to make it possible for man on earth to develop upwards in the scale of being through esoteric teaching. Man can ascend in this side octave from the sun. The divine intelligence of this level of the sun has done two things which seem at first sight completely contradictory. It has created organic life at the point where it had to, and at the same time it has made it possible for man as part of organic life to ascend in this side ladder. This ascending depends on the inner development of a particular man, whose level of being is characterized by the possession of magnetic center. A man can therefore remain asleep in the great machinery of the ray of creation, and be simply used by it, or he can begin to awaken and realize that there is another possibility that he can follow. And the more he follows this possibility, the more he will help humanity in general. For this reason the work teaches that man is a self-developing organism, and you will now see clearly why he can either serve life as an end in itself, or take life as a means to another end. Now in this self-development, and the method the work teaches in regard to it, you will first of all realize that the false personality must be observed and separated from. Through the eyes that form this powerful thing called false personality or imaginary I, we are especially under the law of accident. In the work terminology, we are under the influence of the moon, which is under 96 orders of laws. If man begins to wean himself from the continual reactions of false personality, in him he begins to move inwards away from his external reacting side. A great many mechanical reactions that he formerly indulged in, taking them as himself, will no longer have the same power over him. This is only possible through long and sincere self-observation, through the applied knowledge of the work. But this internal movement will also be accompanied by the beginning of a liberation from what does not belong to him, namely, a liberation from the law of accident. When he begins to work on his personality, on thinking that he knows, he then begins to move still further away from the law of accident, and therefore in the direction of the law of his fate. Why is this so? Because he is moving towards the more real part of himself. He is throwing away, or separating himself from outer skins that do not belong to him. He is, as it were, casting off his various dresses. Mr. O once said that man as he is psychologically can be compared with a person wearing an immense number of overcoats, and that the action of the work is like discarding coat after coat. The more dressed up one is, the more one is under the law of accident. That means that anything can happen to you, quite apart from your fate. It means that you are not in touch with your fate. You are only in touch with invented and imaginary ideas of yourself. Here we come to the question of people who have what is called strong personality. From the work point of view, such strong personality is a great weakness. Such people insist on their rights. They are certain they know what is what. They are sure they know what is right and wrong, and they can produce a very strong impression as long as things go in the way they expect. But when things go differently, they collapse, because they have nothing real behind them. They have no flexibility, no real intelligence, no power of adapting to different conditions. Often an apparently weak man is much stronger than these people of strong personality who feel they can get a move on. They do not see their inner weakness, nor how much superstructure they are carrying, which is not themselves at all. Now let us return to the question of the chauffeur. Here we probably have a man simply under the law of accident. He has to join up, he carries out his orders, he is shot. He is just an ordinary mechanical man. He may have thought more deeply about the meaning of things once, or twice, or more probably he has shrugged his shoulders, and done what he is told. Now supposing this man had thought a great deal, and supposing he had realized his situation, and supposing that he could remember himself. Supposing indeed he was doing his job consciously, and not mechanically. This would mean at once that his center of gravity of consciousness was no longer in the external side, but more internal, that is, nearer to essence. His being would then be more under the law of his fate. If it was his fate to be shot at that moment, he would probably know it beforehand. If it was his fate not to be shot at that moment, then he would not be shot. He might perhaps become seriously ill a day or two before this situation arose, or he might break his leg, or he might get up too late. It is along these lines that you all have to think about this difficult problem of accident and fate. Many people, said Mr. O on one occasion, are dead already by their fate, but are alive by accident. We can meet them in the street, in the club, in the restaurant. But many people are dead by accident, who if they had been under the law of their fate would still be alive. Do you know how many people are dead? They usually occupy high official positions. They have what is called strong personality, that is, they possess an enormous quantity of very powerful buffers. They receive honors or distinctions, but yet they are dead, and may indeed have died long ago. The law of accident keeps them alive. They are, so to speak, accidentally alive, and they always cling to life, although they are already dead. On another occasion, Mr. O said, some illnesses are accidental, and some fatally under fate. I often thought about this strange term law of accident. I wondered how accident could be a law. How can law be accident? I gradually realized what it meant by realizing what it might mean to be under the law of fate. I understood that when we are under the law of our fate things go more as they should with us. I understood that a coal heaver would not be made to be an artist, and vice versa, and I began to see that what is called the law of accident is really made up of laws that should never act on us, laws that we were not created to be under, and which for us take the form of accident. As it were, we get caught into orders of laws that should not affect us. It is as if a fire is burning. It is under its own laws, but if we insist on casting ourselves into this fire, we put ourselves under the law of accident, because we should not cast ourselves into fires. This is very well worthwhile thinking about deeply. Now to come back to the original question, was it accident or fate? We might say it was probably accident, but, as we do not know this man, it is really impossible to say. We must understand that things happen on this earth both by fate and by accident. Things happen rightly and wrongly. We cannot judge by what happens. We are not living on a conscious planet, but on a planet very far down in the scale of the ray of creation. God's will is not done on this earth, as the opening of the Lord's Prayer teaches us, nor is it done in the earth of ourselves. We are not progressing. Things are not necessarily getting better. People are not becoming more conscious. And here we have to think what the work teaches, and learn how to take up new attitudes to our meaning on this earth. Consider for example the law of accident manifested in bombing, and consider many other things, and then try to think what the work teaches. You cannot have ordinary life attitudes, and do this work. You must think in a new way. You must repent, that means literally change your whole way of thinking about existence on this planet. After this was read, questions were asked and comments made. I will take the first comment. What you say about the chauffeur perhaps having been shot by fate seems to give a very gloomy view of fate. The idea is that fate is something fatal, and the word fatal naturally suggests something unpleasant, something terrible. I think the first thing we have to free our minds of is that the law of fate is fatal in this sense. It may be a man's fate to be a great success, to rescue his country from revolution, or uphold it at time of disaster. We must not think that fate is disastrous. Yet the word by our usual associations always suggests something evil, and we must endeavor to see fate in quite a different light. For example, a man may be preserved through many dangerous accidents by his fate. By his fate he is not allowed to die before mistime. In this sense fate means nothing fatal or deadly, but on the contrary a preservative force. In this example of the chauffeur, when it was said he may have died by fate at that moment, you must understand that I have not the slightest idea whether this is true or not. How could one possibly know unless one had studied this man over a long period, and known all that it is possible to know about him? We know scarcely anything about one another, or about ourselves, and so we cannot possibly decide as to whether fate or accident is acting on a person at a particular moment. Certainly we can realize with regard to ourselves that when we are very identified, or in bad negative states, we are more exposed to the law of accident. Now by accident is not meant merely physical accident such as being shot, or being smashed in a car accident. The center of gravity of the meaning of accident is that something happens to you that does not properly belong to you. You may, for example, become tied up with the affairs of someone who has no real connection with you and, as a result, get involved in a way that has no real relationship to yourself. Supposing somebody advises me to take a ticket for a lottery and I do so, and find myself the possessor of £100,000. Do you think this would belong to accident or fate in my life? I am convinced myself that it would belong to accident, and it would do me no good, and in fact interfere with my right life. In fact, accident would become fatal in the ordinary sense. On one occasion Mr. O said, when people begin to feel this work they begin at the same time to move in the direction of their essence, which is under the law of their right destiny, their fate. You cannot expect to win lotteries, to bet more successfully, and so on. You cannot expect to be more lucky in the ordinary sense. He was talking to someone at the time who had brought off a lucky bet, and had asked whether this was due to the work. He said it was simply due to accident. He said to me afterwards in private, "Do you know, Nicoll, suppose you were very lucky, do you think that this work would make you still more lucky? On the contrary, you must be prepared to find you probably lose this accidental luck. Now the moment of birth is fatal, but the moment of death is not fatal. Essence causes our birth, and essence is under the law of fate. When we are born we are pure essence. We have acquired no personality. It may be our fate to die early, but once personality begins to surround essence, and once false personality begins to invent itself, we are acted on by the law of accident. We are born into a world of sleeping people, and very early we learn to fall asleep ourselves. If we could keep awake we would remain in touch with essence, and so with our fate. Essentially, that is, by fate, a man may be an artist, a musician, and so on. If the essence has been developed in a previous recurrence, the man may feel his fate more strongly than he feels the life influences that are forming his personality. But ordinarily we become surrounded by personality through imitation and suggestion, so that we lose touch with ourselves and so pass away from the law of our fate. Then anything can happen to us, because we are then more or less under the law of accident. We begin to do and say things, we begin to imitate other people, and all this may have little or nothing to do with us and may put us in situations that do not properly belong to us. We become surrounded by an enormous number of greatcoats. These we have gradually to strip off. We have to learn what it means to say, "I am not really like this, this is not This is the work of inner separation. This leads in the direction of essence, and so towards the development of our essential life, which is under the law of our fate, that is, our real destiny, our real meaning, and from this the real individuality begins to be formed. This path is only possible through self-observation and inner separation. Every one of you must have noticed that you have new eyes, that you wish to separate from because they lead you into all sorts of accidental and indeed meaningless situations which more deeply placed eyes are quite useless, and which always lead you in the wrong direction. You begin to know that these eyes mislead you. When you realize this, you begin to understand what accident means, and from your growing dislike of these eyes you know a deeper consciousness by means of which you recognize these wrong eyes, and you then prefer to remain continuously in contact with eyes belonging to the eyes that form this deeper consciousness. When you say to yourself genuinely, "This I that is speaking through me at this moment is not really I," then you know you are aware of something deeper, and begin to understand what the real or more essential part of you is, which belongs to your fate, to what you really are. You then begin to understand practically something about what accident and fate mean in yourself. Birdlip, December 16, 1944. Commentary on internal considering. All internal considering is due to the presence in ourselves of eyes that internally consider. One side of self-observation is to observe these eyes. If you simply try to observe internal considering without trying to observe the eyes in you that love, above all things, to make accounts, you will not be able to separate from them. As you know, we have in us a very large number of eyes that seek to do us the utmost harm, and, in fact, to destroy our lives. They seek to destroy our happiness in every way. It takes some time to see that this is so, because for a long time we are not aware of the fact that different eyes are in charge of us at different moments. Owing to the action of buffers particularly, we seem to be one continuous eye. It is only in the development of inner taste that we begin to feel the taste of different eyes, and so become aware of the presence of unpleasant or dangerous eyes acting in us. Tonight I want to speak to you briefly about curious eyes that belong to internal considering. One set of eyes might be termed eyes that make conscientious scruples about unimportant things. These eyes can be thought of as very small, narrow eyes in the mechanical part of intellectual center, whose whole object is to cause difficulties and confuse us. They are not the same as superstitious eyes that make us walk to the right or the left, etc. They belong to the parrot group of eyes, of which we have great numbers, like, for example, those that give us obstinate opinions, or that keep on telling us that it is no use, and so on. On the contrary, they are eyes that really can do a great deal of harm to us. They have nothing to do with real conscience, which never makes us internally consider about anything. These eyes that make conscientious scruples about unimportant things very often dominate people, with the result that they exhaust them, take a great deal of force from them, and indeed enslave them. They cause a great deal of internal considering with reference to oneself rather than to other people. You can tell that these eyes belong to internal considering because they have the same emotional taste. To be imprisoned by these eyes is very harmful. Now it is useless arguing with them. The first thing that has to be done is to observe them. The next thing is to try to separate from them. You can only do this if you get behind them into better eyes. If you support them through identifying with them, you will neither be able to observe them, nor to separate from them. There is a saying in the work that we should make important things important and unimportant things unimportant. Everything that keeps us awake is important, and everything that puts us to sleep is unimportant in relation to the work. It is a good plan to think what this means, because one then begins to see what one has to work on. There are 1,001 other factors in us that are unimportant, and that keep us asleep. But these eyes that make conscientious scruples about unimportant things are one of these factors. They may be connected with ritualistic ideas, or they may have their origin elsewhere. But in self-observation we do not try to analyze and find the causes and origins of different eyes in us, but seek only to become conscious of them. Let us remind ourselves again about the general view of internal considering. On one occasion G said to O in reference to somebody of whom O thought well, "Yes, he is very nice, but he is weak, because he is always internally considering." What does this mean? What is this internal considering that makes us weak in G's sense? Internal considering in the work is first of all divided into two main aspects which are really two sides of the same thing. The first aspect is the feeling that one is not being properly treated, that one does not receive proper recognition, or is misunderstood. This can pass into a kind of chronic self-pity, into pathetic resignation, and so on. The other aspect is making inner accounts against other people. You must understand that this is not the same as making requirements. Making accounts against other people springs from the feeling that one has not got one's rights. The psychological result of making accounts against others is the feeling that other people owe us, other people are in debt to us. This produces a very bad inner state from which the development of any individuality is impossible. That is why in the Lord's Prayer so much is said about this in such a condensed way. As long as we feel that others owe us, i.e. as long as we persistently make inner accounts, we cannot start any change of being or reach any new understanding. The teaching of the work will fall on our ears year after year, and nothing will happen. In the first place, if you invariably make and cherish inner accounts, if you always feel you have a credit balance and others have a debit balance in regard to yourself, you are a very bad merchant, esoterically speaking. You will get nowhere. All these inner accounts must be cancelled. The Lord's Prayer says literally, cancel our debts in proportion as we cancel other people's debts. Now if you cannot cancel what you believe are other people's debts, you will not have debts cancelled for you through the action of the work on you. This means that your whole relation to the work will be wrong, it will be a bad relation. Let me ask you this question: how can we ever begin to realize our own nothingness if we are full of inner accounts, full of the idea that we are owed by everyone and everything? How will you overcome the action of life on you? How will you break your constant identification with the events of life, if you think that life owes you? How will you escape from prison, if you do not feel free to leave it, and wish first of all to accept from the jailer what you feel he owes you, and see that everyone is properly punished who has in any way hurt your feelings? Try therefore to see through self-observation over a long time, where you are caught and held down by the making of inner accounts. When self-observation becomes a real thing, when you begin to see what you are like, and what you have done, then, if you can stand this development of consciousness without self-justifying, you will begin to see the diminution of your internal accounting. You will feel a release from yourself, and with this release you will feel a broadening of yourself, a change in the feeling of yourself. You may in fact really be able to laugh at yourself. Internal considering of every kind is very difficult to observe. It is only a sense of the work that can make it worthwhile for you to observe it. In life it does not matter. A great deal of ordinary life conversation consists of internal accounting against others. It is quite impossible to observe yourself if you are just in life, and in life values. Life values do not develop this inner taste that the work speaks so much about, the development of which leads eventually to real conscience, in which there is no internal considering. I advise each of you to try to observe clearly one single form of internal considering so that you recognize it when it comes round again. Taste means emotional taste. Now everything in us is connected together by associations. One set of associations is emotional. If you recognize the emotional taste of an eye in you, you will be able to recognize other eyes having the same emotional taste, not in a day, not in a week, but very gradually. If you begin to hate this emotional taste, you begin to be free from the power of those eyes which have been sitting in your house taking charge of you, eating your food, and spending your money, and spoiling your lives all this time. Indeed, you will wonder what on earth you have been doing all this time, and why no one ever told you before. You will see from what I have said that the first thing that is necessary is to begin to see that what you observe is not yourself. I will in conclusion quote to you once again G's words about this: to begin self-observation and self-study it is necessary to divide oneself. A man must realize that he indeed first of all consists of two men. So long as a man takes himself as one person, he will never move from where he is. His work on himself starts from the moment he begins to feel at first two men in himself. One is passive, and the most it can do is to register or observe what is happening to it. The other, which calls itself I, is active, speaks of itself in the first person, and is in reality only an invented, unreal person. Let us call this invented person in a man. When a man understands his helplessness in the face of his attitude towards himself and towards in him ceases to be either indifferent or unconcerned. Self-observation becomes observation of a man understands that he is not that is nothing, but the mask he wears, the part that he unconsciously plays, and which unfortunately he cannot stop playing, a part which rules him, and makes him do and say 1,000 stupid things, 1,000 things which he would never do or say himself. If he is sincere with himself, he feels that he is in the power of and at the same time he feels that he is not he begins to be afraid of he begins to feel that he is his enemy. No matter what he would like to do, everything is altered and intercepted by is his enemy. A's desires, sympathies, thoughts, opinions, are either opposed to his own views, feelings, and moods, or they have nothing in common with them. And at the same time, is his master. He is the slave. He has no will of his own. He has no means of expressing his desires, because whatever he would like to do or say would be done for him by A. On this level of self-observation a man must understand that his whole aim is to free himself from A, and since he cannot in fact free himself from A because he is himself, he must therefore master A, and make him do not what the A of a given moment wants, but what he himself wants to do. From being the master, A must become the servant. The first stage of work on oneself consists in separating oneself from him mentally, in being separated from him in actual fact, in keeping apart from him. But the fact must be borne in mind, that the whole attention must be concentrated upon A, for a man is unable to explain what he himself really is. But he can explain it to himself, and with this he must begin, remembering at the same time that he is not a bird lip, December 23, 1944 on taking in impressions, in a new way of the three foods that enter the human machine. Impressions in the top compartment, air in the second, and ordinary food in the lowest. The work constantly emphasizes that the food of impressions is the most important food. You must understand that from the work point of view, the food of impressions is the most important food of all. Ordinarily, people can live with ordinary food and air, and very few impressions, but if a man begins to work on himself, he must think a great deal about what it means to take in more impressions. One way to take in more impressions is to try to look at things without associations. This is a very interesting method. Another way is to see everything happening in life in the light of the work, that is, to bring the work up to the place of incoming impressions. Another way is to see personality acting in oneself. You will find for yourselves, as you go on in the work, many ways of taking in impressions to a greater extent. But you must remember that everything tends to become mechanical. In consequence, if you can find a way of taking in impressions more fully, you must not expect it to continue to give results. One has to be clever. One has to have a number of irons in a fire, as Mr. O once said, that is, different methods at different times. Now, if we could make personality passive, I say, if then impressions would fall on essence which lies behind personality, this would give us a great deal of force. Everything would look much fresher, much more brilliant, much more interesting. As we are mechanical, we cease to take in new impressions often at a very early stage in our lives. We take in simply the same impressions over and over again. We see everything in exactly the same way, and we take one another in exactly the same way. Of course, if you can manage to see a person you know without any associations, you will get a shock. You see a quite different person. In the same way, if we begin to see ourselves, if we can get behind ourselves through self-observation, we will again get a shock. We will realize we do not know ourselves, and are quite different from what we thought. You remember the strange esoteric phrase in the Gospels, where Christ is talking about what is necessary for work on oneself. He is really speaking about the personality. He says, "Whosoever shall not receive the kingdom of God as a little child, he shall in no wise enter therein." Luke 17. Here we must think about the idea of this work, namely, becoming conscious. I would like to speak about personality, that is, the acquired part of us, and remind you of a few things. Everyone has this built-up personality, with its own viewpoints, likes and dislikes, customs, attitudes, and so on. Can any of you see that you have a machine of this kind, and that what is you is not it? In each country quite different kinds of personality have become ingrained. A Chinese is quite different from an Englishman. Yet each will take his personality as absolute truth, absolute right. If you can catch a glimpse of what I mean, it may help you to see what personality is in yourself. Now, as was said, if personality becomes more passive, impressions begin to fall on essence. This makes it possible for essence to grow an extraordinary experience. As long as impressions fall on personality, they will always produce the same effects mechanically. But when they begin to fall on essence, everything is always new and far richer and more varied. In fact, everything is wonderful. Instead of having the feeling that everything is repeating itself, everything is the same, one begins to feel that nothing is ever the same. But one condition that is necessary is that one lives more in the moment and notices those forces coming at the moment, and so takes in impressions from the actual moment. If one is always living in imagination, or in the past, this is impossible. When we are in the personality, and only react in set, stereotyped mechanical ways to every moment, we soon feel a strange staleness, a deadness in ourselves. We are making no attempt to take in new impressions. We are really in a person that has been formed in us, and that we think is ourself. The most interesting thing is that people say, "How can I think differently? How can I feel differently?" when this is the whole point of the work. If you cannot observe how you react, then of course nothing can be changed. If you cannot, or will not take in any new ideas, again, nothing can be changed. If you think that you can retain your former ways of thinking and feeling, and estimating things, and simply add something new to yourself, as you are, then again you cannot change. It is you that has to change, and you are just how you mechanically think and feel about everything. That is you. Have you then begun to observe this you, this person who thinks, feels, and acts as always? Are you satisfied with this acquired you? Birdlip, December 30th, 1944. The cognitive power of emotions. 1. The work says that emotions are cognitive. What do you understand by this? Give illustrations. 2. The work says that if the emotional center were purified from negative emotions, it would be clairvoyant. Could you try to explain what this means? 3. Are negative emotions cognitive? One of the simplest illustrations of the cognitive aspect of the emotions is the power of birds to build nests in the mating season. Here the emotional state brings with it knowledge which the bird does not otherwise possess, and when the emotional state vanishes, the whole maternal cycle is over. That is, of course, the emotional part of the instinctive center that is implicated, not the emotional center itself, which probably scarcely exists in birds. This is just as well, for the emotional part of instinctive center can bear things and forget things better, in fact, completely. It cannot become negative, otherwise animal life would die. Animals, birds, do not return to Papa and Mama, and once the emotional moving state is over with its wonderful cognition, the whole business is over. In the case of educated man it is different, but in primitive savage tribes it is much the same. The emotional part of instinctive center, when temporarily awake, has wonderful knowledge to transmit to moving center for a brief time. When the work says that the emotions have cognitive value, it means that there is a definite state of knowing something connected with a particular emotional state. We now take the emotional center itself. To understand that there is a definite state of knowing connected with emotions, let us remember that knowing is not thinking. We can know a thing in different ways, without thinking. We can know, for example, through our senses, that it is a fine day, and do not have to think it is, or we can know that another person is unhappy, or we can know that something is true. It is particularly with knowing truth that emotional states are connected. When one is in a particular emotional state, one may know something that one cannot know in some other state. One sees the truth of something and then the emotional state changes, and one no longer sees that truth that one saw before. This is especially the case when one passes from relatively simple emotions into definite negative emotions. Negative emotions can never see the truth that non-negative emotions can see. This explains a great deal in life. It explains why when we become negative towards one another we cannot see what we saw before, we cannot indeed see any truth about one another. I will quote one or two passages from your answers about seeing truth emotionally. 1. I understand by the work saying that emotions are cognitive, that one's knowing is of entirely different quality when mental center is reinforced by emotional center. For instance, mental center knows that our being is composed of many eyes. But supposing a man suddenly sees an eye which has tormented him all his life, and his emotional center is flooded with joy at the realization that it is an eye and not part of himself, his knowledge is lifted instantly beyond all intellectual theorizing. 2. In the work one may slowly receive knowledge of the idea, for instance, that men cannot do. And then one day, in the twinkling of an eye, one sees one's own mechanicalness and helplessness, and sees that it is oneself who cannot do. That is the cognition of emotional center. 3. In doing these replies to questions I have felt occasionally that one is tapping along with the stick of one's mind, as a blind man taps his way with his stick, tapping away against some wall of knowledge, and getting some sort of guiding response, and then suddenly one taps and gets no response. The wall has fallen away, and one is faced with the void. It is no good thinking any further, because one has nothing to think further with, and one's mind begins to go round and round in a circle. One leaves it. Then, often some time later, with no further thought given to the question as far as one is aware, one finds suddenly that one knows something about it without knowing whence the knowledge came. Does intellectual center continue working in some part of itself without one being aware of it, or when one's mind stops its tapping, can emotional center work? As regards this last example and others to the same effect, I would say that when you put your thoughts together in order, and think from the work from different sides, a moment often comes when all these efforts at thinking are joined together into a new meaning. This is the work of the emotional side of us, whether the emotional part of intellectual center, or the emotional center itself, does not matter here. When people only have confused and scattered ideas of the work, i.e., when they do not work on the knowledge line of the work cannot act on them properly, because they do not seek by their own efforts to bring together the ideas of the work through any concentration of thought. You have all heard that you must build the work up in your minds first, and that then it acts as a new transmitting machine. Remember that this work is to make us think in a new way. If you never really make this effort, the work remains at a distance from you as something on the blackboard. When it is said that the emotions are cognitive, it means that through certain feelings you know certain things. Ordinarily people think the emotions are blind in regard to knowledge. The object of this work is to awaken the emotional center through changing the mental center. As it is glued to the senses and the world, the mental center misleads the emotional center, and so cannot awaken it. When the tree of the work is planted in the mental center, the emotional center begins to recover itself, to awaken. The work is not about life and the world, but about a certain way of thinking about life and the world. For this reason, or change of mental thinking, is the first step necessary to restore the emotional center to its proper working, and to its different forms of clairvoyance. As long as you think in the same way as you always think, as long as you do not think from work ideas, from knowledge of the work, your emotional center will act, as a rule, from the way you think habitually or mechanically. This is one of the first secrets to grasp. The ideas of the work are designed to awaken the emotional center. But if you think in terms of making internal accounts, if you think in the ordinary way, that is, from the senses, if you imbibe the opinions of others only, the emotional center must remain practically dead. The mental key is of the wrong shape, and cannot open the right emotions. I advise you all to think about the ray of creation, and the side octave from the sun. As regards clairvoyance, this is a very big subject to discuss, and I will make only one or two comments. Clairvoyance is a certain kind of unusual cognition. It is really of two kinds. One kind is knowing something about somebody or something entirely unconnected with oneself, and the other is knowing something about someone personally connected. Clairvoyance really means clear seeing. One can think of it as the cognitive, emotional seeing of the truth about something or someone. The emotional center in us, however, is only very rarely clairvoyant, and usually in such a mixed way, and so often wrong that the result is useless. To purify it, the acquired negative part of the emotional center must be lessened in its power, and not made to take the chief place in our emotional lives. Roughly speaking, as we are, it is central in us, particularly in regard to such inner life as we have, and what sense of ourselves we have. The purification of the emotions begins with work on the self-emotions arising from the false personality. The impurity of our emotional states is due largely to pretense, to meritoriousness, to falseness, to all sorts of forms of showing off, to self-deception and insincerity. We have a quite wrong sense of ourselves, believing in our merit, believing that we can do good from ourselves, that we are conscious, that we have will, and so on. All this makes the emotional life little short of disastrous. In fact, it could easily be said that it would be better if we could have our emotional life cut out altogether. I will quote several passages from your answers about the purification and clairvoyance of emotional center. 1. I have heard it said in the work that only essence can be clairvoyant, never personality. And young children are sometimes clairvoyant, and lose this faculty when personality forms. 2. Is it possible that emotional center with its finer hydrogens is capable, when purified from negative emotions, of transcending the laws of space and time, which is what clairvoyance appears to mean? Thus at times emotional center can visualize something happening at a distance, particularly if someone with whom it has a strong emotional connection is concerned. 3. If emotional center were purified, would one see one's life more as a whole, and with more understanding, with a sense of the pattern of which all the apparently unrelated bits are a part? And, since it would then be looking from a high level, would one see oneself as one looks against a higher level of being and consciousness? Would the fact that emotional center was so far purified give one strength to bear it? 4. If emotional center were purified of negative emotions, one would, I think, be above the line of passing time, and from this level would have insight into many things that are obscure and inexplicable at our present level. Time would be quite different. Events would exist together instead of as a disjointed series, and many things apparently unconnected would be connected. The meaning of cause and effect would become a coherent whole. In such a state one would be receptive to influences from higher centers, and I imagine one would see and understand things objectively, and at their real value. 5. If the emotional center were purified of negative emotions, and one ceased to be identified with oneself, one would be able to see more deeply into one's own life, and into the lives of others. The center would then work with much higher hydrogens, and one would start to become conscious in higher centers. Let us now speak of the cognition of negative emotions. You must all understand that cognition means knowledge, and that you can have evil knowledge, or good knowledge. Negative emotions have their own kind of knowledge, particularly in regard to how to hurt people, and wound them. When you are in a negative state towards someone, you know, as a rule, how to hurt that person most, and say wounding things. Negative emotions, which are acquired through imitation, form an extraordinary mess in the emotional center which is born pure. Since all emotions have a cognitive value, even negative emotions have their own cognitive value, which enables you to see the worst side of everything. Suspicion, for example, is a negative emotion, and is often very clever. It is always wrong, but at the same time is right on its own level. Remember, it is always wrong. In fact, all negative emotions on their cognitive side are always wrong. They see only one side. When followed very much, they lead to hell, i.e., towards the moon, towards an inferior, a lower way of taking everything. Seeing only the evil and never seeing the good, interpreting everything on the lowest level, is, as you know, called in the Gospels the sin against the Holy Ghost, in the passage where Christ is said by the Pharisees to be healing people by means of the devil. Matt. Xii 32. Some people imagine that they do not see the worst side of things, and pretend to a kind of goodness, to a kind of pretense of being cheerful or optimistic about others, whereas all the time they really believe in what their negative emotions cognitively give them. It is a quite different thing to observe a cognition that comes from negative emotions about another person, and actually not believe it as portraying the whole person. You must see the cognition that comes to you through your negative emotions, and acknowledge its presence, and then work against it, and this requires a lot of work, and a lot of self-remembering. Pseudo-optimism, pseudo-cheerfulness, is quite useless, and in fact only intensifies the power of negative emotions in the world. Each person is given his own negative emotions, as it were, with their cognitions, with their false knowledge, and each person, if he or she wishes to work, must in some way lighten the burden of the total fog of negative emotion existing in the world, which is governed by negative emotion. But they must do it genuinely, and especially by seeing their own negative emotions, and so forgiving others, in the sense of completely canceling their debts. In every case, negative emotions can only see half-truths. For instance, a person who is negative, and who reports what someone else said, may actually report what the person said, but leave out one or two things, and also leave out the way in which it was said, the intonation, and so on. So he or she makes a dark picture, a lie. You will remember talks about lying, and how the first form of lying is always putting things to your advantage, slightly twisting what happened, as when a person says, "I says to her," "she says to me," etc. Now if a person is negative, and therefore ungenerous, he or she may describe something that happened in regard to a person disliked, and the result will be truth, in a sense, but half truth. Do you know, it is said in ancient literature that devils are very clever and ingenious, but they only know half-truths. Goodness always looks stupid in comparison with the cleverness of negative eyes that are lying. I wonder if you have ever noticed negative emotion in the faces round you, noticed the expression in their eyes, and noticed how they are only watching. Think for a moment from what they are watching, and what they want to catch. Think of the collection such eyes will make in your life album of incidents. Perhaps you all know that when you are negative and suspicious, everything that is said only pours oil on the fire. I remember when I once had to deal with some insane people, who are wholly under the power of negative emotions and negative thinking, how the slightest movement I made was always interpreted in favor of their negative ideas, from which they instantly deduced all sorts of things that were partly true. Negative eyes are really insane eyes in us. A person in negative emotions always notices very quickly what you have neglected, but takes no cognizance of what you have done. In this respect, his negative emotions give him a certain cognition, often very deep and subtle, and yet always wrong. The curious thing is that negative emotions always can find proof, and if you join all these proofs together, then you will be overpowered by life. You are really stitching together a pattern of life in which you eliminate everything that really goes against these proofs, and, as you know quite well, you are ignoring the good side, and simply holding on to the cognitions of the unpleasant side, which have their own truth. The result is that you come under the truth only of negative emotions, and, as I say, such truths are false, because they do not take in all sides. Perhaps sometimes you may catch a glimpse of this side of your being which is negative, and what it is making in you every day. It is not a god, but a very nasty little worm, a very tiresome little spoilt child, a most unpleasant thing to become aware of. People glorify negative states. They feel it is right to worry and be identified. However, this is not true. One must do one's best to climb out of this pit, if possible. It is possible. But it is not possible if the work has no real essential hold over you, for otherwise you will feel justified in your negative and painful life emotions. And not only this, but these negative emotions will feed you with their own cognitive side, so that you will always be able to prove you are right. I will conclude by quoting some of your observations of the cognition of negative emotions. 1. In myself I have observed that negative emotions stimulate into unusual activities of an unpleasant nature, suspicion, feelings of not being valued highly enough, resentment, etc. make one abnormally sensitive to the possible meanings of another person's words, intonations, emphases, glances, hesitations, and so on. To some extent such negative emotions are indirectly cognitive, but not likely to be accurate. 2. Spiteful eyes, for instance, can be extraordinarily clever at finding just the right thing to say that will hurt. If we could be half as clever as they are in finding in our ordinary life contacts just the right things to say, we should make a very different thing of these contacts and connections. But negative emotions are not cognitive in relation to one's life as a whole. They are completely blind there. 3. Negative emotions, like jealousy and hatred, can develop a certain cunning and knowledge of people, but merely to advance their own ends. A person who is jealous or hates someone might know a great deal about their victim, perhaps even more than someone who loves mechanically, which is so often just a projection of self-love. 4. As long as we are joined to a person by negative emotion, we cannot possibly know that person. We see him through a distorting medium. I have often noticed the reluctance I feel to admitting in people I dislike even such good as I know them to possess. 5. I am just beginning to see how very blind and stupid, but at the same time how incredibly clever in a crooked sense, the negative emotional basis can lead one's actions to be. I am beginning to see that when I start from a negative starting point, the crooked lawyers in me can produce easily an apparently very well-reasoned case, which is false from start to finish. Birdlip, January 7, 1945. Commentary on Memory. On one occasion Mr. G said, in so many words, in speaking of the first conscious shock, Man should remember himself, and he was born to do so. If you ask me what the work is about at this stage, it is about self-remembering. At this place in the 3 octaves, something is missing in the present state of humanity. Therefore it is necessary now to give the shock of self-remembering, which should be given naturally. The trouble is that even when people begin to understand what self-remembering means, they forget to remember themselves. It is necessary to create a memory for self-remembering, and for this reason one must make many alarm clocks to wake oneself up. People may even wish to remember themselves, but they forget to remember that they have to remember themselves. On another occasion he spoke about the different kinds of memory that we have, and in his earlier teaching Mr. O explained to us that we must try to observe different kinds of memory in ourselves. He said each center, each part of a center, and each subdivision of a center had its own kind of memory. This means that each eye has its own memory. Because eyes are arranged in a certain order, and live in these different parts of centers. We have, for example, very trivial memories which really belong to small eyes and small parts of centers. We remember how we lost a bus or a train years ago, and so on. Now Mr. O said that all memories are necessary, but he spoke about the education of memory, saying that if we can only remember very small things we cannot remember big things, and that if we always lived in small eyes we could not, for example, remember the work. He said that every part of a center is useful except the negative part of emotional center. He added that the negative part of emotional center is unfortunately divided into smaller and bigger parts just as every other part of a center is. The bigger or more internal part of the negative part of emotional center is capable of remembering insults all one's life. This is not trivial memory. On the contrary, such deep negative emotions make a man wait for years to have his revenge. The reason why it is more persistent is because it is in bigger eyes, in the negative parts of the emotional center. Small eyes forget, bigger eyes remember more persistently. Some people have very deep-seated negative memory that destroys their lives. Do you know perhaps people who say they will never forget or forgive? It is curious how they take a certain pride in saying this, but it is like a deep ulcer in them, and will always bind them to life, and hold them down, and prevent any new way of thinking and feeling. Now let us stop speaking about unpleasant forms of memory with which most of our lives are filled. Let us try to think of obviously different kinds of memory. Since every center and every part of a center, and every subdivision of a center has a different kind of memory, we should expect to observe different kinds of memory in life. For example, some people have a very good memory for tunes, but cannot remember the words of a song, whereas some people can remember the words, but not the tune. Here obviously are 2 different kinds of memory. Again, some people may remember ordinary tunes, and some may remember whole operas. These again are different memories, of which we might say that those who remember ordinary tunes remember in a smaller part of a center, and those who remember whole operas remember in a bigger part. Again, some people remember figures very well, impersonally, or personally. They remember impersonal things, like the national debt, or, more personally, the rate of interest on some investment, or, still more personally, the fares to somewhere. They figure out things and calculate. This is a quite different memory from mathematical calculation, or from higher mathematics. It is connected, but mathematics is in a higher part of the center. A capacity for figuring we might put in the formatory center, but a capacity for mathematics we must put in at least the emotional part of the intellectual center, and a capacity for higher mathematics probably in the intellectual part of the intellectual center. We will remind ourselves later on as to what has been said about the different parts of centers and their subdivisions. Now some people have a very good memory for faces, probably with no names attached. On the other hand, people may remember names very well. You may have a very good memory for what has happened in your lives as regards purely external events, whereas other people do not have this memory clearly, but remember their psychological states, how they felt, what they thought. Some people cannot remember a book, but can remember the ideas contained in it, and so on. Sometimes there are very highly developed forms of memory, as in youthful prodigies, who can remember, let us say, a whole column of a newspaper read out to them once, or who have an extraordinary memory for historical dates. Generally speaking, prodigious memory of this limited kind is a bad sign, because it becomes the precocious development of one small part of a center at the expense of the development of all the other parts. There are many examples of different kinds of memory, but it is impossible to give them here, but I would advise you to see where your memory is good, and where it is bad. All memories have their uses. The main point is to realize there are many different kinds of memory, and that these different kinds of memory have different qualities. Mr. O once said somewhere that some people took pleasure in saying that they were absent-minded, like the professor, who always forgot his umbrella. He was speaking of the idea of balanced man in whom all centers work equally, that is, not one-sided man, or small-part man. He said it would be necessary, if this professor came into the work, for him to learn never to forget his umbrella, because it meant that there was something missing in him. Now in using these different kinds of memory we should realize first that there are different kinds of memory, and that we should be able to call them up when necessary. For example, I may not remember a great many things at this moment, but I should be able to remember when called upon. I want to say something here about memory, that you may not understand. Memory does not mean always remembering everything, such as what bus to catch, how to cook a goose, how to add up figures, how to drive a car, what you read last year, or what you learned at school. Memory is something we call upon at the appropriate moment. A man with a good memory means a man who has a good available memory, that he can call upon at the right time. It does not mean a man who is able to remember everything all at once. At this moment, for instance, I do not remember my memory. It may so happen that I am thinking of nothing, remembering nothing. If some small paradise says, "You do not remember anything," and how extraordinary it is that so many little mechanical eyes tempt you in this way, one should learn to pay no attention. Attention always means use of force. For this reason memory can be compared with a great library, or, to use the work expression, with a great number of phonograph rolls, all arranged in a certain way. Our centers are stored with these phonograph rolls of every kind, and, when we remember, one of these rolls turns, and speaks to us in this library of phonograph rolls, or books. A man with a good memory knows in which department he can find what he wants. You all know quite well the state in which you feel, that you could remember something, but cannot for the moment. This means that you must find a way to enter the library, and go to the right department, and right floor, because memory is on different floors, that is, there is higher memory, and lower memory. So memory in general is like a library. This library is divided into many floors and departments. A man with a good memory knows in which department, on which floor he can find the book he wants. This may take a little time, but if he has taken in his impressions to a certain extent consciously, he will be able to find the book he needs eventually. If, however, he has taken in his impressions mechanically, that is, without any interest or affection, he will not be able to find the way in his library, although, curiously enough, his library is arranged quite correctly. What arranges his library? It is best to answer this question by saying that his library is arranged, but he is deranged in regard to it. Just as all his centers and parts of centers are there already, and arranged in the right order, so is all his life recorded and arranged in the right order, in him, but he is not in contact with it. At the moment of death we sometimes remember everything, see everything, know everything. We see what it has all amounted to. It is all there in the time-body, both rightly arranged and wrongly arranged. Also, when we have moments of awakening, we see how things are rightly arranged, and how wrongly we are identified with certain things which are not important. Unless things were rightly arranged we could not see this, we would not know that we had wrongly arranged them. But we are not speaking of great memory, of fully conscious memory, of this book of life that is opened at death. When it is opened, everything is there in its right order, and from that we are judged by ourselves. Now let us take emotional memory. As you know, emotional memory can be divided into the memory belonging to the negative part, and the memory belonging to the non-negative part of emotional center. I have often thought that this is one of the most striking examples of different kinds of memory. When we are negative with a person, it is extraordinary how unpleasant and apparently long-forgotten things present themselves in the sphere of our consciousness, and wish to escape through our mouths, even things that we really thought were over and done with long ago. On the other hand, when we become sane again, we cannot understand how we behaved as we did. We feel quite contrary feelings which often take a stupidly exaggerated form, and express themselves in quite useless sentiment, which of course makes it much easier for us to be negative again, because we feel we have justified ourselves. It is only false personality that has justified itself. The only remedy for this is either to see the same things in yourself, that is, through self-knowledge, or to bring together consciously all you know about the good side of a person, and confront your negative feelings with that. We always seem to see people either one way or another way, and this is the case even with people who have a picture of themselves as being very tolerant. These two kinds of memory in the emotional center should become a matter of continual conscious experience to all of you. Never believe in your negative states and their memories, because they are always wrong, because they are one-sided. And remember also that with such memories, if they become active and control you, you destroy your own development, because no one can develop through negative emotions and their memories. They have to be let go without argument, just as you let go a thing that has a bad smell. This purification of the emotional center and its memories is very difficult and long work, but if you will keep the ideas of the work clearly before you and remember that negative emotion can only breed negative emotion, if you remember that violence can only create further violence, if you remember that nothing real can ever grow in negative parts of emotional center, nothing except lies and falsity, if you remember that no one can reach even a trace of real I, if he is venomous, full of hatred and self-pity and depression, then perhaps very gradually, keeping all these things in mind as well as the whole idea of the work, you will be able to have shorter negative states. This is the dirt that has to be cleared away from us before anything else can happen. This is the dirty mind that has to change. But first one has to observe one's negative states, and you will often find people who assure you they are never really negative, even those who are all the time enjoying their negative emotions to the full. I will remind you of what Mr. O once said about negative emotions. He was talking about false schools, where rules were given that were impossible to keep. He said, in so many words, it is quite easy to say in a school that people have no right to be negative, but saying that means that man can do. A man who under all circumstances does not become negative is already a conscious man. What I say to you is this: I say that you have a right not to be negative. Now if you are foolishly sincere, and simply express your negative thoughts and feelings in every situation, you are not being sly man. One can always plunge into any situation with all one's ordinary negative ways of taking it. What we have to learn in the work is to take situations in a more conscious way so that we get through them without becoming completely identified. As you know, we identify with our negative states very easily. Here we have to remember ourselves, to remember what the work is teaching us. We have to remember that we have to endeavor not to react mechanically, and to try to think what it means to be cleverly sincere. To be cleverly sincere, one must be sincere to one's understanding of the work. This can help a great deal, and this is where memory is consciously applied. I must remember myself in this situation. This is an example of work on oneself. It is not the same as being cautious or wary in life sense. It has quite another origin. Being cautious in life sense is going with your mechanicalness. You are mechanically cautious, but the above example is about acting consciously against one's mechanicalness, against oneself. Now as regards memory in the moving center, here lie all kinds of extraordinary memories: memory for walking, for skating, for writing, for speaking, for balancing, for bicycling, for reading, for sewing, for knitting, for doing everything with your hands, and with your feet. These memories are acquired, but some are born, such as the memory for sucking. The work teaches that centers are born blank like smooth wax, and are impressed by impressions from life. The great exception is, of course, the instinctive center, which is fully developed at birth, otherwise digestion, etc. would have to be learned. The instinctive center attends to the inner work of the organism, and is itself the representation of the organic life cosmos in man, or what is ordinarily called nature. The cleverness of the center is beyond all computation. It is, for example, a 10,000 times better chemist than any actual chemist or physiologist. Without this starting point, man could not exist on the earth. He is given this first of all, and also a small development of the moving center, but nothing else. This is not quite correct, because he is also given higher centers fully developed, that are always at work in him, but he is not in contact with them. They represent higher cosmoses in man. Now in the instinctive center lie memories of sensation. Some people say they can recall their sensations. This may be true, but from my own observation I do not remember the actual sensation, but something disembodied. For example, if I say to you, what is the difference between eating strawberries and plunging into ice-cold water, you will know the difference, but the sensations are disembodied, ghost-like. When you are eating something that gives you a particular sensation of taste, smell, consistency, you are reminded of other similar sensations by association. This is memory of sensations. Or when you eat a thing said to be lamb, and it is not, do you know it is not? This means there is memory for different sensations, but I do not think this memory is easily recallable voluntarily. Sensation works in the present moment only, just as all the senses do. Thought, for example, is different. You can recall the memory of a thought you had yesterday, but I would say you cannot recall in the same way a sensation. Thought is independent of the senses, which only work in the present moment of time, and, in fact, make the present moment of time, but some trains of thought are timeless, and you have to come back to your senses to know what time it is. If we could recall sensations in their totality, we should never move away from agreeable sensations, but in recollection they are very thin. People forget their sensations, such as those due to war, very easily. If you could recall fully the sensation of being warm, you would never be cold. Certainly it is possible to create warmth, and some yogi schools teach this first of all, but it is done through the mind, and not through recall. Let us now speak of the connection between memory and association. In connection with this enormous subject, we must remember that all associations are connected with memory. The lowest level is automatic. The highest level is through corresponding ideas. Say you swing your arm round and suddenly begin to talk about cricket, how you used to bowl for yours eye. You do not know why you talk about cricket, but the movement, as it were, rings up memories of cricket. This is automatic. This side of our life is constantly at work, only we do not notice it. For example, if you sit in a certain position, you may become negative. This is because you have been negative before when sitting in that position. Some other time we will speak more fully about associations, which are one aspect of memory. But I must say here that all that has been written above and all that follows belongs to the study of the human machine. The work teaches us that we must know our human machine, and catch glimpses of how it works. When we take ourselves for granted, or take ourselves as one big I, always the same, it makes it impossible for us to work on ourselves. We are like a city full of different people, some of whom are very troublesome, as long as we take them as I, and the city is full of used and unused roads. The realization of this does not lead to the loss of the feeling of oneself, but rather leads to the loss of the wrong feeling of oneself. For, to take the work phrase, we must realize we are a house in disorder, and nobody is in charge. Then take the formatory part of the intellectual center, the moving part. Here lies the memory for words, phrases, all our ordinary orientation to life, small plans, catching buses, and so on. All these are different memories in subdivisions in which live different eyes that attend to these matters, and have been trained to do so. Next I want to talk to you about memory in the higher parts of ordinary centers, and how it differs from memory in smaller parts or memory in bigger eyes in contrast to memory in smaller eyes. In the first place, it is impossible to remember oneself in small eyes, and it is merely a waste of time. In fact, it is worse than a waste of time, because it drags the whole work down to a very small level. The work cannot fall on small eyes which cannot understand it, and which are turned towards life, and are necessary for life. So if you go about in your daily life, and simply suddenly try to remember yourself, because some little parrot tells you to do so, one of those little nagging eyes that give you an entirely false sense of duty, then simply laugh at such nonsense. The act of self-remembering must have a certain emotional quality. It is owing to the emotional quality that one is put at once in two higher parts of centers, in two bigger eyes. These can remember the work, they can understand it. No one can work continuously, but only at times. But it is possible to keep awake a little all the time, and at least to observe oneself. Self-observation should accompany our ordinary life, and can do so, but self-remembering is on a quite different level. Self-observation can lead up to self-remembering when one notices one is forgetting one's aim. Now in self-remembering, all the memory of the work enters, not necessarily consciously, but by a high level of association. Eyes that are in higher parts of centers have a far more comprehensive memory, and that of little eyes that stand, as it were, close to the ground and have a very limited vision. These bigger eyes can't take in 2 or 3 things together, and relate them, because they have a wider vision. That is why the memory of these eyes is quite different. They can, as it were, take in the whole of a subject, whereas little eyes can't take in only one small part, and for this reason they continually argue inside one and catch hold of little contradictions. It is a great misfortune to be judged by other people, by little eyes, and this is after all the general human situation. You get into bigger eyes either through an emotional state, or through attention. Directed attention which has to deal with the work ideas can put you into an emotional state, or even a book, that contains the influences. This makes it possible to remember yourself, because it puts you into a chain of conscious associations, voluntarily acquired, or rather acquired by choice. Here the memory of everything is quite different, because everything is in the right order. It is a very wonderful thing, when this begins to happen to you, that is, when you begin to touch real self-remembering. Of course, if you worry about self-remembering, or do it as your duty merely, you will not reach this state, because you start from the wrong place. It is the whole feeling of the work that makes it possible to remember oneself. And it is also the whole memory of the work that makes it possible. But this memory is not the same as the ordinary memories we use for life. It is like going into another room. If there is nothing there, then there can be no self-remembering in a real sense. If you remember your origin, and feel it emotionally enough, you may touch the level of self-remembering, and then you may remember many other things that long ago you have forgotten. This is special memory, where things are joined together by similar emotional states, by a similar taste. And here you often find many things that you may have thought have been no good, things you have tried to do, things you thought you had failed in, you find them there in this special memory. But you can find nothing there that you thought you did well, and deserved credit for. Remember that each center feels, and that every division of a center feels, and all these feelings are of different qualities, and call up their memories. This is why so much insistence is laid on evaluation of the work, because evaluation is feeling, and it is through feeling the work that we get into contact with eyes, in ourselves, that can work, and can self-remember, and can lead to the state of self-remembering. Feeling for the work develops through feeling, when you have wrong feelings about the work. No one can feel rightly, but people can become more conscious of when they feel wrongly. By inner separation, by non-identifying, and by dislike of wrong feelings, or discomfort about them, it may be made possible for right feelings to enter. When we have experienced some moments of right feeling, we remember them afterwards in ordinary life, in an inverse way, namely, through feeling that we have not got the right feelings. This action of memory is the most interesting of all. If we were not given occasionally inner perceptions, and experiences a little above our ordinary level, we could not grow. The point is, we do actually have traces of experiences beyond our ordinary level. This is one of the most remarkable things about our human existence and points to our having something more in us than we are. If you will think of the side octave from the sun, you will see the explanation. Now you will see why, in the work, memory is taken as one of the most important of all things, and why the purification of memory is so important. To keep the memory of useless things alive is not the right use of memory. Memory must become selective. On one occasion Mr. O, in speaking of what he would ask for if he had 3 wishes, said, "One thing would be to be able to forget what I would like to forget and to remember what I want to remember." Now we forget things by reducing their importance, and we remember things by increasing their importance. Some things we must starve in ourselves, and some things we must feed, and the work teaches us what we have to starve and what we have to feed. But one of the most important ways of altering memory is by canceling debts, through seeing the unpleasant things we attribute to others as also existing in ourselves, and this is one of the great uses of self-observation. This checks the growth of unpleasant memories, and also changes us. This kind of work on yourself is always possible at any moment, wherever you are, and begins as soon as you reach the stage of being able to notice when you are taking in unpleasant impressions, either from outside or from memory. Part I. In the first part of this commentary it was said that everything is arranged in the right order as regards memory, and that everything is there, all that you have said and done and thought and felt and sensed. Everything is all there, and in the right order, and in the right scale. That is, the important things are arranged on one floor, in the house of memory, and the unimportant things are arranged on a lower floor. But it was also said that we have our own wrong arrangement of memory. This means that we have a wrong memory, although there is a real memory already stored up in us in the right order. To understand this, we must realize that we are between the external world coming in through our senses, and the internal world which is governed by higher centers. Although we are not in contact with higher centers, and cannot possibly be at present, yet because higher centers are continuously at work in us, they arrange our life in the right order, whereas our personality arranges everything in the wrong order. We have, therefore, 2 memories, our own memory, and, deeper and far more internal, our full memory. When we observe ourselves, and begin to doubt our way of remembering our lives, when we begin to move in a more internal direction, we inevitably come up against an entirely different form of remembering our lives. We begin to realize that our way of remembering our lives is entirely wrong. We think of ourselves in a certain way. But behind this personal thinking there is an other thinking, because of the action of higher centers which are all the time rearranging the incidents of our lives, in another order, and on another scale. So there are 2 memories, one that we have access to in an ordinary sense, and another that we have not access to at present. Let us call these 2 memories external and internal. In the external memory everything is arranged as you think it should be, from mechanical personality, from your buffers, prejudices, attitudes, opinions, and self-love, self-interests, identifications, worries. This is your external memory. But you have also an internal memory in which everything is arranged quite differently. All your personality life memory is recorded in this internal memory quite differently, and in the right order. When real conscience begins to awaken, you begin to feel this interior memory, in which everything is rightly arranged for you, so that you see everything in a different light. This begins when imaginary I begins to die, that is, when false personality becomes weakened and one no longer has the same feeling of oneself. In the interior memory everything is recorded, but on the right scale, and in the right order. In the external memory everything is recorded on the wrong scale, and in the wrong order. According to your false personality, from small grievances, etc. You all remember the work parable which compares us with a driver, a horse, and a carriage. You remember that the driver is asleep in a public house. This means, of course, that he is full of imagination about himself and full of ideas of boasting and so on. And outside this public house stands his horse and carriage in very bad condition. The driver must first awaken, and leave the public house, and stop spending his money there. Now, from one angle, this driver, who is drunk in the public house, is a man with an entirely wrong memory of himself. When he wakes up, he ceases to boast of himself. He no longer feels that he is anybody at all, and he feels he has some other task. You probably have all noticed how you boast, how you justify, how you keep up your ordinary feeling of yourselves, your merit, your individual excellence, your superiority, your thank godness, and how with all these self-intoxicated feelings you cannot really touch the work, nor understand what it is all about. You hear very often that personality must be made passive without seeing where this acquired artificial thing, which has its own quite wrong memory, is concerned. When a man is very much under his personality, and feels very strongly his own virtues, he is comparable with this driver sitting in the public house intoxicating himself with his own imagination about himself. And this intoxication will give him a certain kind of memory for himself, and this memory will be a deranged memory, not an arranged memory. Yet at the same time there is always more internally a memory of everything that is being recorded for you, which is arranged in the right order. You all know how we invent, how imagination works in the sphere of memory, arranges things in its own way, and perhaps some of you know already how deeper self-observation makes us gradually acquainted with this false memory and makes us gradually realize that it is entirely acquired, entirely invented, and has no relation to facts about oneself. One is not the person one imagines oneself to be, nor is one's past life what one has imagined it to be. Only self-observation carried out with real affection can show you this. You can adapt to the work, and if you are clever you can give every appearance of working, but you are merely adapting. And on one occasion Mr. O said that it was quite useless to adapt to this work, as you would adapt to any situation in life. If any of you think you can merely adapt to the work, you will find sooner or later that you are no longer in the work, and, in fact, that you have never been in the work. Now this change of memory necessary in the work can only come about, as was said, by self-observation done sincerely and done according to the directions that the work gives us. If this is done, then a new kind of memory of your past life begins. You become a witness of a very strange effect, namely, that the whole of your past life begins to be changed for you. The reason is that every particle of memory begins to be ordered in the right way. You begin to know for certain that there is another interpretation of your past, and it has always been there, only you have not been conscious of it. And this means that there is another memory that has been acting on you without your knowing, and that has never tried to speak to you in any violent form. You realize with a certain, shall I say, agony, that it was not so, that it never happened like that it is not true. And this word that I use is not wholly a painful thing. All enlargement of consciousness is a kind of agony, but has its own sense of release from prison, its own feeling of freedom. I would say that our ordinary memories based on how we have always taken things, how we have thought certain things were right and certain things wrong, constitute one of our greatest imprisonments. Are we not imprisoned in our personal memories? What does transformation mean? All psychological transformation means to take things in a new way, and unless we can take things in a new way, how can we escape from our own prisons which so much depend on memory of the past, and on the way that we are taking everything at this moment quite mechanically, thinking it is the only way to take everything? Once more I remind you that this work is about thinking in a new way. Have you tried to remember in a new way? Everyone is a result of his memory. Unless the work acts on you now like a ferment, you will be carrying on your life in this work in the same way that your personal memory has laid down for you. And so the past will create the future, and the future will be the same as the past. Why should this be so? It will inevitably be so because your reception of life and its incidents and events will always produce the same mechanical results. And so the tapestry of your life will continue to be woven in exactly the same way as in the past. If you have no self-observation, if you cannot act more consciously at a particular moment, when things are difficult, you will continue to lay down in yourself the same pattern. You may flirt with the work as many people do. You may think it is interesting, but remember that the work octave starts with evaluation as do, and application of the ideas to yourself as re. Certainly this is a big step. Remember that you are the subject of the work, you yourself. The work is not something outside you. It has to come into you, or you have to put it inside yourself and begin to live from it and view everything that you do, and think, and feel from the power of the work. When this begins is your whole memory of everything, of yourself, of other people, of your past tribulations, and remember that everyone makes so many internal accounts in life, that each person secretly feels that he or she only has tribulations will begin to alter. This is psychological transformation. You may have heard that this work is sometimes called the good news, DEA. What is the good news of this work? Why is this work good news? Think what this means. Think, for example, of the phrase, "We have a right not to be negative." Is this good news? Is it good news to you to realize you are not the person you suppose yourself to be, and that you need not be bound down to this imaginary to this false personality? Is it good news to you to think that there is another meaning to life that will explain everything, and that you have in you by creation possibilities of reaching real something so utterly full of meaning, when you begin to touch it, that none of the events of external life can drag you down? Is this good news or not? Or do you prefer to remain glued to life, and all its tragedies, all its continual uneasiness, all its feelings of dissatisfaction? Does it give you something to hold on to when you realize that this work can bring you to a new feeling of why you exist? Now, unless you change your memory, you will not change your habits of feeling and thought. The present feelings and thoughts you have are mechanical, and are based on your mechanical memory. Like everyone else, you take all that for granted. The trouble is that you think it is right. So the memory of your habits of thought, of opinion, of feeling, make you go forward into life, and its changing events always in exactly the same way. You see neither the idea of self-remembering, nor the idea of the continual mechanical making of internal accounts. You do not see your negative attitudes, or your negative emotions, or your definite forms of identifying. You see neither the fact that you have many different eyes, nor the fact that you are a definite psychological machine always reacting in the same way. What an extraordinary thing it is to realize this machine in oneself, in which one sits passively, and which drives one through life by itself. It is very good news to hear that there are forces with which we can make contact, that can alter and ultimately transform this machine that we take as ourselves. Now every moment of consciousness, every moment of insight, through self-observation, in the light of the work, every sudden moment of seeing what a fool one is in different ways, not only alters the future, but alters the past. It begins to rearrange the memory of the past in a different way, that is, in a way that corresponds to the internal memory. Where things are rightly arranged in value, in scale, in importance. Have you ever thought how you act on such very small truths that are nothing more than opinions, as a rule, and how little attention you pay to the truths this work teaches, which are of a quite different order? We always have amongst us the problem of the person who feels that he or she has done his or her duty. This is, of course, a self-complacency, or call it what you like. But when such people meet the work, it is useless to fall back on all that kind of memory. The work is something new, and no matter what you have suffered in the past, or what distinctions you have gained, or what efforts you have made, or what life rewards you have obtained, or, in fact, whoever or whatever you are, this work is a new starting point, and is about something quite different, a second education, that refers to our real meaning on this planet. As you have heard, no one can interpret life in terms of itself. Life taken in terms of itself is meaningless. Think what this means. Do you believe it? Can you see life in a more whole way? Perhaps you have been personally lucky, but can you see the whole matter more deeply? Can you find any sense in life taken in terms of itself? Certainly people often do not realize their own unhappiness, but I am not talking of this. I am talking from a work idea, namely, that man is asleep, and that everything happens inevitably in consequence. If you think about this deeply enough, can you really say that you can interpret life in terms of itself? The work says that everyone who has magnetic center already knows, perhaps without knowing it, that life cannot be explained, cannot be interpreted, in terms of itself. There must be something else added to life, to give it right meaning. And here the work comes in with its own ideas of life on this earth, and what man has to do with his life. Only when he gets another kind of knowledge about his meaning on this earth can life become a means of work, that is, a teacher. Life is not the teacher, but the work is the teacher in relation to what happens on the earth. This is good news. This enables us to take life as a means, and not as an end. So all our troubles, all our tribulations, all the continual disharmony of everything begins to have a new meaning. Is every unpleasant event going to make us negative? Is every crisis going to make us identified? Is every trouble going to make us increase our internal accounts? Is every feature of life going to drag us down? Is every difficulty going to make us lose force? Do we expect life to be always as we wish? Or is there an entirely different range of ideas and work that can eventually meet all these different situations that mechanical life creates every moment? We have to make a boat in which we can sit and not be swamped. We have to make oars and also a rudder. Or, to take another illustration, we have to make a raft to cross a very difficult stream. But we cannot make either the boat or the raft. We have to find one that is made for us, and get to it. Conscious humanity has always worked on mechanical humanity, and given boats, rafts, arcs, in which to cross. If you feel this work enough, if you really want something to carry you through life, then you have already something made for this purpose. Getting into this boat or raft or ark depends on creating a new memory. If you can remember this work, if, for example, you can remember not to be negative when it is very easy to be, you are getting into this vessel, and you will find it supports you from this continual drowning which takes place every day. Work memory is very different from life memory. I remember G saying one night, remember, 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 remember why you are in the work. Why are you in the work? Why are you here? I have often thought about this, and I thought very much at the time, when he said it. I realized that one could get nothing of the work save by wanting it quite genuinely. Certainly many mixed motives may exist, but nothing is recorded in the memory save through affection, and so no real work memory can arise in a person, unless there is affection for it. What you love you remember, and love never sleeps. Many other sides of us may sleep. Birdlip, January 13, 1945. The doctrine of eyes. Let us return to the fundamental teaching of the work, and take, as an example, the doctrine of eyes. How many eyes have we gotten us? O was once asked. Have we 20, or 30? Poe replied, we have hundreds of thousands of eyes in us, only, because of the action of buffers we do not see them as distinct, but retain our belief that we have only one eye that always acts, and feels in the same way. This is imaginary. It is this imagination, that one has one eye, this imaginary eye, that prevents us from changing. On another occasion he was asked whether eyes weren't imaginary, and he answered in so many words that eyes were real beings, in us, real persons, but, because we did not see them we had the imagination of having real. The eyes are real, he said, but the imaginary eye is imaginary. Each eye is a small living person in oneself. Just as people are divided into number 1, number 2 and number 3 man, so these eyes in a person are similarly divided. Each eye has a thinking part, an emotional part, and a moving part, but its center of gravity may be more in the sphere of the thoughts, or of the emotions, or of the actions. Each eye is a distinct being, that takes charge of us and speaks through our telephone calling itself I. Some of the eyes are very harmful to us, some are indifferent, and some are useful. A question was asked recently, as to whether all our thoughts came from different eyes. The answer was yes. But not only that, all your moods, all your feelings, your actions, your words, come from different eyes in yourself. As we have no individuality, no real eye, no big eye, that controls all the other eyes, and arranges them in the right order. At first it is more easy to observe eyes acting on your thoughts, giving you certain kinds of thoughts. You observe that you are thinking in a certain way about someone. This is an eye that is thinking, that you are taking as yourself. Or say, that you are thinking about your life, this is again an eye, and you are taking it as yourself. When you do not see this trick that is constantly being played on you, you take all these thoughts as you. You think, I am thinking this. Or you say, this is how I think. You do not see that something is thinking for you, and that you are not thinking at all. You hear the thoughts of these eyes as if it were you who were thinking them. In fact, you think that you think. Now better eyes can see worse eyes, but worse eyes cannot see better eyes. What is higher can see what is lower, but what is lower cannot see what is higher. When you begin real observation of your thoughts, you can begin to see certain kinds of thoughts that you do not wish to accept, say, about other people, or about yourself. Now if you think that these thoughts are you, or if you say, I think this, then you make one of the greatest mistakes you can make in this work. You give these thoughts power over you because you identify with them, so you simply go with them without realizing what the work is continually teaching, i.e., that you must practice inner separation. If you take everything that happens in the sphere of your thoughts as I, then you cannot practice inner separation. Why? Because you take everything going on in your thoughts as yourself. How then can you separate, if you take everything as yourself, everything as I? How can I separate from I? Now as regards the sphere of the emotions, here again many I's exist in us that bring about changes in our emotional states. Just as I's transmit thoughts into our minds, so do I's transmit feelings into the sphere of our emotions. These I's affect the emotional state direct, and scarcely touch the thinking. Some of these I's can exhaust us, make us lose confidence, make us depressed, low-spirited, and so on. Yet they are I's acting on us, and nourishing themselves at our expense. If we could always remember ourselves, these I's could not have any power over us, but as a rule we have given them so much power that we never even challenge them, and they walk in and out of our emotional part, as if we belonged to them. Now although they are difficult to observe directly, after a time in the work you will always be able to detect their presence, by being aware of a drop in level, or a sudden loss of force. If you are not quick enough, I's of this kind will get in and take possession of you, and it may take days to get rid of them. We have to learn to walk in ourselves very carefully. It is no use arguing with unpleasant I's. That is why the practice of inner separation is so much emphasized in the work. One moment of being asleep in some difficult situation will let in I's of this kind. Next moment you are in their power, and they will make you see everything, and feel everything in their own peculiar way. If someone in the work at such a moment gives you a right shock, you suddenly see and feel everything quite differently, and wonder what you were up to. This means that the I's have changed, and different I's are now in charge of you. All our work lies in separating from wrong I's. It begins first with the thoughts and then leads on to the emotions. This means that a struggle begins in oneself between the different I's, between being in wrong or in right I's. The power of this work can give us this power of separating from wrong I's. Life cannot give us this power because life encourages very many wrong I's. This is why we are taught to observe ourselves in the light of the work. The work is a system of observation, and comes from conscious humanity, that is, from those who have gone through this battle of I's, and attained their goal. When we are in bad states of thinking and feeling, if we make no effort to recall better states, we are dragged down. And yet we need not be dragged down. What drags us down is our choice. We have the power of choice internally, say, of thinking in one way, or thinking in another way. Sometimes when we can't do nothing with ourselves for the time being, we can at least retain the power of not completely consenting to our state, of not believing it entirely, and, as it were, being patient with ourselves and realizing we are all wrong, and yet not seeing how to get out of the state. Then you may be sure that you will after a time get into a better state again. But if you fully consent to your thoughts and feelings, if you say, I to them, in a total sense, then you will lay down in yourself something which next time it will be far more difficult to separate from, because, so to speak, you have signed your name in full on the check. When you realize beyond any doubt that you have different eyes in you, when you can hear them speaking, or notice them working in your emotions, and yet remain separate from them, you begin to understand the work on its practical side. You begin to understand the first line of the work, i.e., on oneself. Birdlip, January 21, 1945. Further notes on eyes, answers to questions arising from the previous paper. 1. What is an eye? An eye is a definite personality in us, a small being with an intellectual, an emotional and a moving part. You must understand that eyes are quite real people in us. On one occasion O said, "You all think that eyes are not real. You think they are theoretical. I assure you that they are quite real, and live in the house of your own being, and continually control you." He then quoted the parable of the house in disorder, in which there is no master, and where each eye uses the telephone in the name of the master. 2. Is it not desirable to identify with eyes which seek the work? Do not these eyes become deputies to herd, proceeds to herd, and finally become real eye? It is not desirable to identify with anything, but I will let that pass. It is desirable to go with work eyes, and listen to what they say, especially when one is in the power of negative eyes. By means of self-observation through the work, and what it teaches, a number of eyes become separated from the rest, and these form deputies to herd. This development of consciousness through self-observation leads gradually to the higher stages of steward and master. If a person does not nourish work eyes, they become feeble, and may even leave us forever. 3. Can our eyes be divided into groups of similar eyes with which most of us are familiar? Can they be dealt with as groups, or must each separate eye be sorted out and worked on individually? Yes, eyes are divided into different groups, because they inhabit different subdivisions of centers. Eyes that occupy very small subdivisions of centers are very small eyes. They may be useful for life, but they cannot understand the work. For this reason the work teaches that we must value the work, and feel it as something distinct from life, and greater than life, because through this emotional valuation we are at once in the presence of bigger eyes. It is impossible for a long time to see eyes individually, but it is possible to see that one has a number of different personalities. These personalities are composed of many eyes, but they each constitute a definite group, as, for example, in my own case I have a large number of eyes that belong to my medical personality. One said, "Try to see quite definite personalities in you. You have a social personality, a professional personality, a domestic personality, and so on, but each of these personalities is made up of a great number of small eyes." 4. Since eyes are represented in each center, can fidgeting be said to be done by an eye, and if so, does this also imply that habit is accompanied by intellectual and emotional fidgeting? Yes, certainly, fidgeting is done by an eye, that is chiefly in the small subdivisions of moving center. Yes, it can be accompanied by intellectual and emotional fidgeting. It may be a rather powerful eye, acting on three centers equally. This requires observation. Observation begins with noticing the different work of the three centers. If you notice that you are intellectually in a fidgeting, uncertain state, you may notice that you make certain movements, and so on, but often mere fidgeting is a small automatic eye. In the moving center, for instance, a person may be always scratching his head, and this sort of fidgeting may belong to a very small practically automatic I in the moving center, and not interfere with the work of the emotional or intellectual centers. We all have all kinds of mechanical tricks even when we are deeply concentrating. 5. Are all eyes acquired? Yes, they are all acquired, and they are acquired in all sorts of ways. It is usually said that they are chiefly acquired through imitation and education, but they are all acquired, because they belong to the personality which is acquired. The work says that it may be true that there is a trace of real I in us, but that is all that it says. But real I is not acquired, it is already there, as a possibility from our birth. We do not make real I, we seek to approach it. Then we know who we are. 6. Are there eyes in essence? No, it cannot be said that there are eyes in essence, although some eyes that we acquire are very close to essence, i.e. we have more essential eyes. On the other hand, we have eyes that are very far away from essence, and that belong chiefly to false personality. If our personality were the expression of our essence, and fitted in with it, so to speak, we might say that our eyes were all connected with essence, but this is not the case, as we are at present. Through the pressure of education and environment our personality may be very unlike our essence, and when this is the case it is not unnatural to expect that we may have an unusual degree of inner disharmony. 7. Suppose a man or woman has in their personality useful eyes such as hospitable eyes, helpful eyes, eyes which are skillful in handling tools, etc., but that they act to be seen of men. Suppose after work on themselves they were able to do the same things from themselves. Would those eyes become essential in them? We have all sorts of useful eyes acquired through our upbringing. You must remember that personality must be formed, and may be formed better or worse. Good training is necessary for everyone, accompanied by good ordinary discipline. We all have to learn a trade or profession. We have to learn manners, and so on. All this is acquired. The action of the work is such that it chooses those eyes that are useful, and lifts them up, so to speak, so that they no longer act quite mechanically, but can be used deliberately, that is, consciously. The work makes a kind of ark in us into which everything useful goes. We cannot do this ourselves. The action of the work does it, and arranges everything in the right order. 8. Is essence the seed from which real I can grow? Yes, in a way. It is better to say that behind essence lies real I, and through the development of essence we contact real I. The object of this work is for us to become more real, to get rid of false, unreal eyes. This can only be done through inner sincerity, and long observation, and through the influence of the work acting on one over a long time, and the latter depends on struggling to keep the work alive in one over a long period. All this leads on to the development of essence, which puts us in contact with steward, and real I. You must conceive steward, and real I, as being above us on a higher level, and, as it were, awaiting us, being, as it were, more internal, deeper, beneath the surface on which most of our psychic life takes place. Whether you call it a movement upwards, or a movement inwards, it amounts to the same thing. All this work has to be done by ourselves. We are in the position of having lost our way, and having to find the way back again. Everyone is created perfect, that is, with real I, but we descend into this world both literally and psychologically, and lose our way. There is some reason for this, and one of the explanations of it is that we are created as self-developing organisms. It is an experiment. Every man and every woman is an experiment based on this idea, which must be constantly reflected upon, constantly held in mind. 8. B is real, the individual limit of potential development which lies above every man. The shape he could become different for everyone, or the same. Yes, it is the ultimate reality that we can attain. Behind real, lies God. But surely this question is a little formatory. Certainly everyone is an individual creation, and so real, can never be the same. The trouble is that we try to imitate other people, and it is just like a daffodil trying to become a tulip. There is not a single snowflake that is not quite different from another snowflake in its form of crystallization, although the general hexagonal pattern of the snow crystal is the same. 9. Is there any difference between eyes and inner consciousness? I can see no connection between these two factors in this question. Eyes are eyes and inner consciousness is inner consciousness. If you mean by inner consciousness the power of self-observation, through this you can see eyes in yourself, but the question is like saying that if you have an electric torch in the dark and see a wall in front, is the wall the same as the torch? The work says that by true self-observation we let a ray of light into ourselves. Through this ray of light we may see a thing in us, but an eye is not the same as a ray of light, and of course a ray of light does not mean physical light, but the light of consciousness, which it is the object of the work to increase beyond everything that you can imagine at present, so that you can see yourself at a glance, and everything going on in every center. I will now comment on one or two observations that were made in the subgroups on points in the paper. 1. There was something said in the paper that I thought was very encouraging. If you really see a thing, even if you can't do anything with it, it will recede. This is quite right. And in seeing this you catch a glimpse of what the work is about. You catch a glimpse of what self-observation is, and why it is taught so strictly. The work says that self-observation is a method of change of being. This is a very important thing to understand, and it may take years before one catches a glimpse of its meaning. On all this depends inner separation. I ask you this question: how can you separate from anything in yourself unless you observe it? If you cannot see yourself at all and never observe what is acting through you at different times, if, in short, you take yourself as one you cannot change, if you can only see what you did not do, and never observe what you did, you are certainly very externally minded, and have not awakened the power of observing, or the inner sense that we are all given. We are given this inner sense so that we can fulfill our meaning as self-developing organisms. All inner development would be quite impossible if we had not this sense that is turned inwards towards our psychic life, but merely possessed 5 senses turned outwards. 2. Eyes are living, but may be induced to die. Eyes are certainly living, and are quite real entities. Whether they die or not is another question. The work merely teaches that if they are not nourished they get weak, but if, like the shades of Hades, they drink your blood, they become alive, and begin to speak. Eyes may be absent from you for a time, and revisit you, but that is another question. But it applies especially to higher work eyes in oneself. Our ordinary eyes are constantly with us, you know, they are called the poor. 3. It would be interesting if we could discover what there is in one. One could have a most varied life, with most varied eyes, some quite valuable. Yes, this would mean having reached the level of balanced man, who can move freely about in himself, and in whom all different sides of himself are to some extent developed, i.e. he has no longer his center of gravity in one center as have number 1, number 2 and number 3 men. For example, if I am very much identified with my life, as a doctor I shall not be able to move freely in myself, and will have only a very one-sided development. When you are identified with your professional side, or your birth side, or whatever it may be, you cannot become balanced man. I often think myself that one of the best phrases one can use in regard to understanding what balanced man means is to be able to see what it means not to be identified with your life. Your past life should not catch you always, and hold you down. Here you all have something practical to work on for a long time. I will now comment on 2 further questions which have been sent in, since the above was written. 10. Is an I, which passes straight into emotional center, one which is so well known to intellectual center, from habit, that it no longer needs to pass to intellectual center first? This question is very formatory. I would simply say, do you really know about an I so distinctly? But you must remember that some impressions fall on the emotional center, and this means that it is necessary to observe how the emotional center reacts in face of life, without any self-observation. We have to employ the intellectual center to observe ourselves, and not let an impression fall directly on the emotional center, without the moment of consciousness, in which one sees where it is falling. Observing I starts in the intellectual center, where our consciousness, broadly speaking, lies. It is a question of what you let through. You can take hold of a red-hot poker by accident, and yet observe the reaction before it happens automatically. It is a question of instinctive center, and the slight possible control of it, and the same applies to the emotional center. 11. How does an I affect the emotional center direct? Can an impression pass directly to the emotional center, without passing through intellectual center, or the network of associations? Is a negative emotion invariably preceded by a thought? Is a negative emotion preceded by a thought? I would say that it is a question of attitude. If you have not yet seen how you react from attitude, which is mental to begin with, and accompanied by practically no thought, and yet is, then the impression will fall directly on the negative part of emotional center. Remember that the work teaches that our impressions come in through the intellectual center, and then pass to the other centers. It is necessary to make a conscious point at the place where they come in. If you allow an impression to go right through, then it will follow its own habitual path. We will begin to check the effect of external impressions in the mental center first of all. For instance, need I, if I feel cold, shiver, and complain? If I am more in control of myself, I need not react in that way, unless I wish to. If I am not quite mechanical, the point of incoming impressions that fall upon the mind will be capable of a kind of selection so that they do not ring up automatically the same reactions. The point of the work is to make a conscious point at the place of incoming impressions, and this demands the power of observation, so that one is separated from the continual effect of life coming in, and reacting always in the same mechanical way. It is a marvelous thing to realize that one need not take a life event always in the same way. But for this to begin to take place, one has to be able to see the event, and at the same time see one's mechanical reaction to it. When the work intervenes between these two things, the external event coming in through the senses, and the mechanical reaction that would ordinarily take place, when there is this moment of conscious choice which the work seeks to establish in us, then we begin to understand what the work is about practically. This is called moving hydrogen-12 to the point of incoming impressions. This means also beginning to live more consciously in the midst of life. Birdlip, January 27, 1945. Self-remembering. In a conversation recently held here, the talk turned on self-remembering. It has often been said that unless you believe in something higher you cannot remember yourself. There is a certain emotional feeling always connected with self-remembering. You cannot just in cold blood remember yourself. It is necessary to get into a certain state, whereas one can observe oneself without getting into this particular state. Yet the two actions finally meet. Through self-remembering we come under new influences which otherwise cannot reach us. If you feel the extraordinariness of your own existence, if you feel the miracle of your body, of your consciousness, of the world that surrounds you, if you begin to wonder who you are, then you are in the state necessary for self-remembering. On the other hand, if you are completely identified with yourself and take everything for granted, you are not in the state that is necessary for the act of self-remembering. I often said to you in the past things such as look at your hands, do you know what they are, or how they move? Or look at the trees and ask yourself how it is you see them, and many other things of a similar nature. In all this the sense of mystery is in us, the sense of the miraculous. It is not necessary to go to Tibet to find the miraculous. You can find it here, now at this moment. How do you hear these words that are read out to you? How is it that you are conscious of what they mean, and how indeed are you sitting here listening? But usually we do not ask ourselves such strange questions, and even think they are absurd, or we imagine that they have all been explained by science, whereas nothing has been explained by science. Unless you can look on life differently you cannot remember yourself. One form of self-remembering is remembering that one is in the work, and that one has to take everything in a different way according to the meaning and instruction of the work. This is a very powerful form of self-remembering which can be practiced very often. Life is coming in through your senses in bundles and packets at every moment, but how are you reacting to it? Does the work stand between you and external life, or are you just immersed, asleep, in external life and its events? If so, you are not remembering yourself. You are then what the work calls mechanical man, driven by life and its events, as a machine is driven by a belt. To stand up in life with a feeling of distinctness of yourself experiencing life, of yourself looking at life, and noticing the reactions it makes in you, to feel that you are living life, and not that life is living you. All this belongs to the idea of self-remembering as well as 1,001 other thoughts and feelings of the same kind. But if you think that nature created itself, that matter created matter, then you cannot remember yourself. On the other hand, if you often think internally about the ray of creation coming down from above, or about the side octave from the sun from which we ourselves are created, and if you no longer think that such great ideas are unimportant, but are absolutely necessary for the right ordering of one's thoughts, then you may have a moment of self-remembering and catch a glimpse of what it means. It is only through a feeling of something higher that you can separate from something lower, and, after a time, when you have experienced what this means, you will do everything you can to keep the feeling of something higher alive in you at all costs, and you will begin to hate those periods in which you are totally identified with external things. Here we have a definite stage in the work. We then know to a small degree what it is to be awake, and by contrast we know what it is to be asleep, and for a long time this stage remains with us in such a way that we know that we are more awake, and know that we are more asleep. then it becomes a matter of inner choice, inner taste, and the stage inevitably lasts a long time. Here, in this stage, there is, as it were, a long test depending entirely on oneself, provided that one is constantly reminded of the work and its ideas. For this reason it is necessary to find a person who will teach you the work and keep reminding you about it, and such a person must know the work and be constantly thinking about it and applying it. Yet, as I say, the stage depends on oneself finally. For the work seeks to make a new arrangement in our minds, and it can only do so when it is allowed to enter a person's mind. Nothing will enter anybody's mind unless they feel an affection for it, a desire for it. And this means in so many words, that unless one has eyes in oneself that wish to work, eyes that have always felt there is something else, eyes that can hear the work, not merely through the ears, but through the mind and understanding, unless such eyes exist, the work can never enter, but if it does enter then it becomes a matter of choice. One can always go with bad eyes, and even spend one's whole life in the company of such eyes, or one can choose by very slow and gradual insight, to notice bad eyes, and to prefer not to surrender to their power. It is in this feeling of choice, of preferring better eyes, that self-remembering begins. One experiences the fact that by a curious kind of mental act, or if you prefer, an act of the will, it is possible to separate oneself from the immense morass of negative eyes, and, as it were, stand upright. This is a lifting of oneself above oneself, but, as was said, this is impossible unless one knows for certain that there are better states, and worse states of oneself. It is not a question of theoretically believing there is something higher, but of the actual perception of it in oneself, for the subject of this work is this strange and complex thing called oneself. One can often observe a regular horde of unpleasant mean little eyes that surround one, and wish to drag one down to their level, to their way of taking everything. And the act of transformation consists in being aware of this and not identifying, because one knows, because one can remember, that there are quite different ways of taking things, even if for the time being one cannot get into those eyes that know better. Why do we think, for example, that things should always go right, and why are we upset when they do not go in this way? Why is it we never remember about second force? The reason is that only eyes that are in the work can remember such things, and that there lives in us a vast crowd of eyes that have never heard of the work, and simply take things in their own way. It may sound very strange that we have in us crowds of eyes that have never heard of the work. It sounds strange, because we will keep taking ourselves as one and find the greatest difficulty in moving away from the power of this illusion, and catching a glimpse of our multiplicity of being. Even such a glimpse is called in the work a moment of self-remembering. It is called a moment of self-remembering, because it is a moment of realizing one's mechanicalness. To realize emotionally one's mechanicalness is called a moment of self-remembering, whereas to be identified with one's mechanicalness, to be identified with every I that takes charge, is called a state of sleep. Again, to realize what the work teaches when it says that everything happens, to catch a glimpse of the meaning of this phrase, may constitute a moment of self-remembering, that is, a moment when through inner taste and perception you perceive you are not in your usual identified state. Just reflect what it means that everything happens, and think how completely contrary this idea is to your ordinary way of thinking, which is based on the idea that one can do, and that life is run intelligently. I think in these present times this is one of the most useful forms of thinking. It at least prevents us from being completely upset when things do not turn out as we expected, or when some unhappy, insoluble thing meets us. What is the solution? The solution lies in the direction of self-remembering. It lies in the direction of all that the work teaches, because, if we could remember all that the work teaches, if it became a living reality to us, a thing that we really begin to live by, then our relationship to life and its events would no longer be that of a person completely asleep in life, a person who is full of useless suffering, who takes everything as a matter of astonishment, who is made negative by the most ordinary events. Now when we make an aim, it should always have some connection with the work. Remembering one's aim at a difficult moment is a form of self-remembering by definition, in the work, but if the aim has nothing to do with the work, if, for example, my aim is to make 100,000, or gain a title, and I remember my aim, it will have no connection with the work. It is said that we must make aim in the work aim. But a work aim is not the same as a life aim, unless in some way the two are connected. If my aim is to make 100,000, in order to make possible some form of this work which requires money, and if this is genuinely so, then this apparent life aim will be connected with the work aim. If I am clever at making money, and at the same time put the work first in my valuation, my cleverness in life and my feeling for the work will reinforce each other, and there will be no contradiction. So you will understand that when the work says that one form of self-remembering is to remember one's aim, or when it says that when you try to remember yourself you must remember your aim, if your aim is merely a life aim such as making plenty of money and getting a title, it will not be of any use. Remembering an aim of this kind will take you straight into life and its power, and will rob you of any force you may possibly have that belongs to the work. I will just add one thing here about work aim connected with life, namely, that the work has 3 lines of work in it: work on yourself, work in connection with other people in the work, and work in connection with the work itself. Unless these 3 lines are satisfied, at least provisionally, your aim will lead nowhere. There are 3 aspects to all work aims. If a man only wishes to work on himself, he will get nowhere. In fact, he will become much worse than he was in ordinary life. So try to think what it means that an aim should have 3 forces in it, and what the 3 lines in the work indicate. To work simply for other people, and not on yourself, is wrong. To work on yourself, and regard other people as a nuisance, is wrong. And again, to work on yourself in connection with other people, without thinking of the work itself and what it needs, is wrong. Now we will speak about insulation of oneself in connection with self-remembering. On one occasion G said that a man must insulate himself from life in order to work. This is very easily misunderstood. Its deeper meaning is that he must insulate himself from his mechanical self so that he is not exposed to every change of external circumstances. I will quote you something from one of the esoteric books connected with the Sufi school, which was the esoteric school which worked on the Quran. One teacher in this school used the following phrase: "Safety lies in solitude." He added, "Let none imagine that solitude consists in living alone." I will paraphrase what this Sufi teacher said. He was dwelling on the importance of how we think of other people, and whether our thoughts are entirely governed by their behavior. We all know that at one moment we dislike, and the next moment, like the same thing or person, and think accordingly. When we know this by observation, and reach a point in which both liking and disliking and all their thoughts do not govern us. We become insulated from the ordinary power of life over us. Remember that this is not indifference, but is a state of becoming conscious between the opposites that are always swinging our life to and fro, as on a pendulum. Indifference is mechanical, but keeping between the opposites is conscious. It is like keeping our balance. The Sufi teacher points out that whether a person takes pleasure in disliking the thing itself, or in the thought of it, it is the same thing, and vice versa. Now the work speaks about creating inner silence in ourselves, which is comparable to this idea expressed by the Sufi teacher, that safety lies in solitude, but that solitude does not consist in merely living alone in a physical sense. We are taught in this work to keep silence about things we should not express, or which would do harm. This, so to speak, is an external ritual, an external discipline. No proper group in this work can ever be made if everybody chatters. Chattering always comes from small mechanical eyes through which all force in the work runs away into life. In the Gospels it says a man must reach that state in which his left hand does not know what his right hand does. On one occasion Noah was speaking a great deal about this subject, and said it referred to the power of inner silence, and he connected it with self-remembering. One could, for example, say many things, but one does not. That is external. But, more deeply, one could allow many eyes to talk in oneself, and one stops them, does not listen to them, does not go with them, and above all does not believe in them by inner choice. On this occasion Noah talked to us about making inner stop in ourselves, and connected it with a form of self-remembering. Inner stop means stopping thinking in a certain way. You may prevent yourself saying certain things outwardly for various reasons, for social behavior, fearing the consequences, from manners, from some picture of yourself being charitable, and so on. But this is not inner stop. This is not keeping inner silence, which is so necessary for everyone to understand after a certain time. In this work and must arise from inner choice. Here then we have people who begin to understand the work at a certain stage, and begin to apply it internally to themselves, and begin to realize its meaning from something internal in themselves. And here a man no longer works for a reward, but from inner choice. Birdlip, February 3, 1945. The doctrine of eyes. Recently we have been talking about the doctrine of different eyes in us, and how, unless we can see we consist of many eyes, we cannot shift from where we are. Before we go on, let us remind ourselves how different eyes arise in us, and what the work teaches on this subject. The work teaches that we are born with essence alone, and in small children we have manifestations of undeveloped essence. Essence comes down to this level of the earth in order to grow, but it cannot grow by itself beyond a very small point. Notice, by the way, that small children do not have negative emotions, which are defined by their persistence. A child grows up among sleeping people, and begins to form personality which gradually surrounds essence. A small child never says, I, when it begins to say, I, imaginary, I, begins. Many eyes are laid down by imitation, etc., and the growing child begins to say I to all of them. I suppose it could be said it begins to say, I, by a kind of imitation, by a kind of imagining itself, I, and it hears adults always saying, I. However, many other interesting things enter. Now we speak of ourselves as adults. We have inevitably, and even by design, acquired a wrong feeling of I, that is, imaginary, I. If essence is going to grow in us further, everything connected with imaginary I must become passive. Therefore it is understandable that the work says that unless a man can divide himself into two, he cannot shift from his psychological state. Dividing yourself into two means to divide yourself into an observing side and an observed side. Unless a man can observe himself, he cannot change. Such a person will remain always the same man, the same woman. Also, you all know that as long as a person takes himself, or herself, as one person, as always being the same, he or she cannot change. Recently there was a conversation about lying. The work has many things to say about lying. For example, the deepest thing the work says about lying is that it destroys essence. A person who always lies destroys his or her essence. Now essence is the only part in us that can grow and bring us to another level of being, and so to another fate, to another position in the scale of being. A liar cannot grow. Everyone has in them a great number of eyes that lie, and these eyes are always connected with the tremendous activity of self-justifying eyes. A person should be uncomfortable when he or she lies. The work says there are two forms of lying, that is, lying to others and lying to oneself. At the same time, the work says that lying can only be defined by a relationship to some system of truth. If you have never been taught anything about what truth is, it is difficult to see how you can lie. A small child who knows nothing does not lie, and cannot lie, but when he is taught something he may begin to lie in regard to what he has been taught. You can only lie in connection with some truth. If you have never been taught any ideas of right and wrong, about truth and falsity, how exactly can you lie? As soon as a man was capable of conceiving the idea of things forbidden and things allowed, he gained the capacity of lying. Now you can lie in this work, and lying in this work destroys your possibilities of development. You can both lie to other people and lie to yourself, and I would say the center of gravity of the work teaching in this respect regards lying to yourself as the most important thing. But the work begins by saying you must not lie to your teacher. You may not wish to speak to your teacher about something, but if you are asked to tell what happened, and you lie, and this is always known, then you are in a dangerous position, not only towards the work, but towards your inner possibilities of development. Now the system of the work is a quite clearly defined thing, and you can all know quite well what it means to lie to the work. You may lie in life, but to lie to the work is quite a different thing. You are then lying in reference to a definite system of truth. You realize that any development of the psychic life is only possible through a system of truth taught you, which you begin to follow. You have to begin to live this work, not merely to think of it or talk about it. The work is a definite system of teaching of forms of truth that, if you begin to live them practically, will lead you in a certain very desirable direction. This living of the truth of the work means work on yourself. It means that you want to follow what the work teaches. But if you lie to yourself internally, as when you say you are not negative, and you are, then you block the influences of the work in yourself. All development depends in the esoteric sense on relating yourself to a system of teaching which does not lie in life. The work is something extra. It is the second education. A man may be a naturally good fellow in life, but this is not the idea of the work, because the idea of the work, and of all esotericism, including the Gospels, is to bring you face to face with an entirely different way of living in life. And it is only through this entirely different way of living and of understanding that the aim of esoteric teaching on this earth is fulfilled. For example, through social trading you may not express negative emotions publicly by reason of your training, but this has nothing to do with the work. you have to get an entirely different relationship to the whole idea of negative emotions, and one that is not governed by external appearances. Internally, people who have learned not to express their negative emotions in life may be infested with negative emotions. For this reason it is so important not to lie to oneself. On one occasion O said, lying destroys essence, because essence can only grow through truth. A man must cease to deceive himself before he can begin to grow. The worst form of lying is pretense. Everyone pretends to be what he is not. The source of all lying of this kind lies in the imagination. On another occasion he was talking about life in general and said, "Nothing in life is what it pretends to be." At that time he was talking about the League of Nations. He said, "It is not what it pretends to be, just as so many other apparently excellent organizations are not what they pretend to be." How can you expect sleeping people to create organizations far beyond their own level of being? I was very much struck by this, as I thought, sweeping statement about charitable organizations, etc. in life. On one occasion we were passing a church with people coming out and he said the same thing, namely, to the effect that a church does not do what it pretends to do, to make people like Christ. And I was reminded of what G once said about Christianity, that there was only one Christian, called Christ. Now let us take lying on a practical level, and let us take in particular that form of lying that begins with imaginary I, and becomes connected with false personality. We are told in the work parable that the human race on earth are like sheep, under the charge of two farmers, who are magicians, and whose object is to prevent the sheep from escaping from their power, and that, being very mean, not wishing to use any expensive methods of retaining the sheep, they hypnotized the sheep, and told them they were lions and eagles, and, in fact, supermen. This is a parable about the power of imagination, connected with imaginary I, which eventually creates the false personality. The false personality is entirely pretense, entirely imagination, and its origin is from the imaginary I, that is, the imagination that we have a real I in us. With this form of imagination, which keeps us as sheep asleep, we gain the most extraordinary ideas about ourselves. We think we can do. For example, we think we have real will. We think we can decide our own lives, and we can never see that everything happens, even our own lives. We form in ourselves a kind of secret imagination, and although life itself does not correspond to this secret imagination, we still cling to it, feeling we are lions, eagles, supermen, etc., and never realize what we actually are like. The imagination that we have, the imagination that we are doing everything from ourselves, the inability to see that we are mechanical, and that everything happens to us, the non-realization of this imaginary I, and all the fantasies that it builds up in the false personality, and this inability to see where we really are, this inability to see what our lives have been, all this keeps us fast asleep in a continual self-lying, a continual pretense, a continual self-hypnotism. The state of ourselves is described in another work parable, as a driver sitting in a public house, and spending all his money on drink, while his horse and carriage in which he can go somewhere real are standing outside, neglected. You remember that this parable says the first step is to awaken the driver. What is this drink that the driver is drinking? It is imagination about himself, and we only have ourselves to drink, literally to see the strength of this imagination. What does everybody begin to do when they begin to drink literally? they begin to boast or they begin to reveal their secret self-imagination, how wonderful they really are, and how no one has appreciated them, and so on, because everyone has the secret self-romance connected with imaginary, and false personality, and this constitutes one of the most hidden sources of making internal accounts. The first form of lying we have to study in ourselves, the work says, is that in which we always tend to tell about something that happened to ourselves to our own advantage. When you have to report what you said and what the other person said in some work conversation, you will find that it is practically impossible to put the matter rightly. You will tend to put the whole report to your own advantage, by leaving out some things you said, and slightly overemphasizing other things you said. Of course you can do the same thing the other way round, by deliberately putting yourself in a very bad light through wretched self-pity which hopes for a reward. However, people are quite certain they can speak the unbiased truth both about themselves and other people. Certainly there are more truthful lies in us and less truthful lies. But what is the whole object of this being truthful in the work? It is not based on moral grounds. It is based on the possible development of something called essence, that can never grow through pretense or falsity. All those eyes that lie habitually, all those eyes that protect the central kingdom of the false personality, and justify everything, twist everything, turn everything to their own advantage, prevent this inner development of essence from taking place. For this reason, the work teaches, it is so important to tell the truth to your teacher, because by this exercise you learn how to tell the truth to yourself. And if you cannot tell the truth to yourself, you cannot get beyond the sphere of the imaginary, and the false personality which cannot give you any inner development. So it is not a moral question, but a practical one. If we begin to see more now the falsities in our past lives, we begin to alter them in the past. We can see lies in the past, but we only see them through work on ourselves in the present. If our observation of ourselves has become increased now in the present, and we begin to see all sorts of false attitudes, false intonations, false ways of conceiving of our own value, false blaming, etc., we are mercifully able to see the same things having operated in the past. That is, we change the past from the present moment of work, because life is a compact thing lying coiled up in ourselves, and when we die we take this coiled up thing with us. Sometimes I have thought we can change the past more easily than the future. This is partly because when you begin to awaken a little more to what you are like, the past comes forward, and enters your consciousness, whereas the unknown future does not come forward in the same way. Always in the future lie further temptations, but you are not tempted by the past in the same way except by habit. It is marvelous how the work opens up your past in exactly the right way, when you have begun to lift yourself in the present moment to the level of the work. Now you begin to see what your lying has been in the past, and you begin to understand that what is called lying in the work is not always what you thought. It may not be expressed by lying in words. Call it, if you like, pretending. A person can lie with a single gesture, a single look, a single intonation, a casual mannerism, a sigh, a heartbroken expression, an illness, by a hearty manner, by being always fit and well. We all know how marvelously we have behaved, and we all know what intolerable conditions we have been subjected to. The work says we all lead an imaginary life, with ourselves. Now this romance may take a great deal of strength from us, and in all cases it prevents us from any real self-observation. It has to be torn out of the heart. The self-emotions are tremendously powerful. Sometimes these self-romances clustered round the imaginary I are sad and tragic. We all know one another's hopeless looks. When we are based on this inner self-romance we are very weak, whether the self-romance is about being strong and cheerful, or being misunderstood, or never having had a chance, etc. It is all self-hypnotism. And it is always a deep source of our making of internal accounts, because we do not see this form of imagination which has such invisible power over us. We do not see others that use this form of imagination, that gives us a false center of gravity, and makes us completely misunderstand the significance of our lives, and what has happened in our lives. It prevents us seeing our lives as they are, and asking ourselves this rather terrible question: why has your life been like this? After a time we may begin to get a work conscience. This makes us very unhappy, not in a soul-destroying way of self-pity and pseudo-suffering, but in a much cleaner way. This is the beginning of that force that can make you see your own lying. It is not an acquired life conscience from your upbringing, but the beginning of real conscience which can change one's life. It is the birth in you of something quite new, and though its action is very gentle it is absolutely authentic, and you know, and you recognize its authority. This is the beginning of awakening from sleep. This conscience knows nothing about your being an Englishman, or a Chinese, or a rich or a poor man. It is the same in everybody once it is awakened. It has nothing to do with customs you have acquired, the schools you went to, the professions you follow, or the social position you hold. For you do not exist as a personality. The work teaches that this real conscience which is always the same lies buried in everyone, and that the work awakens it eventually. This conscience serves the work. It leads to contact with higher centers. This conscience can never awaken as long as imaginary I and false personality, and all the forms of lying connected with them are dominant. Because this conscience leads in the direction of real I, which is totally above the level of imaginary I and false personality, and all their pretenses. Remember also lying that harms others in the work. This is too big a subject for here, but remember how you treat another in your mind. Birdlip, February 8, 1945. Commentary on Conscious Love. Some time ago I received a letter in which a question was asked about a phrase occurring in the first epistle of John. The passage is about love, actually about conscious love. Now all conscious love depends on throwing out what is bad and selecting only what is good. Mechanical love is of a quite different order. The passage in question was as follows: There is no fear in love, but perfect love casteth out fear, because fear hath punishment, and he that feareth is not made perfect in love. 1 John IV 18. In the Gospel of John, and in the epistles of John we find love emphasized, not emotional love, as the conversation with Peter shows in the last chapter of the Gospel of John, but a different kind of love, which is connected with the idea of a goal, an aim, a gradual perfecting. In the above passage the phrase, perfect love, really means, in the Greek, love that has reached perfection, as it were through long trial and error. John followed the way of Bhakti Yoga. There are different kinds of yoga: Jnana Yoga, which has to do with work on intellectual center; Bhakti Yoga, which has to do with work on emotional center; Hatha Yoga, which has to do with work on the moving center, and many branches of these three different lines which belong to man number 3, man number 2 and man number 1. In the fourth way that we are beginning to study, a man must work first in 2 rooms, and then in 3, and finally in a 4th room, if it is open to him, because in the fourth way it is necessary for a man to reach some state of balance, in which all his centers begin to reflect the work. But here in the writings of John we have evidence of the way of Bhakti Yoga, and the awakening of conscious love, as distinct from mechanical emotional love and physical love. The object of this way is to get in touch with higher emotional center directly through love. Of course we cannot understand what this love is from our ordinary idea of love, which is turned outward towards physical objects. John is speaking of another kind of love, just as the work speaks of another kind of love possible for us, which is conscious love. But this kind of love is very far from us, and to imagine we possess it already is the greatest foolishness. We have to realize the illusions of love, and how we ourselves cannot love, and how indeed we both love and hate at the same time. For this reason John says, "He who hateth his brother is in the darkness," and also, "If a man say, I love God, and hateth his brother, he is a liar." Further, he says that whoever has not this love of which he is speaking is dead. He speaks indeed of this love as a new birth, calling it being begotten of God, and says, "Whosoever is begotten of God doeth no sin, because his seed abideth in him, and he cannot sin, because he is begotten of God." All love, he teaches, comes from the love of something higher than oneself or the world. He says God is love, and the only way in which love can be made perfect is to know and acknowledge the existence of God. It is in this connection that he says, "Herein is love made perfect, and that in this kind of love there is no fear." And that is why he also adds, "If a man say, I love God, and hateth his brother, he is a liar." He speaks often of how this love conquers the world, and all its fears, and cares and anxieties. He is speaking of something that can be awakened within us, that is stronger than anything in life. He is speaking of something that changes the signs in us, and reverses them so that what was active becomes passive, and what was passive becomes active. In this connection you will remember the teaching in the work about personality and essence, about how personality is active and essence passive, and how a man must undergo a complete reversal within himself so that personality becomes passive and essence active, so that he is born anew. We are given no hint of the method of the school to which John belonged, but we can see that it was a Bhakti Yoga school. And we can also see how in the third epistle someone called Diotrephes had entered the school, and was apparently trying to teach some other method. John says that he loved preeminence. Now preeminence belongs to ordinary love, which is self-love. Everything we see in the Gospels about love is obviously not about self-love. When the disciples quarreled about preeminence, they were told that to be great in the sense of the kingdom of heaven they must become servants. The world and its psychology in us is contrasted with the kingdom of heaven and its psychology, something utterly different. When this work speaks of imaginary, false personality, and so on, it is seeking to begin to bring us into another orientation, into a new psychology of ourselves, which is ultimately called in the Gospels the kingdom of heaven. It is of this love that John is speaking, and not the love of the world, and of this love he says, "If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, and the lust of the eyes, and the vainglory of life, is not of the Father, but of the world." And he adds, speaking of the individual man, and his attachments and identifyings, "The world passeth away, and the lust thereof, but he that doeth the will of God abideth forever." If we could all of us catch this rope of which the work speaks, and hold on to it, we would be better able to understand both what John means, and what this work means. When the valuation of this work is great, it makes us strong inside, apart from what happens in life. We no longer have to prove ourselves in life, to satisfy our fear, to keep up our false personality, our reputation, because we begin to obey something quite different, i.e., in our case the teaching of the work. And this keeps something eternally young in us, because we all have in us something that can always remain young and alive. But this means that we turn in another direction for our nourishment, and, passing through the doorway called self-observation, we begin to find what it is we really want, and what we can really get. After a time we begin to catch glimpses of what this love means of which John speaks, and which the work calls conscious love, because, as we cease to play with ourselves and invent ourselves, so do we cease to play with and invent other people. And instead of trying to meet them, and get to know them from the outside inwards, we begin to feel and know them from inside outwards. We begin to feel a common existence which is without passion, and simply is what it is without further definition. When we realize this point of inner experience, we begin to understand what conscious love is, however dimly. But unless we have separated ourselves from our invention and pictures and falsities, we cannot reach this point, which is indefinable. We reach this point only through something stronger than life. If the work, if the Gospels, if all esotericism had not something stronger behind it than anything in life, we could never reach this point. But you must understand that in the reaching of this point endless struggles are necessary, endless failures, confusions, and uncertainties, because it is we ourselves who have to win to this point by inner choice. In all ages in the past, very many have reached this point, and they communicate their strength to us. Let us hope that we ourselves may reach this point, where we come to realize that love, that has become perfected, casteth out all fear. Certainly, taking ourselves for granted, taking ourselves as one, never letting the work into ourselves to break us up, we cannot expect to reach this point. Only real, I can love consciously. All this work is about how to reach relay. It is all about what eyes we have to leave behind from our own choice. Let us try to make a stronger feeling of the work in ourselves, and all that it is connected with throughout the ages, and not simply be creatures of the moment. Birdlip, February 10, 1945. The Doctrine of Eyes. Commentary on remarks made about the doctrine of eyes. For a long time we all tried to base this work on our own self-evaluation instead of on the evaluation of the work itself. We try, as it were, to add the work onto what we are already. This is building on the sand, to use a metaphor from the Gospels. No one can add the work to what he is at present, because that would be starting from nothing real. The work can only start from what is genuine, therefore it obviously cannot start from what belongs to false personality. No one can eventually take the work on the surface of himself, that is, on the side of personality, but at first it cannot be helped. When the meaning of the work penetrates more deeply, we realize that we cannot take it as something just added onto the surface of ourselves. The work is a radical thing that seeks to alter us radically in ourselves. Something was said about lying in a recent paper. Some eyes are more sincere, and some eyes are less sincere in regard to the work, and most eyes hate it. A person may take hold of this work purely from personality without seeing its deeper implications. Then he regards it as an alternative to life, and sees the work as being against life, and, in fact, sees it as an opposite to his ordinary life. He will then never understand that life can become his teacher. he will think merely that to be in the work he must somehow or other give up his life, and, as it were, go into a monastery, where he gets rid of external life. But this is not the idea of the fourth way, which lies in life, and is applied, if it is applied, to oneself in the midst of life. The work says nothing about giving up life, but it speaks a great deal about changing your relationship to life, that is, to your life personality, to yourself in life, and to others. Supposing that through self-observation you begin to notice that you have eyes in you, whose ambitions and motives you begin to dislike. Quite suddenly you come to the point of understanding what the work is about. That does not mean that you have to give up life. It means simply that you begin to approach life from a different viewpoint. You may, in fact, do everything better in life than you did before. You become more careful, not only towards life, but towards yourself. Your karma begins to change from that moment. The work very rarely speaks of karma. Karma is the tangle of cause and effect that you lay down in yourself by your actions. The idea of karma is introduced into the work in connection with the laws we are under. The work says to begin with that we are under the law of accident, or the law of fate, or the law of will, but it adds later on that we are also under the law of cause and effect, which comes between the law of accident and the law of fate. If a man could do what he does consciously and without identifying, he would change his karma, that is, the line of personal cause and effect in his life. He would then begin to pass under the law of his fate, which is a deeper cause and effect, and by changing his essence he might come to the point of changing his fate, and begin to come under the law of will. Of course, if we would will this work, and all that it teaches, we would transcend the law of accident, the law of cause and effect, and the law of our fate. The law of our fate is determined by the quality of our essence. In essence lie stored up things we know nothing about that belong to previous recurrences. Do you know that, if essence is changed, we do not have the same life again, but if essence remains the same, whatever personality we build up for ourselves in life, we are destined to the same cycle of experiences due to the level of our essence. We will attract the same life more or less, and be subject to the same trials and tribulations, the same difficulties, in fact, the same life. The idea is quite simple to understand. It means simply that what you are really, most fundamentally, will always attract the same experiences, because you will them unknowingly. The object of the work is to change essence itself, where real will lies. If you have no power of self-observation, if you cannot see through your eyes, if you take yourself for granted, you will not change your essence. Supposing you go with eyes in your false personality, and all the hopeless tangle of inner accounts that they make, if you have always wanted comfort, or fame, or wealth, or praise, you will naturally have, as opposites corresponding to these four things, a horror of misery, or obscurity, or poverty, or blame. Let us take blame, and its opposite praise. Let me ask you this question: do you think that what is most real and genuine in you, that is, essence, can possibly grow through the desire for praise? I fancy it is not difficult to understand that it cannot do so. And here lies a very interesting side of self-observation, namely, to observe how much of your ordinary happiness depends on being praised. Or again, take fame, and its opposite, obscurity. Have you noticed in yourself the eyes that wish for fame, all those eyes that wish to be better than other people, those eyes that wish to show off? I advise you to be rather amused by them, because you will never overcome them. There is a certain inner laughter about oneself that is extremely useful in this work. These eyes that invent our lives, and carry on this picture of ourselves, are the eyes that we have to try to see, because they keep our life in a continual outer restlessness, a continual self-justifying based on what a good boy am I. I remember on one occasion, when I was exceptionally full of self-justifying, saying to me in the presence of my wife, "Well, Nicole, is it true, or not true?" And I suddenly realized it was not true, and I felt an extraordinary quietness in myself. I realized what lying meant, what lying eyes were, how I was lying, and from this I gradually began to realize that all restlessness is due to lies, due to falsity, and that I was not like this lying eye, but that I was something else, that the work was trying to show me that I had something real in myself, and all that I was continually trying to do and say was all pretending, and keeping up some fiction that I had thought to be myself. This was one of my moments of understanding what this work is about. I began to understand what all this teaching about false personality meant. I began to see what imaginary I meant, and that there was something behind all the pseudo stuff that the work was trying to reach and make one conscious of, and it was not a loss, but a gain. You must realize that this was only a moment of understanding, but it had about it a taste that one cannot forget. It was then possible for me to understand how most of our eyes tell lies, and how by means of lies they try to fight with real life, and also with ourselves, and wish only to keep something going that is not ourselves. But how difficult all this is, and what a long struggle begins from this point of insight. Have you ever noticed yourself talking away, full of righteous indignation, full of grievance, and suddenly notice the whole thing is lies? Or have you ever come to the point of really seeing that your suffering is all lies, and experience that extraordinary inner calm that results through seeing the truth about yourself? Because just as all lies make us restless, so does truth make us calm and at peace with ourselves. Here we all are marching into life surrounded by false and lying eyes, eyes that pretend, eyes that are full of invention of ourselves, and deception and deceit, and we meet other people in a similar situation, and we expect to get into contact with them or understand them, or, more horrible still, to help them to save their lives. Is it not really rather laughable? Is it not a case of the blind leading the blind? For this reason it is so necessary to see eyes in ourselves, and see how they lie. Just go with one of those invented eyes for a moment, and let this eye talk, and in a moment all is in an uproar inside you, and before you know where you are you probably have identified with this eye, you have said I to it, and it has you in its full power, and you rise from your chair, and go, and see the person concerned, and just say all that this eye wishes to say, and perhaps all the time you are thinking you are behaving consciously. Now this work says we must try to live more consciously both towards ourselves and other people, and the way to begin to do this is to become conscious of our eyes, especially our negative eyes. How wonderful it is to be in a state of consciousness in which you can see eyes wishing to behave in a certain way, or to say certain things, if the power of the work is such in you that you avoid them, and do not say what you could so easily have said mechanically. And even, although these eyes are thinking in you, you have the power of not going with their thoughts, because you have other thoughts that are stronger coming from the work. And how often in this connection you may be able to do it for a short time, but afterwards when you are more asleep these eyes that you refuse to go with come back suddenly and attack you, and you write a letter, or you ring up, or you go and see the person, and the whole matter is as before, and you add to the chain of your karmic cause and effect. Yet because you have separated from these eyes for a short time, things may not be quite so bad, especially if while they are discharging themselves you have a sense of dislike of them, a consciousness of them, even when you cannot control them. This is the whole point, this slight disbelief in them. This is the beginning of separation from them. And then after a time, when you become more experienced in the work, you discover you have to do many other things, before you have paid enough by effort to escape from the power of such eyes that wish continually to keep your life down to one level. You may find you have to work on something quite different: your laziness, your lack of power of concentration, your lethargy in taking in new impressions. You may find you have to make efforts about all sorts of small things you have ignored. You may find you have to learn something that you ought to know, such as not to forget your umbrella, as O once said. The reason is that everything hangs together in our psychology and its makeup. Everything that widens us helps in our general work on ourselves. In the fourth way, we are supposed to be able to understand all sides of life to some extent, to know something about everything, not to be ignorant people. The work says we must work against ignorance in all its forms. All esoteric teaching says this. If we live in a few small parts of centers, our basis is wrong, we are too narrow, and then work will be very difficult in narrow jealous matter, full of envy. The work is supposed to broaden us in every sense, and to make our whole view of life broader and more intelligent. Working from too narrow a basis is not likely to lead to any results. Mr. O once said, "What is the good of your trying to study the special knowledge of the work, when you have no ordinary knowledge that can be got from life?" At the time he was speaking about balanced man, as the first stage to aim at, that is, the man whose centers all have some development, through effort, and he was emphasizing how in the fourth way, which lies in life, people must know about life, know everything they can about what is going on, so that they can't take in impressions from all sides of life. He was talking about ignorance, and about what a curse it was, and how it was impossible for quite ignorant people to meet with the fourth way, or, if they did meet it by accident, how it was impossible for them to understand what it was about, and what absurd things they made of it. He said to me about a young man who came into the work. He is quite ignorant. He learns this work and thinks that he knows something, but he has nothing in him with which to compare it. He does not see that the knowledge of this work is quite different from anything he could have learned from life, and he has never learned anything from life. He has nothing to make contrast with, nothing to make a struggle within himself. A man must be in life and know about life, before he can see what this teaching is about, otherwise he will take it all for granted, as if it were life. That is always the difficulty with young people, and often with older people who know nothing, and come into the work. They hear about the work before they have tried to learn about life, and this is the wrong order. He was speaking about how the work must make a struggle within oneself, and was emphasizing how unless the work makes a struggle it has no power to act on you. The work then just goes into false personality. Certainly, the work in older people goes into false personality, but it should eventually create a struggle. A person who has magnetic center, to begin with, and can observe himself, or herself, is capable of seeing how the work may lay in false personality, and at first increases their ambition and self-love, and makes them seek some kind of preeminence. But because the quality of the work is quite different from the quality of anything belonging to false personality, if there is magnetic center, After a time a separation begins to take place between false personality and those eyes that wish to work. When this happens, the work has begun to act on a person, and, if that person by reason of many unknown actions in the past has to a certain extent turned the possibility of inner change, then those eyes that lead gradually become more and more observable, and the great process of inner separation begins. Speaking generally, personality becomes more passive, and the real essential side begins to develop with all its accompanying insights, and mental and emotional perceptions that gradually pass towards the realization of the influences of higher centers. But as long as we take ourselves as one, this is impossible. Birdlip, February 17, 1945. Commentary on Acquired Conscience. 1. The work teaches that we all have acquired conscience which is different in different people and nations, but that we all have real conscience which is buried. Do you think that acquired conscience is based on self-love, and do you think that real conscience is not? Let us speak about acquired conscience. Everyone has a different acquired conscience according to his or her upbringing. Suppose you have been brought up to think that a person who wears brown boots and a top hat is beyond the pale, then you will have acquired conscience in judging him. I mean, that you will call this conscience. And if you yourself wear brown boots with a top hat, you will be deeply pricked by your acquired conscience. Meeting such a person, you will tend to have nothing to do with him. Let us glance at the different forms of acquired conscience that exist nowadays, and have always existed. Understand that acquired conscience makes us divide things into right and wrong according to its nature. We say that brown boots with top hats are impossible. But let us look more deeply into this question. Say that you meet a man who is very interesting, and after being a long time with him you suddenly notice that he has a top hat and brown boots. Instantly your buffers will come into action, and instead of taking the person as himself, you will take him as an example of bad taste. In a recent conversation we were talking about this subject, and how large a part tradition plays in this question. Tradition forms an acquired conscience in us, and is stronger than individual contact with a person. Tradition makes you not yourself. You have traditional eyes in you that are acquired, which makes it very difficult for you to become a real person, a real individual, free to communicate with everyone, and so it narrows down your relationship to people. You may privately think political agreement is a good thing, but your traditional eyes will prevent you from accepting it. We see many examples of this today. This means that your acquired conscience, traditional in this sense, prevents you from behaving intelligently as an individual. You are then collective, and not individual in your judgment of things. You are really sacrificing your individual judgment to traditional conscience. But this is not real conscience. It is acquired conscience. A man stands on his honor, his tradition, his patriotism, and so on, and all this is acquired conscience, something he has been brought up to believe in, and such a man is not capable of direct individual thinking in connection with an actual situation. He will not give up his acquired conscience, which is various in different nations, whereas the work teaches that real conscience is the same in everyone, and not various, and through it agreement is possible. You can see, and will see many examples of the action of acquired conscience now, and in the future, such that you cannot understand how people can be so silly as to behave as they do. Then you will notice how this acquired conscience prevents any further development of the human race. To get into contact with real conscience, one has to become more conscious of one's own mechanical reactions, and you can take this idea down to its final issues as regards your social life, and so on. Yet behind all this infinite confusion acquired by tradition, upbringing, etc., there lies real conscience through which all people can come into relationship with one another once the acquired conscience is observed and worked against by a process of giving up its purely mechanical reactions to others. Now acquired conscience is always connected with the self-love, which continually puffs itself up into all forms of vanity, all forms of making difficulties, of duty, etc., based on prestige, tradition, honor, nationality, and so on. In this way self-love incites continual antagonism, war, violence, and so on. That is why the work lays such emphasis on false personality, on invented things, on false behavior carried out in the name of so much that is really meaningless. As a Scotsman, I meet a man who belongs historically to a clan that has always been at war with my clan. I get on with this man very well in conversation, think him intelligent, and like him, until I find out that he is one of this accursed clan that by tradition and honor I must hate. So I rise from the table, throw my wine in his face, and go and fight a duel with him. This means that I sacrifice my individual understanding to my acquired traditional conscience. This of course is sin in the deepest sense of the word, i.e. missing the mark. Instead of seeing the man individually, and understanding him, I become suddenly blind, violent, and sacrifice myself to the eyes that belong to my acquired traditional conscience. In other words, I lose all possibility of individual development through my own intelligence and understanding. Recently I was reading novels written 100 years ago. I came across the idea that a person who knits is quite to be looked down on, whereas a woman who embroiders is all right. Notice carefully that this will make an acquired conscience in a person brought up in those times. And such a person may meet a woman whom he likes very much, and suddenly discover that she knits, and then may have nothing more to do with her. Is this acquired conscience, or real conscience? Now let us take some examples. One person says an Englishman's word is his bond, hypnotizes people into feeling that all English can be trusted. If an Englishman were accused of breaking his promise, he might say, "Don't you know I'm English?" All I can say is that it may be so, but brought up to this idea, a man will not be able to get in touch with his real conscience. Nor will he be able to see how often he does not fulfill his picture of himself in his domestic life, his marriage vows, and so on. In this connection let me quote the following example in which you have a certain kind of acquired conscience, developed by the surrounding influences, exemplified by the idea of a sporting conscience, which is certainly an acquired conscience. The example is as follows: a sportsman's conscience would not allow him to cheat at games, but in business affairs he would have no such scruples. Next we have a very good example of how acquired conscience is based on self-love, and how when the self-love is hit we feel miserable. Our idea of what we should or should not do comes solely from what we want thought about us. We make pictures of ourselves and are most offended if other people do not believe in them. We think it is awful to be late because we don't want to be that sort of person. From vanity point of view, not from external considering at all. We say we are conscience-stricken if we have been lazy, selfish or uncharitable or lost our tempers in public. Acquired conscience does not seem to mind if these things are done in private. Acquired conscience always justifies if anything goes wrong, and we are found lacking in our own estimation, because we can't bear our self-love to be hurt. This shows how our acquired conscience is connected with our self-love, and is not real conscience, which has scarcely anything to do with self-love. We feel we have made fools of ourselves socially and so have depleted our self-love. However, we have to know what it is to feel that we have been fools, and made mistakes, without always trying to justify ourselves, and get back to where we were before, socially speaking. One person connects this acquired conscience with the scribes and Pharisees that Christ so constantly attacks. The reason is that acquired conscience is only turned outwards, and is only distressed when one has made a fool of oneself externally in the opinion of other people of one's own social rank, whereas real conscience is turned inwards, and has scarcely anything to do with this outwardly turned conscience. As long as your lie has come off and is well applauded, it will not bother your external conscience, but your internal conscience will know that you have lied, and possibly harmed a great many people, however well you have carried it off. You must all understand that the awakening of the real conscience undermines the personality little by little, and first of all attacks, or makes uneasy the false personality, and all these pretenses and facades, and external appearances, that we spend so much force on keeping up, until the work begins to dissolve us. One person asks, is fashion an example of acquired conscience? Well, answer this for yourself. You can be in the fashion without being controlled by the fashion. If you only feel yourself rightly through obeying fashion, you have no center of gravity save self-love, and you are turned round by fashion instead of fashion turning around you. The difference is between what fashion does to you and what you do in connection with fashion. This seems to me an important idea. Several people connected acquired conscience and self-love with internal considering. I quote one example. I have observed acquired conscience in connection with internal considering, for example, wanting to do the right thing, and as internal considering means looking after oneself, it must be connected with self-love. One person shows how acquired conscience is based on fear. I think acquired conscience is based on fear, fear of consequences, fear of loss of prestige, possessions, or position, fear of social ostracism, fear of criticism, or of ridicule, fear of not being thought well of. This particular fear seems to be based on self-love. This is quite correct. Acquired conscience is based on self-love, and self-love is based on fear. Self-love is orientated outwards towards what people think of you. If they flatter you, your self-love is gratified, and if not, you feel depressed. You are afraid of having your self-love wounded, having no basis of truth in yourself. I listened the other day to the remark of a countryman in the road, who was wearing a peculiar cap with ear-pads, in the frozen weather here. His wife shouted out to him, "People will think you are a fool, wearing a cap like that." And he said, "I think they are fools for not wearing caps like mine." He did not follow fashion, but made it individually. All self-love is based on fear of other people's opinion about you. Self-love can never be abolished completely in us, as Christ showed in his words, "You must love your neighbor as yourself," i.e., there must be self-love and love of neighbor equally. You cannot help being wounded through the self-love, or gratified by something you have done well through self-love. Oh, used to say about this that if we have done something well, we can give to our self-love just one tiny moment of satisfaction, and not more. But a person who is full of self-love, and nothing else, is always afraid. And naturally so, if you come to think of the reason, because his center of gravity is outside himself, Paradoxically, because he wishes to gain applause and praise to gratify himself, and has nothing internal that he follows apart from the attitude of other people towards him. Certainly an individual cannot develop purely from self-love, but only from a very well-harnessed self-love which is more free from vanity, but which may retain some pride. Do you know how often people do things from self-love, and call it individuality? For instance, they insist that they are in love with someone and carry the thing through from self-love, and immediately they have attained their ambition the whole thing collapses. You must remember that self-love is extraordinarily obstinate and unintelligent, and has a great deal to do with acquired conscience, tradition, buffers, pictures, and so on. It is based on keeping up appearances. But all this has nothing to do with real conscience from which springs real love. It is imagination that plays such a tremendous part in the unhappiness of life, as the work teaches so often. Here I will speak briefly about aim in connection with acquired conscience. The danger is that we may follow an aim made by acquired conscience. Such an aim is wrong. An aim cannot be formed from the dictates of our acquired conscience, which belongs to the acquired side of ourselves, i.e. the personality. And here we have to think very deeply about what this means. A real aim in the work has nothing to do with this acquired conscience, that dictates to us all sorts of unreal aims. The aim may be right, but the basis may be wrong. I should like you to think, for example, of making an aim from acquired conscience, and then reflect what it might mean to make an aim from what the work teaches. Do you know the work takes the place of real conscience, until the latter is slowly awakened? If we always want to cling to what we are, and if our only idea of right and wrong is derived from our acquired consciences, we will often make quite wrong aims, and submit ourselves to useless efforts. Acquired conscience may tell you that you ought to be more sociable, and inquire after other people's health, and so on. Now if you really try to do this, as an aim, it will go all wrong, because it is not real, but has as its basis a matter of reputation, of being thought well of, and so on. Such an aim only tortures you, because it leads into nothing real internally. Now you might have the same kind of aim, but from a much deeper level. You might, for example, be told by your better emotions that you must not be so difficult, or something like that. This comes through self-observation, and through a much deeper realization of your situation. Simply to externally consider from false conscience is nothing to do with realizing the necessity of external considering from a deeper level. The reason why you do things is quite different when you act from acquired conscience from when you act from real conscience. When you do a thing from real conscience, from consciousness of yourself and what you are like, its action is to develop essence. Do you make, as it were, essence understand why certain things are necessary? But if you act from acquired conscience for the sake of internal considering, as to how you stand with other people in order to make a better position for yourself, then it will not develop essence, because the neutralizing force is quite different. You will then do a thing for the sake of some form of merit, and not from insight into the good of what you are doing for its own sake. You may be meritorious, an excellent person, and yet inwardly you may be nothing but a sham, or practically so. What we learn of good from the acquired side of us by education must be shifted from that outer basis, and become a genuine sincere thing which we wish to live, not merely imitate, which we wish to be and not merely pretend to be. In all this lies a great deal of very sincere self-observation which takes a long time, and our only guide is the action of the work on us, and what it teaches once it has begun to influence us. You must remember that all our concealed hatreds and contempts, which we do not manifest for fear of our reputation, exist in us in the psychological world of ourselves, that is, the real world of ourselves, which means that we find ourselves in our own psychological world, as we have made it, and if we have had a great deal of hate we will find ourselves surrounded by nothing but hate. But we will speak of this later. I will only say that we have been taught very often that we have to neutralize things in ourselves, and one of the great methods is to see ourselves, and not continually blame other people. The seeing of the truth about oneself leads to inner peace, and causes essence to grow, so that next time we are different and our lives attract a different fate. But the thing must be real, not done for the sake of outer merit or praise, or from some picture. One person quotes Browning a passage from Paracelsus: "Truth is within ourselves, it takes no rise from outward things. Whate'er you may believe, there is an inmost center in us all where truth abides in fullness, and around, wall upon wall, the gross flesh hems it in, this perfect, clear perception which is truth. A baffling and perverting carnal mesh binds it, and makes all error, and to know rather consists in opening out a way, whence the imprisoned splendor may escape than in effecting entry for a light supposed to be without." All I will say about this is that it is quite correct to say that truth is in ourselves, and that it is quite easy to say this, but it takes long and difficult work to understand the reality of this truth in ourselves, because we are full of pseudo-truth, and we continually spend all our money, all our force, in keeping up this pseudo-truth about ourselves, which makes us all restless. Let me remind you of what was said in a recent paper, that truth makes us quiet, and gives us peace, whereas pseudo-truth makes us uncertain, worried and tense. Acquired conscience is noisy, so to speak, whereas it is necessary to listen to real conscience. We solve lots of problems, as we suppose, through following acquired conscience, in which we satisfy ourselves, and in a way justify ourselves. After a time we become tired of acting from this acquired conscience, and wish to listen to something deeper, that is, we do not seek to get rid of the pain we feel by some manifestation of the acquired conscience. Do you remember what is said in Isaiah, that God dwells in the high and holy place, with him also that is of a contrite and humble spirit? Isaiah LVII 15. Can you understand what it means to realize the significance of this phrase, "I am not like this," or "I am in this lie," or "I am in this invented person that has taken charge of my life all these years"? If you can understand what this means, you will begin to understand what the work is about. The object of this work is to awaken real conscience, which is the same in everyone. This cannot be repeated often enough. In self-observation we can come to the point of saying, "I am not this, that is speaking, that is behaving like this. I am not this person that I have imagined myself to be. I am not in all these external things, these honors, these positions, these pretenses, these virtues, these things I try to do, these fictions that I keep up. No, I am not these things that have taken charge of my life. I am not these eyes." Well, then, you say, "What am I?" You cannot tell yet what you are save by seeing what you are not, and getting gradually, by means of inner work, away from this great fiction that you have kept up, only you must do it with a certain amount of humor, with a certain capacity for real laughter at yourself. then gradually more real things will cluster around your sense of yourself, and this may be shown by the fact that you suddenly find yourself able to think, able to read, able to reflect. The reason is that you are carried a little from the mill race of life, this excited life that you have been crowding into to give you happiness, which so few can give up. For most people think that to give it up means death. On the contrary, it does not mean death, but life. You remember this phrase in the work "No one is happy." But to what extent do we go to invent this happiness, and in this connection, how we follow our acquired conscience thinking it will give us happiness, whereas it is exactly the thing that makes us wretched the whole time. It is like a kind of juggernaut that crushes everything real in us, and to which we sacrifice our lives. Now you may think that this is a little solemn. Actually it is not so, but, like everything else in the work, must be taken with a grain of salt. Let me simply say that our ordinary life eyes are not the eyes that will give us any inner peace or stability, and that, as the work teaches, we have to separate from those eyes belonging to the false personality and this false conscience in order to touch anything deeper and more genuine. When you can observe an I in yourself that is always leading you astray into false ambitions and false aims, into rivalry, into contempt of others, and when you can catch a glimpse of this I having acted in you all your life, an I that you had to follow and obey, then it is a very wonderful experience to be able to say to yourself, I am not this I, and to begin to separate from it. If we had real conscience, the whole world could unite, and all police, law, war, military control, and so on, would cease, because real conscience, which is buried in all of us, is one and the same. And if all people had real conscience, they would understand one another, and speak one common tongue, one common language. In this work we try to study a language that will bring us together, that we can all understand, and its object is to awaken real conscience. But as long as we have artificial, acquired conscience, which is different in practically every case according to the upbringing, the nation, the country, and so on, there is no possibility of any common understanding, and so everything must always go on just as it has always done, and, I fancy you will all see, as it will go on, even worse than ever, in the future. Here are people getting into their traditional lies, and fighting with each other on every side, and no one is trying to understand anything. And no one can understand anything, and so the whole chaotic plot of life, which is due to man's being asleep, will continue, as before and even worse than before. But amongst ourselves we must try to form a nucleus of people who wish to work on themselves, on acquired conscience, on false personality, and to separate from this terrible factory, and meet each other on a deeper level, where it is possible to meet one another without all the insults and confusion and misunderstandings of ordinary life led by sleeping people, who take themselves for granted, and in every department of life behave purely mechanically. Is it not extraordinary to feel that every person has in him, as the work teaches, the common basis of a mutual understanding which has been overlaid layer by the acquired conscience, and the powerful outer layer of false personality with which everyone identifies most of all? Remember that the object of this work is to break through this false pseudo-layer that causes so much damage to ourselves and to everyone else. We know that it is difficult to respect a person with no mind of his or her own, a person who is simply composed of acquired opinions, buffers, traditional attitudes, and prejudices. With such a person there is nothing but acquired conscience, which may be better or worse, useful for life, or otherwise, but there is nothing really individual. If we converse with such a person, there is no thought, no ideas, nothing alive, no power of anything new. In fact, we know exactly beforehand what gramophone rolls will turn to the particular stimulus applied, and how the same opinions will be expressed over and over again without change. Acquired or false conscience is in this way a rigid fixed thing, a mechanical thing, whereas real conscience is quite different. It sees everything in its true light, and so judges it differently in each case. It is relative, not absolute. Birdlip, February 24, 1945. Commentary on the meaning of aim. In the work, the idea of help in the work is difficult to understand. At certain moments we are all helped by life, when things go well with us. In connection with this idea of help, who once said to us long ago, "Life is too easy for you all." I think he meant that we did not understand what help in the work sense meant. When life is difficult, we usually feel in some way offended or depressed. Then the help of life is withdrawn from us, we feel upset, things are not going rightly according to our form of expectancy of life, of how we expect life should go according to our imagination of it. In that case we are a function of life, of external circumstances. This is one meaning of the work phrase, we are machines driven by life. But the work is not exactly about this mechanical relation to life. It is not about the mechanical stability or balance that we have in life, but about new balance that can only be created by work on ourselves. This idea of the work is very difficult to grasp for a long time. I often think we none of us grasp it deeply enough. Have you got something in you that can resist the ups and downs of life, or are you simply a creature of external circumstances? It is fairly evident that the work is teaching us a new way of balancing ourselves, when, for instance, it says we must not identify as much as we do, which means that we must not take life as it presents itself to us by its ever-changing events. Now supposing you identify very much when things are good, and when things are bad, i.e. you feel very excited when things are good and depressed when things are bad. Then you are a function of life, a machine, in the work sense. You are simply in the sea, going up and down with the sea, and you have no boat to sail and direct in the way you wish to go in spite of the weather. Supposing I find that external events do not please me very much and I begin to object to this and that, then supposing it occurs to me that this is an occasion when I should work on myself, and that I should not express my negative emotions, and that I should be very careful and not react mechanically in the light of all I have been taught in the work, you will agree with me that here a new set of ideas comes in, namely, the ideas taught by the work. In that case I will begin to apply the work ideas to myself, and to a small extent will cease to be a machine, a mechanism driven by life and its external ever-changing events. Supposing I do this once, then it will be easier for me to do it again when more or less the same circumstances arise. This is tasting the work and its quality, but if I never taste the work in this way, nor its quality, and expect merely that because I hear the work everything is going to be better for me henceforth, then I have a very naive idea of what the work means. To think that the work is going to make everything immediately better for me is a very superficial conception of it, a very superficial conception of esotericism and its teaching, because the object of esoteric teaching is to produce a profound change in the person one is, a profound change in the level of being. There are many things in this work that you cannot understand with your head, but only with your heart. It takes two centers to understand anything. You may work very hard on the formatory side of the work, and try to work out each idea endlessly in formatory language, and while this is not entirely wasted, it is absolutely necessary to have a practical feeling about what the ideas mean, i.e. an emotional perception of the truth of the work. You may talk and write a long time about what identifying means, without any emotional perception of its meaning, or you may have many thoughts about what lying means, and yet never emotionally perceive what it means. This is because you have not applied this perception to yourself, and have not seen lying or insincerity, or whatever it is, as an absolute fact. Now tonight I wish to speak about aim once more. You can never make aim unless you see what the work is about, namely, about yourself and your relationship to higher centers, or real conscience. All aim in the work must be connected with the work. Work on yourself first of all, work with others, and with the whole meaning of esotericism, i.e. the work itself. You should start with the first line of work in connection with aim. Let me ask you this question: where do you think you should work on yourself in connection with the ideas of the work? Have you yet got some fairly clear conception of your life, and what you should try to change in your life in view of what you have been taught? Unless you start here at this place, you will never have an aim of any practical use in regard to yourself. What is it that you think you ought to change in yourself? Now this question is very interesting, and I want to dwell on it for some time. You may, from acquired conscience, from buffers, from pretenses, from false personality, have an idea that you should change something or other. What I want to point out is that if you are guided by your acquired ideas and opinions, you are following the wrong mentor. You must start from what the work teaches, because the work replaces real conscience for us, as we are. It teaches what real conscience would teach us if it were awakened in us by having our own ideas of what we ought to do, or be like, or aim at. We are bound to go wrong from the point of view of the work, because we are acting from our own ordinary knowledge, and not from the work knowledge. We will then interfere with the action of the work on us, and submit ourselves to all sorts of useless privations and endeavors. Real knowledge is quite different from what we call knowledge. Esoteric knowledge is a special knowledge that we have to learn and gradually understand through an emotional development which gives us an emotional perception of its meaning. All this has to do with what kinds of effort are required to change our being. Our ordinary ideas, our ordinary knowledge, will not change our being, and probably will only increase our fixity in our present state of being. If you think that you know already, then you will not take the knowledge of this work seriously. If you are quite sure you know what is right and wrong, you will not be able to change. A person must awaken eventually to the authority of the work, and must begin to view himself in the light of what it says. You may think, for example, that many of your negative emotions are correct, and you will not call them negative emotions. Yet the work teaches that all negative emotions are wrong, no matter what causes them. The work does not look at the causes of negative emotions, but at the fact that you are negative. On one occasion O said, "Why do you always explain your negative emotions by the causes that gave rise to them? The whole point is that you are negative, and that is what you have to work on." Now you all know how negative emotions prevent all development, and make it impossible for the emotional center to communicate with higher centers. If we could communicate with higher emotional center, for example, our lives would be utterly different. We would find an entirely new set of rules, whereby to live, all far more subtle than those which we follow in life. We would find For example, that where we always take a situation in one way, there are 100 or 1,000 ways, all quite different, and that there is no stereotyped way of taking the events of life. This is one of the greatest things to understand in connection with aim, and in connection with how we behave. We behave in a rigid, stereotyped way, and so we tend to make rigid, stereotyped aims. There is a certain gaiety in realizing we need not take things always in the same way. But before we can reach this beginning of inner freedom, we must realize that life is events, and notice how we react mechanically to each of the different events in life. Looking out through our limited senses, we see life as a number of objects, but we cannot see it as changing events. I often think that this is one of the first difficulties we have in understanding what the work is about. We cannot see events because they can only be mentally and emotionally realized. For example, we can see a table, a chair, a tree, a person. These objects are not events, necessarily, but supposing the tree falls on the table, and kills a person sitting at it and smashes the chair, that is an event. All these physical objects which are not events are suddenly related in one event. A person is not an event, but merely an object. But supposing you hate this person when you see him, it makes an event. Events gather together objects into a certain relationship. A table by itself is not an event, but if breakfast is laid on it, it participates in an event for you. And if the egg is not boiled properly, it becomes a negative event. A whirlwind that suddenly lifts off the roofs of houses is an event, but if you stare at the roof, it is not an event. A thing that you have in your possession to look at sometimes, such as a gold watch, is not an event, but an object. But if it is stolen, it becomes an event. You get up in the morning and stub your toe on the carpet, and then the carpet becomes an event. In other words, an event is something that relates a number of objects together in a certain way. This is a very inadequate description of events, but you must try to see what is meant. It is towards these events that we must try to acquire a conscious behavior. That is to say, we have to see our lives as events, and not objects, because it is very easy to stare at everything like horses and trees, and not understand that unless they are related to you in some way, they do not constitute an event. This is getting off the purely sensual level, and noticing that objects are not events. Now, in making this connection with the first line of work, you should be able to observe events to which you react in a particular way, because it is in your reactions to life as events that your personal work lies for a long time, i.e., in the way you take events happening in the world of external objects. If you cannot understand the difference between objects and events, you should think of what is happening in this war. How in the event of war all kinds of objects are regrouped, and how in another event they would be grouped quite differently. For example, millions of people are abroad who were formerly at home. The objects are the same, but they are related quite differently through the event of war. We find it very difficult to believe in events as distinct from objects. For example, we find it difficult to believe that we ourselves may be next moment in a violent temper, because of some event in which we are included. We do not see that an event has happened. Actually, a triad of forces has suddenly acted on us, and we have been incorporated into it as by a whirlwind in which different eyes have charge of us as long as the event lasts. After the event has passed, we wonder what has happened, because all the objects around us are as before, but while the event lasted they conducted different forces within which we were included. Now when we make aim, we always neglect events. we do not take into consideration how difficult it will be to keep that aim in view of the different events that may happen to us. We expect a tranquil sea on which we can steer a direct course. Therefore, when our aim is very superficial and momentary, formed in a moment of enthusiasm, we find that it is absolutely useless, and leads nowhere. However, instead of becoming offended, and beginning to blame the work, we should begin to understand what it means to be sly man, or, as the Gospels call it, or wise man, wise really meaning clever. You will remember that the wise virgins were not wise but clever, and this word in the Gospels meaning clever, or mentally awake, is the same as the word sly, used in the work. A superficial aim will lead nowhere, especially if it is from acquired conscience which has behind it merit, vanity. These aims turned towards external life are of no use in the work. They do not touch the esoteric level, that is, the level of real conscience. To begin to have a real aim, you must already know that you cannot keep it, and, as it were, not tell yourself what this real aim is. Real aim comes from something deeper in you, something emotional. As it is said in Matthew, "Let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doeth." Vi 3. In the language of parables, left is the weak side, i.e. the personality, and right means the deeper and more real side of you. Now if you make an aim with your left hand, and tell yourself you will get some advantage from it, some merit, some praise from other people, that you will be better thought of, even in the work, you will not be doing it from your right hand, or your real side. For this reason, real aim must always be something you never quite put into words, and let your false personality know about, and you must not expect to obtain its object right away. You will have, in fact, probably to follow a devious and apparently contradictory path, to fulfill real aim, and above all you must not think that, because things go wrong, your aim is useless. But the most important thing to understand is that in real aim you cannot go directly towards it, but like a sailing ship at sea which endeavors to sail to a certain goal, you must tack one way, and then another way according to the wind. Now a real aim depends on an emotional perception of something you dislike in yourself, and which you wish to change eventually. It depends on a certain integrity of feeling that persists in spite of downfalls. Thus great patience is necessary in connection with any real aim. A formatory aim is quite different from real aim, and, although you begin with formatory aims, you must realize they cannot be kept, and so must admit you cannot do. In this sense, real aim can only arise from long observation and real evaluation of the work, because unless the presence of the work is constantly with real aim, i.e., unless you rely on the work as well as yourself to keep it, it can lead nowhere except into false personality and the feeling of merit. Real aim always nourishes you, nourishes your understanding, and then you see how it can change, and yet remain the same, how it can tack from one side to the other and never go in the direct way which our natural impatience demands, because all real aim is connected with our own self-development, i.e., with the development of essence in us, with the development of understanding in us, which is the greatest force we can create, whereas false aim cannot develop our understanding, and very often simply contracts us, and turns us into Puritans, as it were, into a rigid keeping of some little internal decision. You can do nothing by suddenly cutting yourself off from what you have been by some arbitrary act. It is only by modification and transformation that you can change your life. When you have real aim, you see the difficulties of keeping it. When you make a little formatory aim, it is quite different. we are told to make aims with the object of seeing that we cannot keep them, i.e. so that we can see second force or force of resistance. But when we come to make real aim, we are more aware of second force, and the difficulties that will stand in the way of our keeping this aim. I would like to say here that real aim is a silent aim, something that you never tell anyone else, or even tell yourself in so many words, and this kind of aim is of such a quality that you are not dismayed by the constant apparent breaking of it, or the contradictions that arise in connection with it, when apparently you are going in a different direction from what you intended. I have given you the image of a sailing ship setting out across the Atlantic, from east to west, let us say, and probably this ship cannot ever really go directly to the west, but must go in W-S-W, and even occasionally in the reverse direction for the time being, yet at the same time, if it keeps to its aim, it will eventually get where it intended. It does not lose hope, it does not despair, because there is a certain deep intention of getting eventually where it wants to go. Now, what do you think real aim is as distinct from artificial aim? As I said, real aim can only spring out of long observation and real valuation of the work. There is a phrase that I used to use: the work will find a way for you. This is a very good phrase to remember, but it demands that you have a constant relationship to the work in your soul, in your depths. It is the work that changes us, because the work brings us a little closer, little by little, to higher centers, which are always telling us what to do and how to live our real lives, and which we cannot hear owing to the traffic of life in the mechanical parts of centers. The great aim was given in the Gospels: seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, i.e. seek another actual level of being, promised to us both by the Gospels and by this work. I remember again another phrase that she sometimes used: I can work, which can help you, especially when you feel defeated by having to tack north or south. But if you ask me to define what real aim is, I leave it to you. We have to make an aim. We do not know exactly what our next step in development is, but if the aim we make is sufficiently genuine, the influences of the work will greatly modify it in the right direction, and here you will be astonished how different what you thought you had to do is from what you have to do, and also you will be astonished to find how much help comes to you as long as you do not throw up your hands in despair. But if you will the work, if you have goodwill to it, if your idea of good begins to be connected with esoteric teaching, then you will be sure of getting a response that is right, even though the request is wrong, provided the request is sincere. Remember that we cannot use this work for life as our primary object, but we can use life for the work. It is difficult to see what this means, because we do not realize what is first in us. If we could make the work first, then everything else would be added to us, and we would find what really belongs to us in life, and what does not belong to us. But this state would be like something that is passive becoming active, and something active becoming passive. It would mean that we began to live the work in life. For this reason we should connect everything we do in life with the work, even artificially at first. This is called, as far as I remember it, doing everything in the name of God. You should not do the work for a short time, and then pass out of it and come under life, as an antithesis. You should try, even artificially, to act so that whatever you do in life has some connection with the work, and not make the work the opposite to life. G. once said, bring all things into the work. Do not go into life as a relaxation from the work, but connect your relaxation in life with the work. This may sound strange, and yet it contains a very important idea. Some people will say, if I am negative, it is in the work. Yes, of course it is. If you speak against the work, remember it is in the work. If you go off the deep end in some way or other, remember it is in the work. If you are in the work, whatever you do is in the work. If you cannot feel this, you will divide yourself into life eyes and work eyes, which will appear to be at enmity with each other. If you are in the work, you cannot be out of it, whatever I acts in you. So do not make this opposition between work and life, and remember that the work is not exactly ignorant of human nature. All that you do from the point of view of this not having anything to do with the work, and all that you do from the idea of its being connected with the work is all in the work. You cannot live now in the work, and now in life, because that will make a split in you. The idea of balanced man is that he includes everything, but in the right place, in the right order, in the right arrangement. Remember that even the bad animals were taken into Noah's Ark, and included in the whole thing. No one can develop without this bad side. No one can simply be good without the power of being bad. It is a question of right arrangement, right order, right balance. Even eyes that are not in the work are useful, and are in the work, if you understand what I mean. How, unless we had many doubts, could we have any strength? How, unless we are continually tempted in the work, could we reach any new level of understanding? Even negative eyes are useful, provided we know how not to identify with them. Considering all these things, you will see how real aim, which has to take into consideration second force, and has to be made cleverly, or by means of sly man, in oneself, is not quite what we expect, and will not instantly bring beautiful rewards to us, beautiful instantaneous results. We may map a course out as a mariner does, but the master of a sailing ship does not expect to go directly to his goal, although he intends to do so in spite of all weathers, all contrary winds. I would like you all to think what real aim is in contrast to temporary, but quite useful aim, and unless you have an idea of a higher level of humanity, the conscious circle of humanity, a far better state of humanity than we see on this earth, then it will be difficult to make real aim. All the concepts and ideas of the work are necessary to make real aim, and one thing, above all others, is necessary: that we are dissatisfied with our level of being and feel that there is the possibility of change. Now to recapitulate. Real aim must be based on long observation of oneself and what the work teaches about how to reach a higher level of being. The first difficulty is that we do not remember ourselves, that we are not conscious. We do not drive our own carriage, but are in a public house drunk with our imagination. Then follows the teaching of identifying, of how we are many and not one, how we say I as if it meant anything, how we are full of inner accounts, full of internal considering, of how we spend our force in self-justifying, in pretending to be what we are not, how we are full of pictures of ourselves which have nothing to do with our real selves, how we react to attitudes, how we speak from acquired opinions, and never think for ourselves. How imagination creeps into everything we do, or say, or feel, how we are fast asleep in life, but are carried along by mechanical reactions, how we are creatures of mental, emotional and physical habit, how we never see and attack our own ignorance, how we never take in new impressions about anything, how we are governed by vanity and pride and self-complacency, and finally how we are not awake but so asleep and hypnotized that we follow every event of life, and make no inner stand against it. And there are many other things that the work teaches we have to observe and see the truth about. and then we have to understand that we cannot start from all this, that we cannot add the work to all the mess in ourselves, but we have to go down and realize we cannot do. Realize how ignorant we are really, how much we say all day long that has no meaning, how we react to things, and think we are actually conscious, all of which leads to the realization of our mechanicalness, the realization that we do not exist at all save as puppets jerked by strings. Now how can such a puppet make an aim save to be a greater puppet? If a puppet makes an aim, it will be mere puppetry. The puppet thinks he knows how to make an aim. Standing over this puppet is the work which tells us what kind of aim to make, and you can be sure that this aim is always against this puppet. Now all real aim is psychological. Remember, we live in a psychological world of thoughts and feelings and desires. The psychological world is extraordinarily complex and marvelous. It has all sorts of combinations and patterns, wrong arrangements, and right arrangements. All the work teaches at first is about getting the psychological world into a right arrangement. Suppose you are full of hate towards someone and you try to get your psychological world right. Is it not impossible? Do you all understand that you live in a psychological world and not in a physical world, and that you react to the events in the physical world psychologically save when the physical world blows you up physically? The work is to get the psychological world rightly adjusted so that it transmits higher centers. We may in life conceal our psychological thoughts and feelings, but the work is an other force not of life, and from that we can conceal nothing, that is psychological. Real aim has to do with the psychological world, and how we handle others, and ourselves in it. In this world we have to make entirely new associations, an entirely new pattern. The object of the work is to make this new pattern in the brain to think in a new way, not, as everybody thinks who is poised in life. Unless you think about the work and what it means, unless you see esotericism and its aim, unless you understand that man is a self-developing organism, and can only develop by an entirely new kind of thought, then no new patterns are made in the brain, and so all the undeveloped part of the brain is unused, i.e. that part that can connect with higher centers. If you take things as you have always taken them, nothing new can form itself, but if you take life from what the work teaches, and take yourself in a new way, you will make a new pattern, new associations, in the frontal lobes, if you like, and these will connect with higher centers. If your aim is right, this will happen gradually, but if your aim is a life aim, a purely ambitious aim, you will not form any new patterns, but just ordinary commonplace ones. That is why I said that a real aim nourishes your understanding of the work, and a purely life aim does not. But if you include a life aim in a work aim, then the case is different. Then new associations can be made, and through new associations a new feeling of oneself is created. In fact, through a new set of associations one feels oneself a quite different person, i.e. one becomes psychologically a different person, provided one can die to the old associations. It is always interesting to reflect that higher centers are always trying to change us. We are self-developing organisms, in the sight of higher centers. Contact with them can only develop us in the right way, because everybody has created a different self-developing organism with his own destiny. The object of this work is to put us in touch with higher centers. From this point of view, it is interesting to reflect how we think we can develop ourselves from our own ideas of what development means, and how different the influences of higher centers may be. We think we must go along this line, but from the standpoint of higher centers we may be going in quite the wrong direction. For this reason we have to start with the work, as an aim, because it is given by conscious humanity, i.e. people, who have reached higher centers. One thing can be said here, i.e., that we always have to develop in the direction of our own most inferior functions, our most unused side, the most despised side of ourselves, and not along the line of what we are best at. Remember, we have to become balanced. If you can't think well, you have to feel more. If you feel too much, you have to think more, and so on. Birdlip, March 3, 1945. Commentary on Inner Freedom. 2. What do you understand by being more free? Sometimes this work has been defined as something to give more inner freedom. Is inner freedom doing what you like, as you are now? As regards the last part of the question, is inner freedom doing what you like, as you are now? Most people answer that it does not consist in doing what you like. At the same time, I would say that it takes a long time to realize this. It takes a long time to understand that doing what we like does not give us freedom, but on the contrary is really a form of slavery, until we attempt more consciously to go against doing what we mechanically like. We then begin to see that doing what we like is not really what we do like. When we are governed by our passions, by our mechanical impulses, by our having our own way, we are not really quite comfortable in ourselves. To follow self-will does not lead to any real satisfaction eventually. In a matter of this kind, we have to start from a very sincere basis, and not from a theoretical one, i.e., from actual self-observation, as to what happens when we simply do what we like, say, from our lazy side, or from our sensual side, or from our jealous side, or from our negative side, and so on. I speak like this because it is so easy to say theoretically that one does not really like to do as one likes. We are always doing as we like. For example, we are always avoiding efforts that in a kind of way we know we should make, and until we can genuinely acknowledge that by doing simply what we like at the moment we are not at peace with ourselves and that something deeper lies in us, until we see that this is quite true, we do not quite understand what the work is about. This point has been realized all through the ages, and is one of the most extraordinary things in past experience. Is it not extraordinary to realize that people have always thought in all ages that they cannot simply do what they like? How can we account for this factor running through history, unless we admit that other influences are acting on us than those of our self-will, of our appetites? Here lies one of the turning points in our understanding of the work. Here lies a realization that something else acts on us than just having our own way. But I repeat that it must be internally realized that this is the case, and that pure self-gratification does not lead to any inner harmony. Now, as regards not doing what we like, we are first of all under the external laws of the country which prevent us through fear from doing many things that we would otherwise do out of self-will. This is the first check, but please note that it is a purely external one. A man who obeys the law out of fear is not by any means a good man. Probably most people do not feel any other check in themselves, and would, if there were no such thing as external laws, and the fear derived from them, behave in a quite impossible way, because there is no internal goodness of being. So first of all there have to be external restraints built up by the law, to make any civilization possible. But there are also internal restraints that can act on us through the influence of the work. These are connected with real conscience. In other words, we must learn to distinguish between the two kinds of restraints. For example, Through the development of inner taste we realize the unpleasantness of negative states. But there is no external law about negative states. The police do not arrest you for being negative, but it would be a very good thing if they did. All negative states in their full culmination lead on to violence, even to revenge, even to killing. Then, of course, the external law steps in. The commandment "Thou shalt not kill" is first of all a literal one, and refers to the actual law. But the psychological meaning is quite different, and, as you know, psychologically we kill a great many people, and otherwise mutilate and harm them. That is to say, if we really did what we liked, we should be arrested by the police in this respect. The external laws therefore to a certain extent prevent us from doing what we like, but the internal influences of the work that can begin to act on us if we emotionally feel the work restrain us in a quite different way from doing what we like. As the work grows richer in understanding, and more subtly connected, we begin to hesitate about many things that we were unaware of before. We begin to build up a new orientation to everything, and to everyone, a new house, a new inner architecture. When this begins, we know that we cannot behave in certain ways, think and feel in certain ways, as we did before, with impunity. The whole approach to ourselves, and the whole approach to and conception of other people begins to become a much finer and far more interesting thing. When this happens, we begin to float, as it were, to lift ourselves off the ground, to learn how to sail. From all this arises second body, i.e. some organized body that consciousness begins to occupy, which is psychological, quite apart from our physical body and its reactions. Then we begin to have life in ourselves, to live in life, and not simply to be our reactions to life. We begin to live in our lives, and no longer to be simply of life, of the world, of mechanical reactions to external events, external things. Our psychology begins to be of the work, and not merely of life. Then we know that we cannot do as we like, or as we did like, but have to follow, in fact, to like, another range of ideas, another meaning of ourselves, another mode of living in our lives, instead of being simply our lives. If you simply do as you like mechanically, you are on the earth, as it were. There is nothing to distinguish you from the earth, from life and its incidents. When you raise yourself up through the influences of the work, you learn to touch the earth differently. In fact, you come to the edge of the earth, where it meets the sea. And then, so to speak, you begin to live in a different medium, to sail above the earth, to be in some vessel that is not of the earth, a vessel that is real, so that you suffer if you step out of it. This journey, this voyage, has been often represented in esoteric myths, and this is the best way of understanding what the form of second body means. This is a psychological body, a psychological room, that lifts you off the sensual earth of yourself, and to maintain this body, to keep it in repair, and to develop it, you have to like another set of liking, another set of values, a new set of ideas. The work says, work against dislikes. Also it says in another connection, try to like what you dislike, and dislike what you like. As I said, the best example is just to take negative emotions which we like, and think deeply about your relation to them, because when you realize that whenever you are negative it is your own fault, whatever the external cause, you begin to have a completely new orientation formed in you, a new psychological body. You will no longer take your pound of flesh, because if you do, if you like that, you will be right down on the earth of yourself again, and all workforce will leak from you at once. Every atom of increased consciousness will disappear, and you will be right down in the clangor and confusion of ordinary life. You will lose this body of the work, this boat, this ark. Now several people say that we must put ourselves under more laws to become free. This is exactly what the work says. The work says that a man must put himself under the laws of the work, i.e., under more laws in order to reach any development, which is freedom. All freedom in the esoteric sense is due to inner development, both on the side of knowledge and on the side of being. This forms in us a new level of understanding. A higher level of being is always freer than a lower level. To get to a higher level of being, you must put yourself under more laws than belong to your present level of being. We can either live mechanically according to the laws belonging to our level of being, or we can begin to live in a new way more consciously according to the laws of a higher level of being. And this is the object of the work, which teaches us what we have to work on in ourselves to reach a higher level of being, not by simple obedience, in a blind way, but by an intelligent perception of the new knowledge that the work is speaking about, that is, through understanding it, which is the most powerful force that we can create in ourselves. The work is not a series of literal commandments to obey like the Decalogue, but a series of new ideas, new insights, to make us think and see in a new way, and gradually come ourselves to the truth of them from ourselves, from our understanding. Do you know that as one ascends in the ray of creation, one comes under fewer laws? It is very important to understand this idea, and this is why it is so often said that you must understand something about the meaning of the ray of creation. Let us suppose our being is under 48 orders of laws, and we do just as we like. Now a man under 48 orders of laws is very far down the ray of creation, and in a very bad world, as surely you can plainly see, for this is not a good world. Such a man can come under, to begin with, 24 orders of laws, even while he exists on this earth, and ultimately under 12, but in order to get this new freedom, because obviously to be under 24 orders of laws is to be in greater freedom than under 48 orders of laws, he must put himself for the time being under more laws. To get under fewer laws, i.e., he must obey the work according to his growing understanding of it, and live more and more according to what the work teaches. When he begins to see the necessity of this emotionally, he is already very close to a change in his level of being, but this change will not take place as long as he sees the work as something external, as merely a series of rules or statements. When he begins to see the truth of the work for himself, that is the first stage. The next stage is when he begins to apply his will to it, when he begins to will what he understands of the work in himself. This is the second stage. Then he begins to pass under fewer laws, by having kept more laws. This is the direction of freedom according to the work, and according to all esoteric teaching. On the other hand, if he only obeys his own impulses, and only gratifies his appetites and self-interests, he then, so to speak, looks downwards, and not upwards, or, if you prefer, he looks outwards, and not inwards, and so he tends to go down in the ray of creation, to the level of the moon, i.e., he becomes a victim of his own appetites and self-will, and puts himself more and more in prison, and becomes more and more exacting or useless. There are many obvious examples of this, such as people who resort to drugs, and so on. They obviously pass under more and more laws, simply by doing what they like, and become incapable of making any effort. Now all growth is through effort only. Esoterically speaking, it is only possible through right effort, and for this reason we have to be taught by some genuine esoteric system what kinds of effort we have to make to grow. We cannot just grow by ourselves, by our own ideas. We can only grow through quite new knowledge, new ideas, and quite new conceptions of our feelings of ourselves and what we are. Here all the work teaching about making personality passive comes in, because as long as we are under the full influence of personality we are not by any means free, and perhaps if we have any trace of real magnetic center in us we have probably realized this even before we met the work. To become more free means a change in the level of being, upwards, that is, inwards. It means a deeper understanding of ourselves and of other people, and of the meaning of life, and why we are down here. If we are capable of growth, and if we feel a genuine desire to come under the influences of the work, then this change in the level of being will increasingly take place. It may start from a very small seed, a very small but genuine experience which has impressed us. Then this point has to struggle with swarms of bad eyes, wrong attitudes, wrong states. Yet if the seed is planted it will grow eventually, provided one gets sufficient help, a continual reminder of the ideas of the work. Then after a time it will grow without very much external help. And the direction of this growth upwards or inwards is towards inner freedom, because growth means ascending the side octave, diagrammatically speaking, towards the sun, and so passing under fewer and fewer laws, by freeing oneself from personality. All these ideas must be connected in your minds by private thinking about them, in order to understand what greater freedom means. Now let us turn to the first part of the question, what do you understand by being more free? One person gives this example: one may have considerable worldly ambition, and in pursuit of it be constantly tormented by fears of the adverse effect one has on others, who might forward that ambition. If then one can be brought to see the vanity of such strivings, and that this ambition leads to nothing but anxiety and distress, and if, in obedience to a higher law, one can completely let it go, its power is broken, and one becomes immediately free of it and its resulting worries. Yes, this is quite true. The more identified you are with life, the more fear you will feel, the more you feel that you depend for existence on external things. The more identified you are with what is outside you, the more fear of loss you will suffer from. If your center of gravity is completely outside you, say in money or possessions, etc., the more bound you are to external circumstances, and so the more a machine you are, driven by external circumstances, and dependent on them. For example, if your whole happiness depends on one person, then certainly you become a function of this person, which surely cannot be right. I do not see how the idea of self-remembering can ever be understood, if one's life is a function of some other person. Similarly, as one person says, one can be in the power of a person to whom one has negative attitude. This is right, only see it for yourselves. One can be wholly in the power of someone one hates. But is this self-remembering? No, it is to be purely in the power of the world, purely on, and of the earth, purely in the power of the senses, of what one sees externally. I repeat that self-remembering has nothing to do with this. The feeling that you get from hating may seem to you a very strong feeling of I, but this feeling is not you. It is on the contrary an I that delights in hating, and being cruel, whose domination you have passed under, and to whom you have dedicated your existence. One person quotes something that was said in one of the previous papers about inner freedom. The passage was as follows: the nature of freedom is utterly unknown to those who do not possess conscience. for they make freedom consist in doing exactly what they please. This is quite true, and I will only add that if it is a question of real conscience, you are not tortured by it, but you are aware of it in a kind of gentle way, whereas if it is a question of acquired conscience, you are tortured by it. Real conscience is never violent, but its action is so gentle that most of us cannot hear it. We have to stop the traffic of life in us, and begin to hear it, and it is far cleverer than we. Here is one good answer that is very practical. There is an old Stoic saying that we are all tied in life, as it were like a dog to a cart, and that we have to accept things, i.e. not to be dragged by the cart, but to run with it. I quote from the answer. I remember hearing it said in the early days of my entering the work that man's position can be likened to that of a dog tied behind a cart, and being dragged along by the cart, because the dog resisted the chain that was leading him. If the dog had not resisted the pull of the chain, but had run along with the cart, he would have had greater freedom of movement. This is how I understood the first step to inner freedom: to see our real position with regard to the truth about ourselves and the laws we are under. Yes, but a little more insight is needed. If we always object to everything, and always expect what we do not find, we shall be very identified with life, and very much hurt by it, and so dragged along resenting everything. That is why the work says that one of the very first things we have to do is to become passive to life, which is a very difficult thing to understand, because we think we can do, and we always think that things should be different from what they are. To practice not objecting to anything for a short time every day is a very good exercise, and teaches you a lot about yourself and non-workis. To be more passive to life means to be more passive to personality. One person asks, is there some degree of inner freedom and directed attention? Yes, you are more free simply because you are in more conscious parts of centers which are under fewer laws. Different parts of centers are under different laws. At the conclusion of one answer, a quotation from Francis Thompson is given: "Soulfully blessed to feel God whistle thee to heal free when his wings pen thee." Yes, if you substitute for God the work, and realize what it really means to be called to heal by the work. The trouble is that we indulge in all kinds of emotions, and do not for a moment connect them with the work, or imagine that they have no bearing on the work. You must all remember that it takes a long time for the work to penetrate even as far as a few eyes in us, and that the majority of eyes have never heard of the work yet in ourselves. We have to teach the work to all the heathen, as the Gospels say. Several people speak of doing what one likes, as doing what one likes. For instance, one person says, at this level, doing what we like means following the impulse of the I in which we happen to be at the moment. This, however, is not freedom, because second force in life will probably prevent us from following that impulse for very long, and even if life is kind to us for a while, we shall soon be in another I which wants something quite different. At this level, therefore, doing what we like is really meaningless, because there is no permanent I to like. This is a good answer. Each I has its own will, and each I has its own power over us at the moment, and here comes in a paradox. One I may do something that it likes, and another I comes along and dislikes what this I has done. All these different wills form contradictory lines and directions, and provided we have very strong buffers, we do not notice this, and feel quite tranquil. It is a very dangerous state to be in when we see no contradictions in ourselves, and do not feel a certain daily pain, or heat, as the work calls it. I quote from another answer, I understand by more free, freedom in part from mechanicalness, from the power that people and events exercise over me, from internal considering, making accounts, from useless self-accusations, and a host of other wrong psychic functions. Freedom from attitude qua attitude, from habit qua habit. Inner freedom is not doing what you like, as you are now. That means the slavery of impulse, the will of the moment. The idea I have of inner freedom is that it is not achieved by the indulgence of the will of the moment, but by a willingness to be guided by will born of the perception of the truth. As perception grows, will grows and inner freedom is more fully felt. Yes, this is quite right. If we begin to obey the ideas of the work by seeing their truth, and eventually realize what good lies in them, then we begin to be more free from the momentary wills of different eyes doing what they like. This means a more internal movement into ourselves, and this is only gained by self-observation, which moves us back from the cuter pretense of ourselves. Self-observation increases consciousness, and increased consciousness means a larger view, a wider sense of things, a more whole view. One of you quotes something once said by Mr. Ouspensky, "You can do as you like so long as you remember yourself." This is quite true, only have you tried it? If you like to remember yourself more than anything else, then you can certainly do what you like, but you cannot expect this to happen just in a moment. You may understand just a little of what this means practically after many years of the work, and even then you are only just beginning to understand why this was said. You will not be able to do just what you like if you are in the third state of consciousness. To do just what you like is mechanical. To be in a state of self-remembering is conscious. Birdlip, March 10, 1945. Commentary on the difference between the object and the thought of the object. The object is physically rendered to us by the senses. Please understand that what we call physical is rendered by our senses. I see a person, I touch him and I hear him, and then I call this person a physical object, that is, the senses give a physical object. If you have no eyes, nor ears, nor sense of touch, the so-called physical object will vanish. This is the first point to understand, namely, what we mean by the physical world which our senses render to us, and which we take as reality. Yet please note that if you had not the senses there would be no physical reality. Now a question was recently asked in connection with the following quotation from a paper. The Sufi teacher points out that whether a person takes pleasure in disliking the thing itself, or in the thought of it, it is the same thing, and vice versa. The question was about understanding the difference between disliking the object and disliking the thought of it. No difference could be understood. I will remind you here of something said in this connection a long time ago. You are eating something, let us say, with great relish, and enjoying it as a physical object, and then you are told it is a stew of snails, and instantly you feel very sick. Here obviously the thought is different from the physical sensation. Now our thinking is different from our senses, and on another plane, another level. You can see a person or you can think about him. How you think about him is psychological, and belongs to your and her psychological world, and you can go on thinking about this person you dislike quite apart from seeing him. When the Sufi teacher says that taking pleasure in disliking a thing, and taking pleasure in the thought of it is the same thing, he means just what he says. I would ask you first of all, do you know an example of taking pleasure in disliking some object or person? Remember that a person is an object, and remember that the work teaches a great deal about how we take pleasure in disliking things. The question is subtle, because we always imagine we do not take pleasure in disliking people, and for this reason it is necessary to find for yourself some real example of your disliking some physical object or person. Do you know that if you dislike a person, i.e. an object, it gives you great pleasure to hear that someone else dislikes in the same way? This is pleasure in disliking, and this pleasure is reinforced by the agreement of others with you. Is not this a common thing if you are frank with yourselves? But the pleasure of disliking somebody or something is not the same as the pleasure you take in thinking about it. When a person, looking at another person, as an object transmitted through the senses, says, "Oh, how I hate a man," like that, he takes pleasure in disliking the object when it is before his eyes, and afterwards, if he thinks about this person, when he can no longer see him with his senses, he takes pleasure in thinking how he dislikes him. Then it is, as the Sufi teacher says, exactly the same thing. He is taking pleasure in disliking the object when he sees it, and taking pleasure in thinking about the object when he does not see it, and so the effect is just the same. In the one case, he is taking impressions of dislike from the visible object, and in the other, he is taking impressions from the thought of it. So in both cases he is taking in negative impressions, and psychologically it is the same thing in its effects on him. If a man wants to overcome his pleasure in disliking a person, he must also overcome his pleasure in thinking how he dislikes that person. The work teaches that we must learn to handle one another rightly in the domain of our thoughts, i.e., in our psychological world, to which we have gradually to become more responsible. It is the reordering, the rearrangement, of our psychological or inner life that is the object of this work. It is how we think about others that is so important in this work. If you take great pleasure in thinking evil of others, in thinking negatively, and attain a feeling of satisfaction from it, then your psychological world, from which starts the function of second and third bodies, is in a great mess, and you may crystallize out psychologically in a quite wrong way. A man may for a long time not be able to overcome momentary dislike through the senses, but if he is working, he knows quite well he will have to get rid of thinking and feeling the same way internally. That is, he must realize that he cannot take pleasure in unpleasant thoughts about others, which is the great source of our inner life, as it is. If our psychological world of thought and feeling could be got into better order, i.e. the way in which we think and feel about people in our privacy, and if we could cease to take pleasure in hatred and negative criticism in general, our external relationship to one another as physical objects registered by our senses would alter completely. There are external reactions, and more internal reactions. For a long time we may react mechanically, that is, we may react externally, and cannot change this, but if we have any insight, i.e. self-observation, we will not necessarily let our internal side agree with our external side. Unless we see that we have an internal life of thought and feeling to which this work is directed with the object of building up a psychological body or organization, rightly arranged, then we do not understand what the work is about. The object of self-observation is to let a ray of light into our inner world, which is in chaos. The object of this work is to build this inner world of chaos into an ordered world. An ordinary man behaves internally just as he pleases. He may be very polite externally. It does not occur to him that how he thinks and feels privately about other people matters. But the work says it does matter, and so it begins with self-observation, whose object is to make us more conscious of what is going on in ourselves in each center. After a time you may reach that stage where you behave much better inside than you do outside. You cannot change the external until the internal has changed. For example, I cannot expect to change some negative reaction unless I see internally what lies, what wrong thoughts and feelings are produced in me. Then I may wish to change my inner state, because through inner taste I dislike what is going on in me through an increase in this dislike of my internal life, and so gradually strengthening it through self-observation, and by sincerity with myself. My inner state may become strong enough to control my external and mechanical, reacting life. This is where a man begins to work on himself without showing much external change. For example, I cannot pretend to myself that I can alter the reactions of my false personality just like that, but if I observe them in the light of the work with any sincerity I begin to dislike them. Then I begin to struggle with my thoughts and feelings privately, i.e., I begin to work on myself, on my inner life. Mechanically I may take pleasure in disliking some person whom I see visibly in front of me, but after a time I take no such similar pleasure in thinking how I dislike this person. The reason is because I begin to be aware of my inner or psychological life, i.e. the life of thought and feeling, that I have become aware of through self-observation, and which, so to speak, I am trying to arrange in a right way, in the light of the work. When I am in that state of insight I will continually suffer from myself, from Nicoll, and his mechanical reactions. Then I will in a certain sense have to endure this external, mechanical, reacting person, that hitherto I have taken as myself, but which the work has gradually shown me I must separate from. At the time my personality reacts I will no doubt feel quite justified, but from this deeper and more internal part that is beginning to awaken I will feel uncomfortable, and will certainly take no pleasure in going with the thoughts of Nicoll, or with his feelings, that have been called forth by some momentary irritation. And so gradually by the growth of something internal to Nicoll, in my case, I may sometimes actually feel that something in me is beginning at times, but only at times, to be stronger than this machinery that dislikes a person right off, like that. I will no longer be so prone to agree with Nicoll, and with the judgments of Nicoll. To be alone with oneself and indulge in negative feelings, and enjoy unpleasant thoughts about other people will no longer commend itself to me, as a good way to live in myself. When I am alone with myself I will have to review myself, as to what has been going on in my centers, and examine myself from the standpoint of what eyes have charge of me in the momentary heat of my mechanical intercourse with life, when I have been completely identified with each passing event, each typical circumstance. The pleasure of reacting mechanically will no longer give me satisfaction, although it may give Nicoll great satisfaction. And when I examine myself in this way, when I am alone with myself, I can only do so rightly when I review myself from the standpoint of all that the work teaches about being identified, about being negative, about making internal accounts, about judging, about lying, about self-justifying, and above all about remembering to remember oneself. When I submit myself to the work in the solitariness of myself in this way, I will dislike thinking with pleasure of people that I hate. I will not take pleasure in my thoughts, although I may find it difficult not to take pleasure in disliking the person when I see him. It has been said by some philosopher of no mean standing that religion consists in what you do in the solitariness of yourself. To get up in the morning after having indulged in all sorts of unpleasant thoughts and feelings about other people is not a good way to start the day. And a good many of us know this by inner taste. but the strengthening of this internal side which wishes to grow if we have any work eyes in us depends on this inner sincerity with oneself that the work speaks about so much. For example, if I can never see I have lied, I would agree with Nicoll, namely, my external side, my false personality, and if I justify myself I cannot have any depth in my observation, and the internal side of me cannot possibly grow, in which case there can never be anything stronger than Nicoll. I do not mean, as I explained, that I can deal with Nicoll straight away, but I can begin to suffer from him myself privately. And I will suffer in the right way, and please note this, only if I observe the reactions of Nicoll, in the light of the work. If I begin to do this, I will find it possible for me to separate from a great many thoughts and feelings that Nicoll takes pleasure in, but which something more deeply placed in me takes no pleasure in at all. To dislike oneself is useless, and only gives rise to illness and depression. But in my case, to begin to see and dislike the reactions of Nicoll, to separate from them and so not to regard myself as Nicoll can give results. That is why the work emphasizes so much that we must break ourselves up into different parts, and not take ourselves as one, as a unity, which imaginary I causes us to assume. You cannot change yourself if you take yourself as yourself, and all attempts to do this will lead into a dangerous situation. You have to be able to say to yourself, I am not this, I am not that, or again you must be able to say, I am not this thought that comes to me, or, I will not take pleasure in thinking, or feeling in this way. It may only be possible to do this for a short time, but I can assure you that if you manage to do it only for a short time, and only from time to time, gradually something more internal will develop in you that may be able actually to take charge of you occasionally, and control the reactions of the external, mechanical side. Some people think that change is something that takes place finally, and irrevocably by a few moments of work, and they get upset if they do not get results. But this is a quite wrong conception of what work means. The whole point lies in how you recover from falling, and it is always interesting to notice how people recover from a bad state, because here lies the work at first in this learning to walk instead of always falling, because we are like little children learning to walk, and if we never fell we could never learn. To resume, it is on our thoughts, on how we think and feel, that the center of gravity of our work falls, and so if we take pleasure in thoughts as to how we dislike, it is the same thing as taking pleasure in disliking the object transmitted by our senses. Confronted by some object that you take pleasure in disliking, there may be such a mechanical reaction that you cannot prevent it, but you can prevent the thoughts afterwards as to how you dislike this object. And it is here at this point that all the work lies. Here, for example, lie such thoughts as, can you find anything similar in yourself to what you take such pleasure in disliking in this other person? Have you noticed how you behave? Have you noticed what impressions you give to other people? And so on endlessly. We are trying to build up a psychological internal order in ourselves arranged by the influences of the work, a delicate organism built up, so to speak, of thoughts and feelings, of right connections, of right associations, a psychological organism that begins to put us in touch with higher centers, a psychological body. When we begin to realize this, we cannot afford to indulge in such things as taking pleasure in thinking how we dislike other people. Why? Because in that case we are building up a negative psychological organism that will conduct everything in the wrong way, in which there is no truth and nothing good. Many people crystallize out in their negative emotions. I advise you to avoid such people. The point then is to see clearly the difference between a sensation and a thought. You see in front of you a person you do not like because of his clothes, his voice, or his manner, and you take pleasure in disliking this object while looking at it, that is, while your senses transmit his image to you. Afterwards, when you no longer see this person, you take pleasure in thinking how you dislike this person. The Sufi teacher says that the effect on you is the same. The two things are different, one being an object, and the other a thought about the object, because to see a person who is present, and to think about a person who is absent is not the same thing. A different center is being employed, but the dislike in both cases is the same. Birdlip, March 17, 1945. Commentary on Negative Emotions. When the last paper was read down here on the difference between the object and the thought of the object, a question was asked, as follows: is it helpful to try not to express one's dislike of a person even though one dislikes the person in one's thoughts? I think it would be helpful to talk of this subject once more. But first of all, we must review what the work is about and what we are trying to do in the work. It is useless acting on some small phrase in the work unless one understands the meaning of it. For example, why should I not express my negative emotions freely? Now in life this is quite legitimate, but in the work it is not so. If you are under life with its very small chances of development, where, so to speak, the dice are heavily loaded against you in regard to any inner development, there is no reason why you should not react to everything mechanically according to your level of being. But if you seek to be in the work, you come under another aspect of things altogether. You begin to have a new responsibility and cannot behave just as you wish to. When this moment occurs to you, when this realization of the meaning of the work begins to become apparent to you, you are no longer able to do just as you please from your self-will. This means that you cannot react mechanically in the way you always did. You begin to feel responsible to another system of behavior, which you must begin to obey. Otherwise the work can have no effect on you. How can the ideas of the work have any effect on you if you simply go on behaving as you always do, which means reacting mechanically? Everyone has his or her own mechanical way of reacting to things, but the object of the work is to change this mechanicalness. When you have a point in the work, you begin to feel uncomfortable when you behave mechanically. You begin to dislike this continual mechanical reaction to all events, to all people, and in short to everything. And when this begins to happen in you, you are beginning to pass under the laws of the work. You begin to understand that you cannot live as before. You begin to realize you have to do something about the matter yourself. What do you have to do? You have to begin to try to do what the work teaches. This is an extraordinary experience, to realize, namely, that you have not only to behave but to think and feel differently. You must remember here that everyone thinks he or she behaves quite rightly. It takes some time before one realizes that one does not behave rightly, and never has done. That is, it takes some time to realize that one's ordinary way of behaving internally and externally is not what the work wishes. And so gradually one comes to the rather shattering moment of realizing that what the work is teaching all the time applies to you yourself, and to the way that you behave and think and feel. It may take years before this shattering moment of realization comes to you. You may talk about the work, you may be interested in it, and feel in a sense that you are in the work, and yet not notice that you do not live the work in your daily life. There are very considerable reasons why this moment of realization is not touched for some time. One is because no one is allowed to understand this work until he is ready to understand it. But when the ideas of the work become emotional, and begin to relate themselves to you yourself, and to all that you have observed in yourself, then you may have a moment of realization of what the work means practically in regard to yourself. Now you know that the work says in general that we should not express our negative emotions, and that the more we express them, the more they feed on us, and are nourished by us. Now suppose a person simply hears this remark, and repeats it to other people, without realizing what it means, and what connection it has with work ideas. I think this question is so interesting that I will spend some time in explaining what it means. Taking this saying of the work apart from the whole context of the work, we can easily imagine it as nothing but some kind of commandment that we are told to obey. Let us invent this commandment, and call it the 11th commandment. I believe the 11th commandment has already been invented. Thou shalt not be found out. So let us say that we take the commandment, thou shalt not be negative, as the 12th commandment. The work says we must not be negative, and that we must not express our negative emotions. Now a person who follows this commandment, so to speak, literally, a person who flatters himself that he obeys it, which of course he does not, is nothing but a fool. He is taking the work on a very external level. He may not express negative emotions in public, but he will express them in private, either to the private circle which he thinks are his friends, or in his private thoughts. He will then think that the whole idea of not expressing negative emotions consists in obeying an external commandment. Let us try to grasp why the work teaches that negative emotions must gradually be eliminated. The work says that as long as we enjoy chiefly negative emotions, we are cut off from all contact with higher centers. I assure you that at a certain stage of the work, even a moment's indulgence of negative emotion towards others will cause you to lose force, and even destroy for the time being everything that you aimed at in the work, since negative emotion cuts us off from all possibility of help. As was said once, to become thoroughly negative is like an explosion in a delicate chemical laboratory, through which everything that is being made, being gradually created, is destroyed. I suppose some of you know this already, namely, that at all costs your mechanical reactions, that produce negative emotions, your judgments of others, and your vanities in connection with yourself, must be mitigated and separated from in order to keep any degree of inner psychological health. Now when you become aware that you cannot afford to be negative, then it will no longer be a commandment you obey in this respect, but it will be a matter of deep understanding. And then indeed life and its events will become your teacher. You will no longer think of obeying some external rules, some commandments, but you will see the reason why. And then you will hesitate to plunge into the welter of negative states, whether expressed externally or no. Let us quote again the question with which we started: is it helpful to try not to express one's dislike of a person even though one dislikes the person in one's thoughts? Here the center of gravity in this question lies in the word helpful. In what sense is it helpful not to express one's negative emotions externally? The answer is that if you express them mechanically, they tend to increase and form a habit, i.e. a habit of negative emotions. From the standpoint of the ideas of the work, and what we are aiming at, this is obviously something that will interfere with our possibility of reaching a new level of being, i.e. it will not help us in this respect. As regards the other part of the question about disliking people in our thoughts, It will be the same thing if we continue to feel negative towards other people, even though we obey the commandment of not expressing these negative feelings. In fact, it might be better to express them. To think negatively about others is just the same as behaving negatively. To have an enormous number of negative thoughts about others, and to attempt not to show them externally, is a very good thing, provided that you know that your task is to alter these negative thoughts by hook or crook in yourself. And this, of course, is quite impossible if you take yourself for granted, as always right. If you have had long self-observation, and have become aware of a great many very unpleasant things in yourself, you will then be in a position to neutralize your negative thoughts about others through seeing the same things in yourself, and so putting yourself in the other person's position. At this moment of writing to you these things, I notice I am very negative towards a certain person down here, but by putting myself in this person's position, and also by seeing how this person must think of me, I find that it is possible to get free entirely from negative thoughts about this person, save when I fall asleep in myself, and allow my mechanical negative thoughts to pass unchallenged in my mind. In this respect, it is interesting to notice how you can be negative with a person when you are asleep, and how the whole situation is changed when you are awake. I think this is one of the first things we realize when we alternate between life and work, i.e., when we are in life things appear one way, and when we are in a sense of the work things appear quite differently, so much so that at times we cannot imagine how we behaved, or spoke, or felt, as we did. The explanation is quite simple: we were asleep. Now this is a necessary experience, and in fact gives you the whole practical method of working on yourself. People who imagine that having heard this work for a short time they are henceforth going to behave in some beautiful way are simply fools. We can only learn to walk by falling. We all have more conscious and more mechanical moments, but it is by the contrast that we learn. Let no one in this work imagine that he or she has reached a stage where they cannot be made negative. In fact, the work introduces us to the whole technique of dealing with negative states, whether expressed or felt. And here lies a very up and down country that we have to stagger over with a certain confidence that we may reach another state of ourselves. But this up and down country cannot be traversed by anyone who imagines that a shortcut to his intentions is granted him. The source of negative emotions is very deep in us all, and there are some very sore places in us that without help we could never avoid. For that reason we must have a sense of what the work teaches, and why it teaches what it does teach. I know that when I am in a negative state, whether expressed or not, I am all wrong, and that I will be cut off from my best thoughts and best emotions. I no longer obey the teaching of the work about negative emotions as a commandment. I know very well, I understand why this great teaching about negative emotions is given by the work, and that it is no external commandment, but one of the deepest things that could possibly be said in regard to reaching a better range of feelings and understanding. The satisfaction of being negative, even with a very good cause, no longer gives me any happiness. I know very well if I am negative beyond a certain point I will cease to have any inner happiness or peace of mind, which is what I aim at. I know it is useless to have my happiness depending only on people or external events. I know that the source of my understanding of the work does not lie only in external conditions, and I have experienced more than once that moment of understanding which one of our English mystical writers, Thomas Traherne, described when he said in a moment of self-remembering When he felt that he had really reached his innermost being, "You will not believe how I was withdrawn from altering and minding outward things." This means to be passive towards life. I remember once in this connection, how Joe, in a private talk to a few of us, said that we have to become passive to all that happens to us, whatever it is, and that this was the most difficult thing, because if taken wrongly it led in quite the wrong direction. Just doing nothing is useless. Joe said it was the most difficult thing to understand. It had nothing to do with quietism. He said that the work phrase, realizing that other people are machines, came close to the idea, but it was impossible to see that rightly unless we had first seen that we are machines. Now we are nearly always negative with other people, because we take them as conscious beings doing things consciously, and we also think we are conscious, and do everything with conscious purpose. None of you will be able to reach this viewpoint, and do not try to do so artificially. Nothing is more easy than to regard other people as machines, leaving yourself out. Nothing is more easy than to see how another person is a fool, leaving yourself out. If you can see yourself as a fool, and see the fool in other people without blame, you may reach this passive point, which is between the swing of the pendulum, the point from where real understanding comes. This is why even/one in the work must work on themselves, especially when they express negative emotions, or think negatively about others. Just as you can see your own foolishness, without being negative, so you can see the foolishness of another person, without being negative about it. You can see what a thing is like, you can see what you are like, without negative emotions coming in. Will you agree with me that when you are negative with another person, it is either due to a feeling of superiority or lack of understanding of the conditions of the other person? But however we think of this great question, the fact remains that negative emotions are useless, and lead nowhere except into hell, and ultimately to violence, and that one of the great teachings of the work is that we must free ourselves from negative states as regards ourselves and other people. And here I will remind you that the more negative eyes you have that express themselves openly or privately in your thoughts of other people, the greater danger you are in that those negative eyes you have nourished will turn against yourself. All negative eyes that attack others are in us, and when we try to raise our level through inner work, we will have to meet them all one by one, because they will turn on us with the same ferocity that they turn on other people. Now I will add one thing here. People think they have no negative eyes. They have a picture of themselves as being tolerant. They do not see what goes on in the background. Remember that the emotional center should never have a negative part by birth, and that all negative emotions are acquired from the example of our parents, teachers, and all those we are brought up amongst. Remember, also, as long as the negative part of emotional center is active in us, there can only be either no connection, or a very faint connection with higher emotional center. The object of this work is to purify ordinary centers for the reception of the influences of higher centers. First we must change mental center, and think in a new way, and then change the emotional center, and feel in a new way about one another. This is the task that the work lays down in so many words, and it is a useless task to try to understand unless we feel there is a higher level attainable. Now as regards the work teaching that if you do not express negative emotions they get less, this has given rise to a great deal of discussion. It was taught at the beginning of the work, before anything was said about thinking negatively about others. Some people used to say it was much better to have a row, and get it over, and that by expressing their negative emotions they felt better afterwards. I will leave this for discussion. I would only say this: there is a way of expressing negative emotions consciously, and it is quite different from expressing them mechanically. I am certain that the expression of negative emotions mechanically only leads to a worse situation, but for the time being you are relieved. You must remember that those expressed negative emotions travel around to people, and excite their negative emotions in response, and eventually come back to you. We have to deal with our negative emotions, and feel responsible for them. It is here that working on one's private negative thinking about a person comes in. Some people say little, or nothing externally, but they think and feel a great deal internally, and even take a pleasure in registering a cause of fresh negative emotion, although they appear smooth outwardly. In that case there is no real conscience against negative states. This is a bad internal situation, and there is so much filth in their minds that they enjoy secretly. Here comes in all the close and sincere observation that is necessary in the work, and the seeing of your own unpleasant eyes that you project onto other people. Remember that we have a right not to be negative, and this is quite different from being told we have no right to be negative. Observe yourself sometimes from the standpoint of your negative states. Be sincere, and admit you are in a negative state. Then say to yourself, I have a right not to be negative. Here all your understanding of the work will come to your aid, and maybe the whole negative state will vanish in a moment. This is a moment of self-remembering, because in all self-remembering we put ourselves under the influences of the work, which come from higher centers, in which no negative states exist. Note: after this paper was read, Dr. Nicoll said that one question was interesting: would it be helpful to try to act outwardly as though liking a person, while inwardly disliking the person? Dr. Nicoll said, this would be a wonderful thing if we could act, but that only conscious people could act, because acting is doing in the work sense. What we call acting is something that will break down instantly, because we are acting from self-love, i.e., from some picture of ourselves. He said, for example, you are determined to act very pleasantly towards someone, and you come into the room and say most politely, will you have some more tea? And the person says that she never takes tea, and you feel offended and upset, and say to yourself, well, I've done my best. This is the only kind of acting we can do at our level. There is nothing genuine in it, and it will be a source of fresh and very vigorous negative emotion. But if through external considering you are genuinely concerned about another person, then perhaps your acting will be from a deeper source. You can always test your so-called acting by noticing the point where you become offended. Then you see the difference between acting from internal considering and acting from external considering. O said, only a man who can do can act. Acting is doing, and only a conscious man can act. This means that only from real being, real I, can a person act in the real sense, i.e., beyond himself, beyond his personality,